this is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed human.
Hey, Portlandia fans.
Carrie Brownstein and Fred Armisen here.
The dream of the 90s is alive in podcast form.
We're launching Podlandia, AO Rewatch, our brand new podcast where we revisit every episode of Portlandia together, breaking down sketches, going deep on our iconic characters, and pulling back the curtain on how it all got made.
And we'll also be joined by the people who helped bring it all to life. Guest stars, collaborators, and friends, including director Jonathan Kreisel, the mayor himself, Kyle MacLachlan, legendary musician Amy Mann, and many more.
Kyle is going for it here. You fully improvised not just words, but a song.
Well, I thought you were all going to write a song.
I remember you thinking that. Listen to Podlandia, AO Rewatch on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
What's up, fam? I'm sports journalist Ari Chambers.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your girl, Sam J.
And we're the hosts of Everyone Watches Women's Sports, a new podcast from Together and iHeart Women's Sports.
We're breaking down the biggest headlines.
Naomi Osaka showing out.
Shout outs to you, Naomi.
The viral moments.
I've been obsessed with Krishan Rock's boxing journey. She looks good. Her combos are swift.
And the stories everyone's talking about across women's sports.
Because everyone watches women's sports. Listen to Everyone Watches Women's Sports
On the iHeartRadio app,
Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Nick Turturro. You probably know me from NYPD Blue, The Longest Yard, or Spike Lee's Black Klansman. And on my new podcast, Delivering Happiness with Nick Turturro, I deliver pizza to a new guest. I've shared a slice with everyone, from Seth Rollins.
What are you doing with my belt?
To Bill Burr.
I don't think I've ever met somebody so exactly out of their mind as I am.
And now, we even have more great guests coming up, including the great John Turturro.
It's called happiness. Delivering happiness.
And many, many more. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Delivering Happiness with Nick Turturro, and listen now.
This is Chelsea Handler from Dear Chelsea. Every week, the news gets worse, the world gets crazier, and Yamanika is here to tell whoever's responsible, you're the problem.
Do you know I just found out who Sydney Sweeney was? If he got a bunch of women, then I should have a bunch of men. Do better or do less so I don't have to do so much. I'm Yamanika, and I'm out. Listen to You're the Problem with Yamanika on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Cool Zone Media.
Hey everybody, Robert Evans here, and I wanted to let you know this is a compilation episode. So every episode of the week that just happened is here in one convenient and with somewhat less ads package for you to listen to in a long stretch if you want. If you've been listening to the episodes every day this week, there's going to be nothing new here for you, but you can make your own decisions. What's pew-pew in my pews? This is Robert Evans, and It Could Happen Here, a podcast about it happening here, as it seems to be more every week. And when things get worse, one thing that a lot of folks start talking about is, should I buy a gun? And obviously, this is a fraught question, and the only responsible answers to it are very complicated. And so to talk over some very complicated answers, we've got James Stout, and we have in the audience with us the great Carl Casarda. Carl of In Range TV, thank you for coming on to be our resident firearms expert in this podcast where we try not to be deeply irresponsible.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. It's always a pleasure to come back to the show. And people always ask for more collabs, and here we are, but on a very important topic. And
yes,
the only question I have is now is when do you change the name of the podcast to, oh no, it's happening here?
We're talking with the marketing people. It done happened here.
Oh shit, it's happening again.
It's been happening here.
Yeah.
Here it is. Here now, right in this moment. Be here now, comma it.
Yeah. We got to work out which one SEO is best, but we're on it, Carl. Don't worry.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Mm-hmm. So, as I think both of you know, but maybe listeners don't, gun sales typically soar before elections, as do ammunition purchases. People are afraid of gun bans, has been traditionally one reason why, and the firearms industry is not afraid of hyping those up to increase sales in election years. Normally, prices increase in line with demand. Like if you go back to November 2020 and look at the prices of ammunition and guns compared to now, you'll see how much incredibly higher they were. That was for a number of reasons. But considering inflation, gun prices are pretty low right now.
You know, that is kind of a recurrent thing for the most part, is that while everything else gets more expensive, television and firearms remain affordable.
Yeah. Guns have gotten to the point where they're more affordable than they've ever been.
Yeah, they really are.
AR-15s are, I used to talk about this on InRain, AR-15s are essentially cordwood. And you can get a fully fledged, good to go AR-15 now for like $400 to $500.
Yeah.
You can get pistols for $250.
Oh, yeah.
The prices on guns are like through the floor. And it's interesting to note that, like, if you are a gun manufacturer or firearms dealer, even if you don't hype elections, it would be unintelligent of you to not prep for elections because they're so consistently the Christmas of gun sales. So this is an instance in which we didn't see that. And it's kind of interesting.
I think there's an element, because obviously when we talk, I think, to people who are not into guns and talk about how cheap guns have gotten, they're like, well, that's very bad. And there's definitely downsides to that. But an upside of that is it does kind of suggest we are not seeing the degree of panicked hoarding for a civil war that we have seen at previous points when gun prices were not as cratered and ammo prices were a lot higher and ammo availability was a lot lower. Like, in some ways, that's kind of an optimistic sign.
Yeah, or the dark side of that is the traditional prepper, air quote, is so saturated in guns and ammunition that they don't even need another one.
Right. Well, I think that is where a lot of people are.
Yeah. Also, like capacity really increased in 2020, and I think they've been pumping out, like, it's interesting to look at like the cost of 9mm and 5.56 ammunition, which, if you're not familiar, are like the most commonly used defensive ammunition rounds, compared to more niche stuff. Like, that hasn't gone down as much if you're trying to get 300 WISM or something.
The funny thing is that, 5.56 and 9mm, both defensively as well as just recreationally, are the most common ammunition by far. And some of the weirdo stuff I like to shoot, like percussion caps for percussion revolvers, you can't find that stuff to save your life. That stuff's through the roof and expensive. So they've literally just bunkered down intent there and are making 5.56 and 9mm because that's where the demand is and will continue to be.
Yeah. I can't find, you can't see it. I have a little reloading setup here. I can't find shotgun primers or certain powders anywhere now.
And this is going to be a problem because if we have another Cowboys and Aliens kind of situation, what are we going to use? You know, what is Harrison Ford going to use to save us? Anyway, nobody saw that movie. Why am I making that joke?
Let me know. I've got a good stash of percussion caps.
We're all going to be leaning heavily on Carl.
Carl for all humanity.
So, I think we've gotten a little bit ahead of our skis here. We should start by talking, because again, I think we've all seen a lot of people being like, well, I guess I should get a gun now, as in the wake of Trump's victory.
Yeah.
And I think the first caveat we should give everyone is, like, if you are reacting in a way that is totally reasonable to this news, being depressed, right? If you're somebody who deals with suicidal ideation, if you have been spiraling lately, if you have been thinking about self-harm, if you are just not in a stable mental place, and especially if you have no experience with firearms and are not in a stable mental place, don't go rush to pick one up now. Yeah. Like, for one thing, I assure you they will be available in the future. They are not going to get harder to buy. Yeah.
No, it reminds me of a line from the movie We Were Soldiers, which is actually a pretty good movie, historically speaking.
Oh, yeah. It's a lot of fun. Not at all
in spite of Mel Gibson, it was pretty good. And there's a scene where, like, the old hardened soldier from Korea, World War II in Korea, gets to Vietnam, and he's just got a pistol, and like everyone's around him saying, "Don't you want an M16?" He goes, "Don't worry, there'll be plenty of those laying around if I need one." So, kind of that's where we're at in this country. Don't worry, there'll be plenty laying around if you need one.
Yeah. We are not entering a period where that's. I think there are some specific worries where there may be attempts to restrict specific groups from arming themselves, but even so, I wouldn't say that elevates it above a threat if you are dealing with suicidal ideation. Having a gun is not a talisman, as our friend Tactical Girlfriend often brings up, and you shouldn't treat it as one. And part of what that means is that, like, you have to model, like, the threat that you're facing, right? And if you are not in immediate danger, if nobody is threatening to kill you specifically, then that may not be the safest thing for you, right? And particularly, I think the other side of it that, Carl, you are much more qualified to talk about with than me, is that if you are going to buy a firearm, if you want that to be a thing that can actually protect you in a situation where you are in danger, where someone is threatening your life, you have to train with it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that, not to make light of that at all with that little joke about that movie, but the reality is we as people, humans in general, all of us are bad at threat modeling. And that's not to say that the perceived threat that we're seeing with the results isn't real.
Yeah.
I think it is. But that said, at the moment, if you're dealing with some of those issues like you mentioned, or the living situation you're in, or even the community around you, isn't one in which a firearm laying around is particularly safe could mean that you're actually inducing more threat and risk to yourself than what might come in 2 years. So that is something we have to think about very carefully. Can I possess this responsibly? Do I know how to use it responsibly? Am I in a place, not only in my living situation, but my mental state, that possessing this very quick and easy to use lethal device is safe to have around?
Yep.
Those are questions you should ask first before worrying about tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we should address like a couple of things that Carl said like, right off the bat. Like you said, having a firearm lying around.
Right.
One thing that we should address is like, I know I recently purchased a new gun safe, but like if you have X budget to buy a gun, Robert also mentioned that without training, you're a liability with the gun, right? Maybe we can break down, if you have $1,000, you don't need to go out and spend $1,000 on your gun, right? Perhaps it would be better to save some of that money and put it towards other things. I think it might make sense to just break those down for people in case they're not familiar.
Yeah, I think that might be a good place to start. Is if you decide, number one, I'm in an emotionally stable place. I either have some specific threats or I want to be prepared for a future where those threats are more likely. Mm-hmm. And let's start with a budget of $1,000, right? And, this is there's going to be people who can't afford a budget of $1,000, and that's very unfortunate, but this is one of those things that, like, isn't fair, right? Like, guns cost money. Not everyone has disposable income. But $1,000, I think, is a reasonable floor for not just acquiring a firearm, but like the things you need to be able to start building proficiency with it. So like let's talk about that, Carl. Like, what would you do? What would you advise someone with $1,000 who is looking into getting into shooting and also being set up to potentially defend themselves if they need to?
Right. So this it's such a nuanced question and answer because there's so many variabilities there. Mm-hmm. One of which is you have to understand the living situation you're in. Are you living in a place that is solely your own? Do you live with roommates? Do you have children and your parents? I mean, like, these things all come into the equation about how well can you secure this thing should you acquire it. And so that comes up to, do you need a full bolt into the wall safe? Do you need something that is locked with cable underneath the bed that still is reasonably difficult to get into, but is accessible otherwise? Do you have a situation in which you're the only one that could access this, and therefore you're not worried about that? So the first thing you have to think about is, I'm taking possession of responsibility of this. It is a lethal weapon. What am I going to do to make sure that doesn't fall into the wrong hands, whether they're people that live within your own structure or outside of it, should something go awry? So you have to consider that. So right off the bat is, what are the situation I'm in, and what are the things I need to consider to make sure this doesn't leak out of my control? Because we've seen in so many instances, especially some of the horrible spree shootings and such, in which it's not the person that possessed the gun, but someone around them that took it from them and used it for that.
Absolutely.
And that's because it wasn't stored well. And so that's number one. So you're going to think about, one, are you getting a small, a pistol or a long arm? And that's a discussion to be had too, but those two equate. And then depending on which one of those two you're acquiring determines the kind of safe storage requirements that also align with your current living situation. Of course, the best thing is a safe bolted to the floor that only you can get into, but that's not viable for everyone.
Yeah. Right.
But it's something, right?
Yeah. Yeah. What comes along with that is this is going to be true at every stage of this process. You need to know the laws of your state and maybe even your local area, right? Like in Oregon, we have very strict safe storage laws, right? Like you can be held accountable to a higher degree in this state if you don't secure a weapon and someone gets access to it, right? Now, obviously, if you have a safe and someone drills into your safe, you're not liable, right? Like, you took the actions you could to stop them from being able to get to your firearms. There's not an expectation that you have a fortress of solitude or whatever, but you have to have taken reasonable steps to lock them away, right? And, that's going to be different. A lot of states have absolutely no requirements whatsoever, but you need to be aware of what your local legal situation is.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that to the table, because myself, living in Arizona, we have no such rules, and so I could essentially
you can just keep them on the floor.
I could stack them in my front yard, right? I'm like, just put them out in the yard. We'll see.
I had extra ARs. I use them to make a fence. Cheaper than wood right now.
They're literally called wood now.
So the thing about that is, these things get more and more complicated over time, and we don't want to make this conversation impenetrable.
Right.
But the kind of safe you acquire is important too. And that's a deeper topic than we could ever do in one video.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and just dovetail out to a friend of mine, Deviant Olaf. Mm-hmm. He has a channel. He does a lot of video work about gun safes and which ones are good or bad. But let's just say the cheap $90 thing with the cylindrical key lock isn't it. So you got to be a little better than that. So I would estimate, let's go with cost. You're buying, let's say, an AR-15. You're probably going to need to spend, and I'm guessing here, around $250 for a safe that's actually worth a damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's about what I spent recently for a little handgun safe.
Yeah.
So let's build on that, right? Let's say you've decided that you want a gun and that it is safe for you to have a gun. I think, the first thing you ought to prioritize is making sure that no one for whom it is not safe gets that gun, which we've addressed, right? The second thing that you need to prioritize is that you could use that gun safely and like you are not a liability every time that you pick up and load that gun, right?
Yes. And part of that is and maybe y'all will have different opinions on this, but I think we're probably simpatico. Picking the right type of firearm. I see a lot of people saying, I am worried I'm going to get attacked. I've gotten a death threat. I'm scared particularly of this group of, Nazis or whatever. So I'm going to buy a handgun. And I will tell you right now, my opinion is that if you are looking for a self-defense weapon, a handgun probably shouldn't be what you pick unless you are looking to carry a gun.
Yeah, no, that's a good quote, right? I carry a handgun because it's unwieldy to walk around with a Biff 50 BMG.
I cannot take my AR with me in the street, right? So I keep a 9 on me,
Handguns are the most difficult thing to use skillfully under distress and duress than any other firearm. And above and beyond that, they are actually the least effective at doing the job you think they're going to do than anything else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There are a shocking number of people are shot way more times than you would expect they could survive with a handgun, right? That is just a reality of the way that they work because they're much, much less powerful than a rifle. And it's also like, I had a friend a couple of years ago who bought a snub-nosed 38 thinking, well, this is simple. I can't fuck it up. It's a good. And I took her out and was like, I'm going to set up a 10-foot target and we'll see how many times you can hit it with this gun. And she could not do it 1 out of 5 times. And then I brought out my Glock and she was able to hit it every time, right? And it's because one of those is a much easier weapon for somebody who is a complete novice to learn how to use functionally, right? And it's not the snub-nosed 38.
Yeah. No, in the roughest of most senses, typically the smaller the gun is, the more a professional you need to be to use it.
Right.
Yeah. And with that in mind, you're responsible for every shot you fire, right? Training in self-defense, whatever, by fucking accident because you don't know how to clean your gun or what have you. Every bullet that leaves that barrel, it's your fault. And every one of those is potentially someone's life. So when you're thinking about buying a gun, you want to have something where you can A, handle it safely and B, discharge it and know where that bullet's going to go.
Yeah, so on that note, this has been asked for me many times, and we're talking about we are on the same page. It's like when someone asks me this question, and it comes up more than you'd think. First of all, we're getting past the issue of are you safe to own this and safe storage? So now we're at the point you are buying a gun, right? So you have to think, what's the threat? Are we worried about 3 years from now and the potential realities of a very caustic and dangerous political future? Are you worried about only home defense? Are you worried about your own self-protection walking down the street? Because obviously you're not going to be, well, not obviously, but for the most part, you're not going to be carrying an AR-15 down the street. But if you are only worried about your castle, make a joke about castle doctrine, if you're only worried about your house, inside your house, there is no reason to be picking a pistol. None whatsoever.
Yeah. Now, I will say that there's a number of folks in the lefty gun space who will say, so just get an AR-15. That's not always going to be practical depending on your laws, right? That is not something that we can say everyone will be able to do, right?
Yeah.
But we can say there will be a non-handgun option that will probably be a better fit for you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And this is where we see a lot of people in the gun space. It's kind of weird. There's cultural shifts in the zeitgeist of what's the cool defensive thing of the time. But there's a lot to be said, depending on what you think you're going to have to shoot at. Hopefully never, of course. But and an AR-15 does things like armor piercing in terms of Kevlar and da-da-da-da-da. Mm-hmm. But for home defense, it really still is kind of hard to go wrong with a shotgun in many instances, and that should not be ignored.
You know what else shouldn't be ignored? It's our obligation to pivot to advertisements about every 15 minutes on this show. All right, we're back. Carl, you'd mentioned that you think a shotgun sometimes can be more effective than AR-15. especially another thing I will add is here in a state like California, the laws regarding semi-automatic centerfire rifles are incredibly confusing. It's extremely easy to buy something on Amazon, slap it on your gun, and render it a felony.
Yeah. I would generally say, like, in most situations, an AR, if you're new to shooting, it's going to be easier to figure out. They're very simple, easy to upgrade and modify. But, like, yeah, in California, in a state, I think New York is similar. It's very easy to commit a felony with an AR-15 and not know that you are. And you don't want to find out that your gun is a felony when you have to use it in self-defense, right?
This is an instance in which the good old man. I'm not trying to. I'm not on Team Shotgun here, but when it comes to cross all state lines, I mean, sure, there's an exception somewhere, but for the most part, a manually pump-activated shotgun, is likely to not run afoul of the law anywhere. Additionally, there's a good chance that if you were to, and we have to consider all realities, there's a good chance that should you need to use it, that when you're in court trying to defend yourself for using this lethal weapon, a shotgun doesn't seem to evoke the same concerns, let's say, from courts and from judges that an AR might. An AR, regardless of how common they are and how much they proliferate society, there's still those scary rifles. A shotgun does not tend to evoke that same kind of response. It is most likely legal almost anywhere, and the diversity of ammunition you can use in it really bridges the gap from 1 yard to 100 yards or more. But a lot of people that are new to guns will think, well, shotgun, I don't need to aim. That is incorrect. Shotguns need to be aimed as much as any other long arm. They're just very effective when they actually connect.
Yeah. It's one of those, I think, because I do change, like, what I am taking with me based on where I go. And, like, when I'm in California, I generally, like, if I'm going camping or something, I'll make sure I have a 12 gauge in the car, right? Because I'm not going to try to get whatever this month's gun laws are right. Like, that's just not practical to me. That said, I think because there are a number of people who will be very frustrated at us talking about shotguns. One thing that they are right about is there's a different type of training that's necessary with the shotgun, and they are in some ways more complicated to use than an AR, in part because for every shot, well, unless it's a semi-automatic, like for every shot, you're pumping it, right? And like there's muscle memory that has to be built there, right? It's harder, maybe a little bit slower to get up to a level, or at least you have to train differently with it, right? The other thing about it is that, like, it loads very differently. A shotgun is a completely different kind of ammunition than an AR has, which all goes back to the whole, like, you have to be willing to train with whatever it is you're going to use.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah.
So ideally, like, if you're in this position of thinking, if you can find a friend or failing that, a range that will allow you to try different guns, I think as a novice, you're going to pick up, if you've never shot a gun before, I probably wouldn't pick up a 12 gauge shotgun and start pewing away, because the recoil will be quite profound and noticeable to you. So don't start there. Start with something else.
There's smaller shotguns, a 20 gauge, you know.
And those are fine, especially if you're a smaller statured person. Even a 28 or a 16s are hard to probably buy defensive ammunition for. But I think if you can, when you begin that journey, like often I see people say with handguns, find one that fits your hand. You probably have no idea what fits you and feels good if you're just starting out.
Yeah.
Finding someone who is local to you, ideally who has some experience, who can help you along that process, I think, and someone who you trust, right? Like I have to train, I have a concealed carry weapons permit in California. The last time I went to take a course, like from the outset, I got like xenophobia, homophobia, like jokes that I guess the guy who was instructing the course thought that everyone was in on. Just like they made me feel unwelcome, and I'm a cishet white guy.
Yeah.
But I think maybe we should address that. Like, if you're thinking of getting started, what kind of instruction should you look for? Where should you look for it? And like, what would you recommend? Maybe other sources too, Carl. Like your YouTube channel has been a great resource for me.
This is where in the firearms, it's owning a thing doesn't make a community. So there's always this phrase, the gun community. It's not a thing. Owning a thing doesn't make a community. A community is a group of people that bond together over mutual beliefs and hopefully care for one another. So there is no firearms community. But that said, the broad scope of people that have been interested in the topic for the longest duration of time has been mostly seceded to a group that we would not find ourselves aligned with or comfortable with being around. And so this is where the community building thing is real, because the more we build communities, and we're behind in this regards in terms to alternative voices in the firearm space, but the more we build that community, not only online, but amongst one another, the more we're going to have safer, better spaces for us to work together to learn how to use these things safely and efficiently. And that is a challenge. If you walk in sight unseen to a place that is probably foreign to you in firearms land, sadly, at this point in time, there's a pretty good chance it's not going to be something you're going to be comfortable with. Quite honestly, just like you mentioned, James, like it's going to be that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
There's probably going to be Trump stuff on the wall. You're probably going to hear some jokes that are just jokes, but they're really not.
Yeah.
That's the kind of space that's filled with. And so when people come and say, well, who can I go to get this training with? I'm like, that's challenging. There's some options online. There's like Operation Blazing Sword. There's the Liberal Gun Club has some training options as well. But what's better is finding people and interconnecting with people of like mind around you, if you can, and working together, and then actually building a real community that isn't a gun community. And that's where we're going to find solace in the ability to get better at this stuff together. Not exactly a strong answer, but it's the truth. But if you're going in just unhindered, you're going to expect it to be a place that you're probably not going to be happy with.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's a really good point. I'd like can we talk a little bit more about training options, like not just because you mentioned Operation Blazing Sword. I'd like to hear a little more about them, but also where people could go for like reading and videos in order to kind of find more information on how to develop proficiency.
Yeah. So YouTube University doesn't teach you how to actually like effectively hit targets with something that's difficult. Like that.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't. There's no way to learn that besides doing it. But in terms of just general firearms understanding, learning some of the history, learning about how guns work, there are some YouTube resources out there. Tactical Girlfriend, you already mentioned, has 4 years of a legacy of content on her site that a lot of it is focused on beginner style content. In fact, she just posted a playlist. She has kind of stopped making videos in general. She mentioned that a while back, but she still has her content online, and she posted a playlist recently of all of her how to get going videos, 101 stuff. And that would kind of be where I'd start with.
Yes, absolutely.
My channel, In Range TV, has some of that. I tend to focus a little bit on the more esoteric and like next level things, but that's not to say it's not there as well. So I'm not trying to self-promote, but I would actually say her playlist is going to be better than some of my own, although we have stuff like that on In Range TV as well. If you want to open up that dark void called Reddit, the Liberal Gun Club has resources on it. If you go there, they have a list of people and local resources. You can also Google the Liberal Gun Club. I'm not even trying to say anyone doing that is necessarily identifying as a liberal, but they have gathered lists of statewide resources, as many as they can, that are providing training in regional places that would be a good place to start. Operation Blazing Sword is a subset of that. Blake, I can't pronounce his last name. Blake has been on my channel, and you'll find him there in the Liberal Gun Club listing. When I think of that, I would say go to YouTube, hit up Tactical Girlfriend, go to In Range TV if you want to see maybe not 101, but next level stuff, but a friendly space to you. And then check out the Liberal Gun Club, best I can say, because they do have a list of resources that they're gathering across the country.
Yeah.
And I think one thing that Tactical Girlfriend talks about that is because you're right, and I think this is an important point, that like you have to spend time shooting, and that costs money in order to get better. But there is one thing that you can do that does not cost ongoing money to get better with a handgun. If you're, again, looking to carry a gun, which is dry fire training, right? Yeah. Which is a very useful process of building proficiency. You can do it. I mean, you could do it every day if you want. It will help. It does not replace needing to go shoot, right? No. But you can find guides. Tactical Girlfriend talks about it a lot, but you can find other guides online. And that is a way that you can kind of stretch your ammo budget and gain additional proficiency. Mm-hmm.
There are even products designed specifically for that. One of them that pops to mind, and there are others like Mantis X. And you make sure that your gun is safely unloaded and you're proficient with that part of it. You put these devices in, and you can actually fire it. A dry fire is firing with no ammunition in the gun. Click, add a target on the wall, and it'll teach you things about, like, did you pull to the right? Did you push to the left? Did you dip the gun? And those are very good products that you can use once you buy them. Gets more money, but you can train proficiently in a safe place without firing live ammunition and improve your skills quite a bit. That's a good point.
Yep.
Yeah. I would say like another organization I would plug is Armed Equality, especially for like LGBTQIA people. They're friends of mine, very nice people. Perhaps we should go back then to that. Like Robert's mentioned dry firing. We've mentioned.
Well, first, I think we need to go to ads, James.
You're right, Robert. We should go back to Chumba Casino.
Yeah. So dry fire at the wall and think of Chumba Casino.
Or just download an upgrade from Neuralink that you got from Elon.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Our primary sponsors, the brain chip.
All right, we're back. So we've had discussion about training, safe storage, and a little bit about like what to look at firearms wise. But I want to go back to that third one because you are marketed at so heavily when you're trying to buy a firearm, right? And the likelihood of you getting misinformation, right? We all know smaller statured people who have been given, a snub-nosed 38, a gun that's entirely inappropriate for them. Carl, like, if you could maybe go through like each major category, right? If we do handgun, shotgun, semi-automatic rifle, maybe one that is compatible with AR banned states and one that's, if you're in real America.
There are some options like the Ares SCR that are basically AR-15s that are a lot easier to keep in compliance in a state like California, but they are also more than twice as expensive as like a budget AR-15, right? And, which is not to say it's impossible to have a budget AR-15 that is in compliance with California law. It's just, I am not going to take on the responsibility of telling you how to do that legally because when I lived in California, I was only about 80% sure that I was in compliance with the law.
If you're in California, my advice would be to go to a shop and buy the gun complete.
Yes.
Don't piece it together off the internet.
That's good advice.
Oh, well, if you're a new gun owner, don't piece anything together because the knowledge to make something reliable that you've put together from bits and pieces is not a good idea. You want something that's got literally, you want something from a quote unquote reputable manufacturer that has a warranty. Like, let's just don't even start with trying to put something together.
Yeah.
So let's just go ahead and start with pistols. So the challenge there is like, of course, it would be very nice to be able to buy like 4 of them because you can train with a 22 and practice with this. But let's go with the constraint that we had earlier of this $1,000. And you're going to buy a pistol. And with it, you plan to train, get better, be proficient, but also maybe have to use it for self-defense. You really want to stick with a 9mm. I mean, there are smaller guns like 380s and such like that, but we're getting into specialist guns.
Yeah.
What I'm going to say here across the board when I recommend something, it's going to be the opposite of specialist. It's going to be the most bland, boring possible thing.
Yeah.
And when it comes to that, and I know that everyone like, but it's a 9mm, probably a Glock.
Yep.
The Glock 19 is a relatively reasonably sized gun. The 17 is a little bigger. The 19 is in this nice middle ground. It is carryable. It's small enough to be concealed should you have the right to do so, but it's big enough to be viable for being reasonably accurate with not extensive amounts of training, but enough training to get good.
Yeah.
And it's a bunch of rounds of 9mm magazine that just plain works.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you're on a tight budget, I will say that cops are always, you can find trade-in police Glocks pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Cops don't shoot very much. You can sometimes get some pretty good deals on those.
Yep.
That said, I'm revealing a little bit of future history of what's going on in range. We're doing a video in a couple weeks. There is a strange trade imbalance between us and, never mind the politics, Turkey. And they are making some really high-end, well-made guns. There is a Glock clone from Turkey that I can't vouch for yet, but this is the kind of where we're at in the gun space. This thing is interchangeable with all Glock parts. And the gun's like $250.
Oh, wow.
Oof, you can't beat
We
that.
don't know yet.
Yeah.
I'm not saying go buy that, but I'm saying we're going to do a review of it. The point is there are Glocks and Glock-like things that can get the price down.
Yeah. Right. And so you're looking at, if you get a budget AR for $500, a budget 9mm handgun, because even if with not counting that one, there are other budget options that are in the $300-ish range.
Yep.
You just have to look around a bit. And I should also note, buying used with a firearm is not like buying used with electronics. If a gun is well maintained, it will outlast you.
Yeah.
Right? There are some parts that will need replacing from time to time, right? Your springs and stuff are going to age faster than other things. And like barrels, you can shoot out, but it takes quite a bit of shooting to shoot a barrel, smooth, right? So it's never bad to consider like finding, like you said, like a police trade-in or something like that. Like that could be a great way to save money.
Absolutely. So when it comes to the pistol, we're talking about buying just one. Pretty much boil it down to a 9mm.
Yep.
That is probably a polymer frame gun, not some big heavy steel thing. a Glock is like the de facto, but there are others. I mean, there's HKs, there's Rugers.
Yeah. I like SIGs, but they're pricier. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing about Glock is Glock's been around forever. It's the standard. Finding, accessorizing, buying magazines, or even getting repairs done to a Glock is ubiquitous across the country. If you get a Glock, you'll be able to deal with it, fix it, do whatever you want to it, straight up.
Yeah. And what has helped me a lot in general is, I have my carry gun, I have my home defense firearm, and then I have built a couple of firearms from the ground up. And I would certainly, as you said, I would never have started there. But because I had the extra money, doing that means that has given me so much deeper of an understanding of what goes wrong when things do go wrong with a gun and how to fix it. Like I've replaced every part on my carry gun at this point, right? Like over time. And it's like given me a much deeper level of understanding of just like mechanically how these things function. Building an AR-15 was the same process, and I do find that valuable. Obviously, it's throwing more money at the problem too.
Yeah, totally. So the other advantage of 9mm, which is reasonably cheap to feed and shoot, reasonably cheap to practice with. For those of you that don't know anything about guns, you will typically practice with what's called FMJ bulk pack ammunition.
Yeah.
9mm, 115 grain. It's just a bullet that's got a copper jacket on it, and that's your practice ammo. And then for carry, should you be carrying it, you'll probably want to carry something that's specifically designed to be defensive ammunition. It'll be far more expensive per box. But once you get to the point of, yes, I am ready, safe, and capable to carry this, you're going to want to pick something gold dots. Spear gold dots are a hollow point designed to specifically be for self-defense. But make sure the gun you've chosen works reliably with that defensive ammo, because even though it works 100% with that FMJ, it may not work with the defensive ammo, and you might have to play with it a little bit.
Yeah.
We should also note, when you are buying ammo online, which is not going to be legal in every state, but most people will be able to do this, it pays to be careful. There is a lot of stuff that is sketchier out there, and there can be consequences. I have had a firearm, I have had like a handgun blow up in my hand as a result of getting ammunition that I had not yet shot before. This was in fact Turkish. I think it was because I think it was a hot load, but it's possible that it was the result of a bullet be a squib that then jammed in the barrel, and then another round came in after it. I generally have been pretty good at checking to make sure there's a hole in the paper with each shot, which is something you should be making sure of, when you're shooting, because if you shoot a round that like does not have enough powder behind it, right? If you get a bad round, it can jam in the barrel, and then the second round can cause the barrel to burst. This is also why we always wear eye protection. But when looking at ammo, if you think this looks like good ammo and it's cheap, look online, add like Reddit to the name, see what other people say about it, right? Like see if you can find anything written about that. Usually other people, if it's like a less reliable manufacturer, will have said, I've had a bad experience with this ammunition.
Yep.
Do your diligence, right? The first time you're shooting a new kind of cheap target ammo.
That being said, like there's a lot of names that almost anyone that's never owned a gun before will recognize. Names like Remington,
right?
Winchester.
Yes.
That's not to say that they don't make mistakes too. But like if you're going to go buy a Winchester bulk pack of ammunition, you are buying at least what is generally considered consumer level reliable ammo. If you're buying it from
absolutely.
Crazy Bob's Reloading Shack,
right?
You don't know what you're going to get.
And that was what, because a lot of the sketchy stuff isn't even a manufacturer. It's like ammo that you may not notice immediately. It's like, oh wow, this seems really cheap, and then it'll say in small letters remanufactured, right? Which means somebody has reloaded it. Reloaded ammo, and like you can reload ammo and have it be perfectly good ammunition, but do you know who reloaded this ammo? Right? Yeah.
I will tell you, as a person that shoots a lot and has been doing it for decades, I personally, even with all that, I will never fire remanufactured ammunition. I don't want to deal with Crazy Bob's weird Bad Wednesday.
Yes, exactly. Crazy Bob's Bad Wednesday bullets.
It's a great name for it. Yeah.
Yes.
So we've addressed the pistol, right? Like I want to address long guns, and then you mentioned a couple of things, Carl, which you should also address, which are like accessories. So Robert mentioned eye protection. So ear and eye protection.
Let me add one more piece to the pistol, and we'll move on. The thing now, the whiz bang thing now is every pistol has a red dot sight on it. A red dot sight is essentially an electro-optical box that sits on the top of the slide, and you look through it to aim, and it projects a red dot, like almost like a laser dot, if you're not familiar with it, to aim with. For the most part, I'm not saying you shouldn't have one because they're cool, but for the most part, a person getting into this specifically for self-defense does not need one of those. You don't need to spend $300 on a red dot. The iron sights that come on any of these guns should be sufficient for most purposes. So don't get suckered into, I need that.
Yeah.
If that's something you want later, think about it, but it's not a requirement.
Now, that said, if a gun has one on it, I don't agree with people who say, like, you can't learn to shoot on a red dot. I think that's now you will need to look up, because it may not be sighted, how to sight it, right? Like, because it like red dots are a thing, like you need to dial them in, right? And there is a way to do that. Again, you can find guides to this online, just like you can find guides to like mounting a scope on a rifle. These are complex mechanical tasks, a red dot less so than a scope, but you can't just buy a gun with a red dot on it and trust that red dot points out where the bullet's going to go. That's not how they work.
Absolutely. My point being is, if you said, this person here needs to be able to hit a target 15 yards away, you've got 1 hour.
Right.
I would not be messing by giving them a red dot. I would give them something with iron sights and just get them through the task. That's where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly reasonable. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I prefer, like, now that I know what I'm doing, to use my red dots and stuff, but I also pretty regularly shoot with iron sights, in part because I like it. Like, it's enjoyable mechanically, and it's kind of how I learned.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. It is better.
Yeah. Yeah.
It also adds another level of complexity.
And it's more to go wrong. Like, if you're installing that yourself, it's annoying and it's easy to mess up. And then you're upset. And yeah. Let's move on to long guns. Like, one thing that we should mention right off the bat is you might buy an AR, specifically an AR actually, and find that it comes with no sighting systems at all.
Yes.
And so that's a thing to build into your budget. So let's talk about like what to get for your budget in the long gun category, Carl.
Yeah, so when we go to long guns, we talk about rifles and shotguns. Let's stick with rifles for now, I'm assuming. So in that regard, this is the thing where, like, actually I have a video on my channel about the NFA, which is the National Firearms Act, which is what regulates a lot of like machine guns and stuff. But this also occurs across many gun control laws. They're frequently ableist.
Very much so.
And the things that they put the most restrictions on are the things that are actually most capable. And that means AR-15s in their general guise with a pistol grip and a red dot sight, which we just mentioned for pistols, and a 30-round magazine is the thing that is going to be the most. I could get anyone, I tell you, anyone capable of hitting at a target at 50 yards within a 4-hour training session with a red dot sighted AR-15 and a good magazine. It's a good ammunition. AR-15s are light, low recoil. They're loud because of the 5.56, but they're light, low recoil guns that almost anyone of most body structure can handle. Now, there's exceptions, of course. If you have specific physical challenges, that's another discussion. But if almost anyone, tiny to large, can handle a basic AR-15, and it is the gun that is most focused on for gun control, ironically, places like California, where they take away things that make it more functional, like the pistol grip, or reduce your magazine capacity, because they're trying to diminish the functionality of the gun. But the reality is, the reason they're doing that is because that is the gun that is most functional for most people, and it is therefore the one that almost anyone can handle pretty well with the smallest amount of training.
Yeah.
Yes. And I think there's a good point there in, if I were coaching someone who is buying an AR that has does not have iron sights on it at all, it is much easier to learn how to sight in and use a red dot on an AR than learning how to adjust the iron sights on an AR-15, right? Like, not that you can't learn that. You can watch a video on it, but it's much more intuitive to set up a red dot in that way.
This is actually where I would flip-flop. If you're with the pistol, don't concern yourself too much with the red dot. If you're going with an AR-15, concern yourself with a red dot.
Please get a red dot.
Do the opposite.
Yeah. Unless you were like in the Marines or something and you know how to dial in your irons, right? And even then you're going to have a better time with a red dot. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And a red dot is very intuitive. So one of the things that people aren't familiar with firearms, but when you bring up a long arm, there's multiple points of contact to the person shooting the gun. When you bring up a pistol, you probably have two hands on it and you're pushing your arms out, almost like you're like making a triangle. When you're using a long arm like an AR-15, there's a buttstock on your shoulder. Your cheek is on the actual comb, which is the base of the stock. Your other hand, your support hand, is holding the gun up on the front of it. You have a minimum of 3 points of contact. With a red dot, that makes it very stable and easy to get reliable hits. And the red dot means you can keep both eyes open, don't need to worry about the idiosyncrasies of focusing on a front sight. essentially, if it's 0, meaning the dot is regulated to where the gun hits, and you put the dot on the thing and press the trigger without doing something like jerking the gun, you'll hit the target. And so that's why that matters.
Yeah.
So what sort of budget should people be looking at? And like, would you be comfortable recommending like even brands that they should look at?
It all comes down to cost when it comes to AR-15s. You can spend as much money as you want. The reality is, I have a video on the channel. Never mind if you like or dislike the company. They're one of the ones that really push the lower cost products out there. PSA stands for Palmetto State Armory. You can go there and get your branded Trump lower, but at the same time, you can get an AR-15 for like $400.
Yeah,
and like in the gun space, you're not going to find someone to buy who is spotless and selling guns in large numbers cheaply.
Yeah,
like that's
generally not. So like so for $400 or around there from PSA, you can get a traditional what's called an M4. It's essentially a 16-inch carbine. It won't have any sighting system on it, so expect to throw another $200 ish onto a reasonable red dot sight on that. So for around the $600 range, you're going to get a gun that's going to weigh 7 pounds, but it's going to have low recoil, and you're going to have something that's for the most part reasonably reliable. Is it the best of is the best of the best? No, but it's reasonably lightweight. It is well manufactured. I've done videos about them on my channel. They've worked just fine. And so $400 to $400-ish for the gun, or the $200 for the sighting system, couple mags. You could get out the door for under $700 with everything, probably under that, maybe under $600, even if you're careful. Oh, but let me plug one thing. If you've got lots more money, double that. You get a what would Stoner do carbine, which I designed. It'll be half the weight and super reliable from KE Arms. But
I love mine.
Doesn't bring any money to me. I'm just saying the point I'm making here is you can get something good enough, and if you got more money, there is better out there that are lighter, more reliable guns. But you don't need to, is my point. I'm not trying to sell anything here.
Yeah. They are one of the few manufacturers who offer like a California compliant solution at checkout, which is nice for California people.
Yep. Yes. So that can be a really beneficial thing to you in terms of, not having it be something that you're scared about.
California compliant will probably mean no flash hider, no pistol grip, and a fixed magazine. At least at this point in time,
you can have the removable magazine if you don't have the flash hider, the pistol grip, and the collapsing stock. So
okay, all right. Well, if you can buy it from them ready to go, I know there's also magazine capacity requirements, or so maybe you have to buy like a couple 10-round mags or something like that.
Yeah.
Obviously, 30-round mags are better than 10-round mags, and for most, if you live in a place like California, do not worry too much about that. If you get a little proficiency on that, a couple 10-round mags will do a lot.
Yeah. And to be honest, in self-defense shootings, the odds are low that you will be firing that many rounds, right? Now, if you're in a self-defense shooting where you do need more bullets than that, there's really nothing that can replace having those bullets, available. But
don't get wrapped around the axle on it. Like, it's not something you can change.
The fact that you only have a 10-round magazine does not mean that you can't become proficient.
Yeah, and I don't want anyone here to think that I'm saying you shouldn't. You should be able to get a 60-round mag, as far as I'm concerned. Places like California that have these restrictions have them. Statistically speaking, and I don't know if this data has changed, most self-defense shootings happen within 3 yards, 3 seconds, 3 shots fired.
Yep.
I think it's really good to remember that when you're seeing some YouTuber tell you need to be able to have 30 rounds and fire 500 yards.
I don't go downtown without my backpack and my SBR 300 blackout with 630-round magazines accessible.
I was a conservative man scared of cities.
Yeah.
Yeah, I carry an RPG and I take the little safety cap off because I like to live that way.
Yeah, dangerously.
Down the
my clothing is made out of det cord. I just wear nothing but det cord wherever I go. We're all going down.
Yeah, at least you'll take some people with you.
This whole city block's done.
Self-defense martyrdom.
Oh, but let me say one more thing about long arms. Another thing you'll see for people that are new in the space, depending on like what they've seen or what they've consumed. This is going to get some hate. Don't bother with AKs.
Yeah.
Just don't. This is the United States of America, and this country believes in the AR-15. And what that boils down to is they're everywhere. They're prolific. The parts are here.
Yeah.
The repair is here. They're well manufactured. When you stray from that course to something like an AK, you're first of all, you're losing ergonomics, but that's a different problem. You're dealing with an unknown quantity of problems. You get an AR-15, that's what's in this country. It's what's prolific.
Yeah.
If you were in somewhere war-torn Africa, get your AK. Here,
I'll say this about the war-torn AK countries, because I've been in 3 countries where the primary arm is an AKM, right? Like a kind of AK, right? Syria, Ukraine, and Iraq. In all 3 of those countries, every soldier who knew their stuff, who was proficient and had the option, chose an AR platform if they could.
Yeah.
100% of the time. They're just better firearms.
Yeah, that's been my experience as well.
They look cool, but don't go there.
Yeah.
Just get an AR-15. Yeah.
Like, I love my AKs, but they're range toys, right? Like, yeah.
So let's talk about accessorizing, which again is much easier with ARs and AKs. Like, what other stuff do you need to build into your budget? If you've not shot before, you might not know that you need ear pro, eye pro, sling, maybe holster.
Well, we'll start with the firearms accessories, right? So with the pistol, first of all, we talked about safe storage, so that's already off the table. With the pistol, if you plan to carry it, you need a good, reliable holster and a good, reliable gun belt.
Good Lord. Yes.
Depending on how you want to carry it, that'll determine the kind of holster. If you want it outside the waistband, which means it sits outside your belt, that's one thing. If you're carrying it concealed, you're probably going to want an inside the waistband, which goes between your belt and your body. Again, another level of training there, because when you're drawing from that, things can go wrong.
Sure.
And that's where people tend to shoot themselves. So that's something you need to be very cautious of.
Yeah.
But with a pistol, typically, you're going to want probably an extra magazine or 2. It may come with one, depending on what you bought. A quality gun belt and a quality holster.
Now, what about a 44 Derringer and an ankle holster on each ankle, right? Like, that seems like the ideal solution. Anytime you're in danger, you just got to squat right down there, you know?
Yeah. No,
get real low.
Yep. Yeah. Especially when you've been pushed onto your back by the mob, and you're there in that scene, and you're pulling it out of your ankle holster. Yeah, right.
No.
Totally.
Just get a wire around the trigger and attach it to your toes so that you can squeeze your toes and fire the Derringer.
What you need is the belt buckle revolver from
North American Arms. Yeah, that's great.
No, from that freaking movie, the vampire movie, Quentin Tarantino.
Oh, geez.
Dusk Till Dawn.
Dusk Till Dawn. God, yeah.
No, but for the pistol belt, a magazine or 2 extra, it might come with them, and a quality holster. Now, the obvious question is, what's a quality holster? And the obvious answer is there's too many out there to be able to offer you that answer right now. Probably something polymer if it's going to be outside the waistband. And this will be another one that'll get people fired up. Generally avoid the Serpa holsters unless you really want to have a lot of training. Serpa holsters are one that have a little button on the side that allows the gun to come out. If you're not trained well or have the wrong gun in it, it also allows you to accidentally shoot yourself quite easily as well.
Yeah, best avoided.
That's a very good point. And also, one thing I will note is there's a danger that a lot of people aren't aware of with leather, which is that leather holsters. Now, there are some leather holsters that have like a trigger area reinforced with Kydex, which is, a rigid plasticky substance. But if it's not, in time, those can start to like get weaker and worn in such a way that it can also cause it to press the trigger when you holster it. Like, that's a thing that has happened to people. So I generally think you want the trigger guard to be rigid and not something that's going to like warp and be malleable around the trigger, right? Like, the whole point is that it stops the trigger from firing.
Yes, you want to avoid that. How about with the long guns? Like, what are you going to need to budget for those, and then other things like for shooting generally that you'll need if you don't already have them?
So when it comes to the long arm, we already said if you're going to get an AR-15, you're going to want to stick some sort of red dot sight on it. The lowest cost ones that are the unbelievably bomb-proof are a Chinese company called HoloSun.
Hell yeah.
I have a HoloSun from 2017 that still works just fine.
I love my HoloSuns. Yeah.
My HoloSun's been bounced down an asphalt road and it still works fine. So
yeah, it's the opposite of a fail sun, a HoloSun.
Exactly. So you can pick up a red dot HoloSun. Those can go in. You can get those sometimes as low as like $150.
Yeah.
So you'll need a red dot sight. A sling is nice, not required, especially if you're going to be using it within the premises of your property. You probably don't need to worry about that. Also, slings can cause issues, like get caught on things or on things in your house, or even tangle you up. So that's a training issue. So sling is iffy. An extra magazine or 2. And if you're planning on needing to use this for a defensive purpose inside of your home or structure or at night, it's not the worst thing in the world to throw on a flashlight.
Yeah.
Yes, especially if it's like a defensive firearm, like it's your home defense gun, or a carry gun, like a flashlight. And also I think it's generally a good idea if you're going to carry a carry firearm with a flashlight, have another flashlight that's not on a gun, because one thing you should never do is use your gun flashlight to look at just random shit that you need a flashlight for.
Yeah, you come home at night, it's dark, you forgot. You can't find which key is the right key, so you're using your gun to illuminate your door.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
No.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
No.
That's a pretty good list of accessories there. Make sure you have allowed ear and eye protection as well.
So that's where we're going to go. On the safety side of things, you need proper shooting glasses. That means not the glasses that you picked up for readers at Walgreens. Their shooting glasses can be as cheap as $9, all the way up to hundreds of bucks. You can get them at the sporting goods store, but they're designed with the kind of plastic to be able to take shrapnel or hits from pieces of fragments that are high velocity. They're meant for that. So $10 shooting glasses.
Yes.
You need hearing protection. Those can be squishy earplugs you put in your ear, or they can be over-the-head muffs. Do not ever shoot guns except in the most critical conditions or situations without eye protection and hearing protection, because that's the kind of stuff where you lose an eye, and every time you fire that gun, you're losing hearing every time.
Yes. And like for the really, because obviously most, like, it hurts to shoot a firearm without hearing protection. Like, you can get away with shooting a gun without eye pro every time but the one time, right? Which is why I really emphasize eye protection. It's easy to convince yourself, I don't need to have it on right now. You do.
Because that's the day that it does the thing.
Yes. Guns do fuck up, for lack of a better term. And you really don't want your eye unprotected if they do.
Yeah, it's a bad day.
Absolutely. And so, but on the safety side of eye protection and hearing protection, it can be as cheap as $10 shooting glasses and a bottle of squishy earplugs. You're going to be in there for $20.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be expensive. So make sure you have it and make sure you use it.
But you know what? Before you do any of this, you know what's a smart thing to do? Go take a class from Stop the Bleed and learn how to use tourniquets and medical gear.
Yes.
And have that around anyway. Before you ever buy a gun, go do that.
Yes.
That's the most important thing you could do for anyone.
Yeah. Yes. That as you said, should be a priority before getting the firearm. And if you have the money to get and train a gun, you have no excuse for not having an individual first aid kit, an IFAK, and the knowledge of how to use it. Yeah. Right.
And I think Stop the Bleed classes are usually free. You can look it up at stopthebleed.com or .org. Google it. Take a class that teaches you how to use a tourniquet, how to use a bandage, have an IFAK, as was just mentioned, which can be a pretty simple kit.
Yep.
And as you said, Robert, if you can afford a gun, you can afford that.
Yeah.
And have that with you on the range anytime you're shooting. Because as you said, guns can fuck up. They usually don't. But if they do, you're going to want that IFAK. And that IFAK and that training might just help your neighbor one day when they get in a car accident or whatever.
I regularly make the decision not to carry my gun with me places, right? You know, I'm going to go out and get drunk tonight. I don't need to have a firearm on me when I'm drunk. But you know what I always have is the IFAK, right? Every single time, you know? Because number one, drunk with an IFAK, I'm probably less effective, but I'm not going to endanger anyone.
You're just like, hey, buddy, I think you need a tourniquet. And he's like, no, I don't.
No, give me your... Google said this goes around the neck.
but once again, a Stop the Bleed class and an IFAK is more likely to serve you or your community more than any gun ever will.
Yeah, I think that's a great place. I would say that if you are going down this pathway and you're looking to join openly leftist gun organizations, there are several, right? John Brown Gun Club, Socialist Rifle Association. We've had those people on our show before. Be cautious when you're doing that and keep an eye on things, because that could be something that might get you into trouble in the long run. So it's something to be aware of.
Yeah, it might be good to just put a holder on joining a new organization until we're a few months into this thing coming up next year. Maybe have an idea about what kind of things might be safe and what kind of things might be less safe.
Definitely.
No, but none of that stops you from using Signal, building community, and learning how to use a firearm properly.
Right. Meeting people, yes, and like training with them, you know, and getting training, building proficiency. Absolutely. All of that is legal and will remain legal. Just don't start. If anyone ever talks to you about, let's make a militia.
Don't do that.
it's time to leave that conversation, right? Because among other things, at this point, there's a good chance they're the FBI.
If you live in Michigan, do not.
Yeah.
This podcast brought to you by COINTELPRO.
Yeah, that's great.
But I mean, it's a tough challenge. And so the other thing you can do is also, once you've got your basic proficiency up and you know that you are safe in terms of handling things, let me throw this out there too. It doesn't have to be any specific one, although remember, you're going into a space that may not be politically your comfortable place. A good place to build up skill is to go shoot matches, competitions.
Yeah.
For the most part, it's business oriented. You'll hear some stupid comments here or there, depending on what match you're at. But the reality is, you're not there for that. You're there to get better with your gun on a course of fire that they put up for you. Pay your $10 or $20, learn how to shoot better in those conditions. And that's another space to, once the basic training's out of the way, don't go to a match to be training. Use the match to help increase your skill after you've gotten training. But those matches can be a place to really help you out a lot. And there's a lot of them around, and those are easier to find than almost anything.
Yep. Practice score is where you can look them up if you're into that kind of thing.
Excellent.
Thanks very much for joining us, Carl. Do you want to very briefly plug your YouTube channel? Where can people find you?
Well, sure. And thank you for having me on the show. It's always a treat. I really appreciate it. It's always great to be able to just to hang out with you both. Should do it more often.
Yeah.
You can find my work. It's InRange TV. You can find my website at inrange.tv. I'm distributed, decentralized across multiple platforms, the predominant one being YouTube. Cover everything from civil rights, history, human rights, to firearms, to from Old West flintlocks up to the most modern machine guns across the channel. Some of it is instructional, some of it's history. And I've got a cool video dropping tomorrow, in fact. Well, tomorrow, based on when we're recording this, on the opium wars and how Britain and China's firearms technology discrepancy caused Hong Kong to be owned by Britain. That's the kind of stuff I do on my channel. So check that out. And if you want to find matches that are going to be a place that is truly an inclusive space, we do run matches called brutality matches. You can find them at brutalitymatches.org. They're not monthly. We have run a couple of them across the country, but I can guarantee you that's a space you will feel comfortable because we make it that way.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thanks, Carl.
What's up, fam? I'm sports journalist Ari Chambers.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your girl, Sam J.
And we're the hosts of Everyone Watches Women's Sports, a new podcast from Together and iHeart Women's Sports.
Because let's be real, women's sports is giving us way too much to talk about these days.
So Kelsey Findler, she became the first female solo rower to go from California to Hawaii.
My first thought is just like, what's up with the snacks? Like, what are we eating?
The highlights, the rivalries, the breakout stars, the moments that take over your entire timeline.
And the conversations that start during the game and somehow keep going all week, every week. We're breaking down the biggest stories across women's sports.
Naomi Osaka showing out. She beat Sabalenka.
Shout out to you, Naomi.
You get the palm, Naomi. You get the palm
for that. Because we're not just interested in what happened. We're interested in why everyone's talking about it. Because everyone watches women's sports. Listen to Everyone Watches Women's Sports
on the iHeartRadio app,
Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Portlandia fans.
Carrie Brownstein and Fred Armisen here.
You know us, or rather, you know them. Tony and Candace, Nina and Lance, Spike, and yes, the chicken.
We've played a lot of iconic characters over the years, but today we're showing up as ourselves to tell you about Podlandia, AO Rewatch, our brand new podcast.
Each week, we'll revisit an episode of Portlandia from the very beginning, breaking down the sketches, exploring the backstories of our most iconic characters, revisiting the Portland locations you know and love, and opening up about our creative process.
How did any of this get made? Why do we think that was a good idea? We're ready to talk about it.
And we'll also be joined by the people who helped bring it all to life. Guest stars, collaborators, and friends, including director Jonathan Kreisel, the mayor himself, Kyle MacLachlan, legendary musician Amy Mann, and many more.
Kyle is going for it here. You fully improvised not just words, but a song, a melody.
Well, I thought he was going to write. I thought you were all going to write a song.
I remember you thinking that.
Listen to Podlandia, Ayo Rewatch on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Chelsea Handler from Dear Chelsea. Every week, the news gets worse, the world gets crazier, and Yamanika is here to tell whoever's responsible, you're the problem.
If you come over here to play games, I'ma check you, okay? If you do some in the news that don't sound good, I'ma play you.
Join Yamanika Saunders as she breaks down the week's most problematic stories on her new podcast, You're the Problem with Yamanika.
Do you know I just found out who Sydney Sweeney was?
New episodes weekly every Wednesday as part of my new network, the Dear Chelsea Network.
If he got a bunch of women, then I should have a bunch of men. Do better or do less so I don't have to do so much.
So join Yamanika each episode as she answers one question. Who's the problem?
I'm Yamanika, and I'm out. Listen to You're the Problem with Yamanika on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Nick Turturro. You probably know me from NYPD Blue, The Longest Yard, or Spike Lee's BlacKkKlansman. But I'm also from Queens, which means I know pizza. And on my new podcast, Delivering Happiness with Nick Turturro, I deliver pizza from Prince Street Pizza to a new guest.
Are you delivering pizza now?
Then we sit down for a real conversation. I've shared a slice with everyone, from Seth Rollins.
What are you doing with my belt?
To Alex Rodriguez.
Just to let you people know, we're talking to one of the goats here.
To Bill Burr.
I don't think I've ever met somebody so exactly out of their mind as I am.
And now, we even have more great guests coming up, including the great John Turturro.
It's called happiness. Delivering happiness.
Mariano Rivera. And many, many more. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Delivering Happiness with Nick Turturro, and listen now.
Last week, two major news networks, CNN and CNBC, partnered with the so-called prediction market, Kalshi, an online political betting platform, to use Kalshi's real-time betting data in TV news segments, online news content, and, as Kalshi announced on X, the Everything app, quote, to integrate prediction markets into CNN's global newsroom. With Kalshi threatening, quote, a new era of media is here. This is It Could Happen Here. I'm Garrison Davis. Regular CNN viewers may have noticed this integration has already been happening for some time. This past election cycle, news anchors used betting odds in place of an addition to polling data to weigh the likelihood of candidates winning elections. CNN's chief data analyst Harry Enton, a Nate Silver protege who used to work for 538, trailblazed the use of political gambling data in news stories earlier this year. Kalshi praised Enton by name in their announcement of the CNN partnership. Quote, Enton is an expert at translating what data and polling are saying on any given issue, and through this integration, he can tap into real-time prediction markets data to better inform and fact-check his reporting, unquote. Here's an example of this reporting in a CNN segment from October 2025.
If you go back 6 months ago, you go back to April, Kate Baldwin, what were we looking at? Well, we were looking at the Democrats with a very clear shot of taking control of the U.S. House of Representatives, according to the Kalshi prediction market odds. We saw them at an 83% chance. But those odds have gone plummeting down. Now we're talking about just a 63% chance, while the GOP's chances up like a rocket, up like gold, up from 17% to now a 37% chance. So we'll look like a pretty clear, likely Democratic win in the House come next year has become much closer to a toss-up at this point, although still slightly leaning Democratic.
Harry Enton never clarifies how these quote-unquote odds are formed or what they really are. To a viewer who just tuned in or maybe isn't paying that much attention, it would be very unclear that these numbers are actually from a gambling website. They're just big percentages displayed on screen, the way you would see polling data or legitimate information used in a newsroom. This short section, using the Kalshi prediction market odds, was then followed by 3 minutes of analysis using selective midterm voting data from 2017 and 2018 to support the movement in these gambling odds. The gambling odds themselves were the load-bearing piece of information in this piece. Kalshi's main competitor, another so-called prediction market called Polymarket, partnered with X, the Everything app, and Yahoo Finance earlier this year to integrate their prediction data into online news content. Time Magazine and Sports Illustrated have also both launched deals with the prediction market platform Galactic. So what exactly are these prediction markets and how do they function? On Polymarket and Kalshi, users can bet yes or no on the outcome of a question relating to world events, which is called a market. As more money is wagered on either side, the odds of the outcome change. Currently, top questions include various predictions for Time Person of the Year, will the US strike Venezuela before the end of the year, the release of the Epstein files, and who will be the next president. Kalshi has Trump's chances at 6%. Here's Polymarket CEO Shane Copeland explaining on 60 Minutes.
You make money if you're right, you lose money if you're wrong. And as a result, it creates this information that's really useful for people.
These companies would like you to believe that the ratio of people betting yes or no on a certain outcome of world events is somehow useful or reliable information for the general public to forecast the future. Whether that's through betting on the likelihood of an upcoming recession, the winner of a sports game, which days of the week Israel will bomb Gaza, or what movie will win Best Picture. Almost $50 million is currently being wagered over a potential Russia-Ukraine ceasefire in 2025. Prediction markets currently have $3 billion in weekly trading volume. I do need to note, these companies argue that hedging outcomes of world events legally is not gambling, because that would be illegal. Payments through unauthorized gambling sites are illegal under the Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act of 2006, which suppressed the early prediction markets of the 2000s. But Kalshi is regulated as a platform for trading financial derivatives, rather than securities trading or straight-up legalized gambling. And this determines what entity they have to register with and what regulations they're subject to. Kalshi launched in 2021 with a federal license from the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. And after a years-long battle, in October 2024, a federal appeals court ruled in favor of Kalshi, allowing online prediction market betting on U.S. elections, rejecting claims by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission that the practice was illegal gambling, and their concerns that prediction market betting could undermine election integrity. Former CFTC chairman Rostam Behnam made a statement in May of 2024 reading, quote, "Contracts involving political events ultimately commoditize and degrade the integrity of the uniquely American experience of participating in the democratic electoral process. Allowing these contracts would push the CFTC, a financial market regulator, into a position far beyond its congressional mandate and expertise," unquote. A week before his dad took office in January 2025, Donald Trump Jr. became a strategic advisor at Kalshi. Polymarket launched in 2020 without registering with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and was fined $1.4 million by the CFTC in 2022 for operating as an unregulated exchange, and was henceforth prohibited from allowing bets from US-based users. Though the Polymarket CEO sees it a little different.
It was a $1.4 million fine, and also...
It was a settlement.
And you could not have customers in the United States.
Yeah, we had to go and geoblock trading in the U.S. and move certain operations offshore. And it wasn't, hey, you're banned from trading in the U.S. It's like, until you're licensed.
I mean, it was breaking the law.
I mean, people say breaking the law. It's like, which law, you know? So, if anything, it's incompatible.
It's incompatible with the law.
Yeah, with the regulatory matrix that existed.
The past 2 years, Polymarket has found to be facilitating illegal gambling and subsequently banned in the countries of Switzerland, France, the UK, Poland, Singapore, Belgium, Romania, and Australia. Most of these bans just require geo-blocking users, which can be easily circumvented through the use of a VPN, and since the financial transactions on Polymarket are all done through cryptocurrency, it's not clear that Polymarket is taking any steps to enforce these bans beyond geo-blocking. In the midst of facing regulatory hurdles and bans from across the globe, Polymarket still exploded in popularity last year, attracting investment from Peter Thiel's venture capital firm and hundreds of thousands of new users, primarily driven by betting on the U.S. presidential election, speculation on whether Biden would drop out of the race, and who Trump would pick as vice president, all despite the platform technically being banned in the United States. After the first presidential debate in July 2024 around the attempted assassination of Trump and the RNC, Polymarket gained 60,000 new accounts. The year prior, Polymarket averaged 2,300 new accounts per month. August 2024 saw 70,000 new accounts. September, 90,000. October, 300,000. The month after Trump's second inauguration, 400,000. Currently, Polymarket has over 60,000 daily active traders and hundreds of thousands of monthly traders since October 2024. To give another example of their recent growth, in April 2023, Polymarket's monthly volume was about $3 million. A year later, it was $39 million. In November 2024, it was $2.5 billion. Last month, it was $3.7 billion. In summer 2025, Kash Patel's FBI and the CFTC under Trump dropped investigations into whether Polymarket was illegally allowing U.S. users to place bets using VPNs. Shortly thereafter, Donald Trump Jr.'s venture capital invested in the platform, and Trump Jr. himself joined Polymarket's advisory board. Curiously, a few days after Trump Jr. joined Polymarket, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission announced it was going to allow Polymarket to operate in the United States after acquiring another company that held a U.S. license. This past October, Trump's own Truth Social announced it was partnering with Crypto.com to launch Truth Predict, quote, a revolutionary prediction market backed by President Trump for enhanced decision-making, unquote. When Barry Weiss's 60 Minutes did a puff piece on Polymarket with its CEO last week, Anderson Cooper inquired about the risk of insider trading. Polymarket's CEO, Shane Kaplan, seemed to think that a little bit of insider trading might be good, actually.
But predictive markets do rely on someone having some inside information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that people going and having an edge to the market is a good thing. Obviously, you need to curate them and you need to be really clear and stringent on where the line is drawn and like sort of ethics. And we spend a lot of time on that, but it's sort of an inevitability that this will happen. And there's a lot of benefits from it. And people will adapt.
The CEO did not elaborate on what Polymarket's practice of curating insider trading looks like and where their quote-unquote stringent line is drawn, because in reality, it doesn't seem this line exists. They essentially encourage insider trading through these vague statements and lack of clear enforcement. From the point of view of these platforms, insider trading makes their prediction markets more accurate, so it's a net positive. And if it fucks over some users on the other side of a bet, that's just the cost of business. Last week, an alleged insider trader won over $1 million for bets on Google's 2025 Year in Search rankings, listing 22 out of 23 in the correct order. This user has made a series of early bets related to Google the past year, like the exact release date of Google's Gemini 3.0, which they won $150,000 on. But because this Polymarket user isn't trading stock, there's no clear regulatory mechanism to stop this behavior. And Polymarket can't reverse these trades because they run through the blockchain. Not that they would even necessarily want to. Professional gambler, political data analyst, and Polymarket advisor Nate Silver was also asked about insider trading on the China Talk podcast 2 months ago.
Are you worried about insider trading with this, with all this political betting? I mean, there's an aspect of like, look, these are all crypto. You get on these markets with crypto, and like there were markets like which way is Suzanne Collins going to vote, and the sort of the like the tail outcomes for like a legislative assistant in her office are you can make 10 times your salary in like a minute, right? What's your thing on this?
For sure. I mean, look, I think there are a couple of qualifications, though. Like, first of all, I think people on the inside often aren't as well as informed as they think, or there's some downsides to having an inside view and not an outside view. You might drink the Kool-Aid, so to speak, right? You might be in a bubble. Yeah, look, I mean,
there are ones where it's like you can literally. I mean, there's been lots of group chats, people talking about like very, very sketchy trades and one-way bets that are being made in the stock market of like what's going to happen with a trade deal. I mean, you can literally be the person who decides, right, and be betting on the side on it. It's kind of weird.
If there are incentives to make money in a world of 8 billion people, many of whom are very competitive, and not all of them, most of them have access to the internet, right? People are going to find a way to do it, right?
Let's pause here for a sec. What do you think Nick goes on to list as a comparison to political insider trading as like an unfortunate but somewhat inevitable consequence of our evolving system of finance?
Like in the crypto space, we've seen like an increasing number of like crypto kidnappings, right? Well, I mean, that's one of the consequences if people are worth vast amounts of wealth that isn't very secure. It's just going to happen until you up security or have better solutions or whatever else. And so like, I don't think there's necessarily any more or less insider trading on like Polymarket than there might be in sports betting sites. We've seen a lot of sports betting scandals, or for regular equities. I believe the literature says that like members of Congress achieve abnormal returns from their stock portfolios. I'm sure there's some debate about that. I have to double check that, right?
It's fine, bros. It's just like cryptocurrency kidnapping. It's fine, actually. So Nate goes on to say that prediction market insider trading isn't that different from congressmen doing insider trading on the stock market or like rigged sports betting. But he really neglects to emphasize that those things are also bad and should be aggressively clamped down on. That shouldn't be allowed. And prediction markets intentionally skirt regulation. They currently have far less legal protections for users against unfair practices, and with crypto, they can be pretty anonymized, enabling bad actors. And now, news companies are legitimizing turning everyone's phone into a corrupt casino for world events. Whether that's Israel starving Palestine, or how many tweets Elon Musk is going to publish this week. The day before Kalshi announced their partnership agreement with CNN and then CNBC, CBS aired a 60 minutes puff piece on Polymarket anchored by Anderson Cooper.
When we met with Copeland last month, more than $3.6 million had been wagered on whether or not Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro would be out of power by the end of the year. Polymarket users didn't think so. They gave it only a 23% chance. And if you buy no on that, and you're buying it at 78 cents, and at the end of the year, he's still in power.
Yeah, you get $1 per share.
So you've made a profit of
22 cents per share.
I can see why this would be, I don't want to use the term addictive, but it would be compelling. Maybe it is addictive, I don't know, but it's certainly compelling.
This is how I see it. If you are into geopolitics, this creates an incentive for you to dig in to what's going on in Venezuela and try and get an edge.
Anderson Cooper, who both works for the newly Kalshi-partnered CNN, as well as CBS's 60 Minutes, is so hesitant to call this clearly addictive practice quote-unquote, compelling. Here's how Polymarket CEO Shane Copeland explained the platform earlier in this piece.
It's a site where you can basically bet on current events. Some sort of question about the future, like an election. And as a result, when a ton of people are betting, you get the betting odds, which basically tell you how likely each outcome is.
And how accurate is it?
It's the most accurate thing we have as mankind right now, until someone else creates some sort of super crystal ball.
Anderson Cooper responds with narration that the CEO, quote, may be prone to hyperbole, but he's definitely on to something, unquote. In explaining how Polymarket users attempt to seek truth and gain an edge, Copeland told the story of how in 2024, an anonymous French user made over $80 million on Polymarket by betting on Trump winning the presidential election. And to bolster his bets, he contracted YouGov to conduct private polls in swing states.
People thought he just liked Trump, and he had actually commissioned a ton of private polls. He did something called neighbor polling, which is you ask people who they think their neighbors are likely to vote for. For scenarios for an election where there's a stigma to saying you're going to vote for somebody and people feel some sort of social awkwardness. And what he noticed was there was a huge discrepancy in the neighbor polling versus the normal polling. And the neighbor polling favored Trump enormously. He thought Trump was undervalued. If this guy was not able to make $80 million, but rather able to make $80,000, he would have never gone through the hassle. But when you get markets that are big enough, you create this incentive for people to go above and beyond to try and find truth.
What the CEO is arguing here is that the sheer scale of money being wagered creates incentive to, quote unquote, find truth. In media discussions of prediction markets, there's this specter of objectivity around the gambled odds, which obviously the CEO of Polymarket has a personal incentive to encourage. But Anderson Cooper here doesn't challenge this notion of capital T truth, even though Donald Trump was way ahead in prediction market odds back during the 2020 election, which had his chances of winning that election far higher than what pure polling models showed. Kalshi claims that prediction markets can help journalists, quote unquote, fact check, but doesn't explain how fact can be determined from speculative gambling markets. Where is the fact in gambling? Well, we will find out after these ads. To quote from Polymarket advisor Nate Silver's blog, The Silver Bulletin, quote, "It's basically good when people are more exposed to probabilities and they become more normalized. But, of course, I also analyze polls and build probabilistic models myself. In that capacity, I strongly disagree with the notion that prediction markets can serve as a good substitute for polls." These sorts of claims are sometimes advanced by the prediction market companies themselves, including Polymarket, to be fair. One minor pet peeve is that both reporters and readers often confuse probabilities for poll results, unquote. As Nate goes on to explain, if Trump is up 55 to 45 over Kamala Harris on a prediction market, that's not saying that Trump is expected to win by 10 points. It means that 10% more users on the website favor Trump winning, which is pretty close to a toss-up. This confusion is a huge problem, which is bolstered in both how prediction market companies market their platform, but also how journalists use gambling data in news stories. If you see a social media post, an advertisement, or a random news segment showing percentages tied to pictures of two politicians in a race, without context, those betting numbers could be interpreted in a number of ways and influence someone's perception of an election and maybe even their choice on who to vote for or even whether to vote at all. In an October speech, Zohran Mamdani referenced Kalshi billboards predicting a Cuomo victory in the Democratic primary.
When I walked the length of Manhattan just a few days before the election, hundreds of New Yorkers marched alongside me. And when we strode into Times Square under a billboard with betting odds that showed Cuomo's chances of winning at nearly 80%, we knew that the so-called experts were set to get it wrong yet again. Andrew Cuomo was supposed to be inevitable. When you see the Kalshi odds that have our chances of victory in the 90s, know this: you are reading the same things that Andrew Cuomo read when he went to sleep each night in June, believing that his victory was promised. We cannot allow complacency to infiltrate this movement.
Kalshi excitedly shared the latter half of that clip, proclaiming, "Breaking! Zohran Mamdani references his Kalshi odds on stage. Kalshi is mainstream," unquote, despite this clip demonstrating how prediction markets often suffer from inaccurate bias. Last week, discount Steve Kornacki, former 538 analyst and now CNN's data expert Harry Enton, shared this segment about the Tennessee District 7 special election on X the Everything app with the caption, "Odds are Dems will come within 10 points of a win, if not outright win."
I would say if you had to look at the congressional map, any district that Donald Trump won by 22 points, you would say, you know, you've got like nearly a 100% chance of winning if you're running for Congress there. But what are the prediction markets saying right now?
Yeah, what are we talking about in terms of the prediction market odds? Look, the Democrat has a 15% chance of winning in that race, okay? A 15% chance, which ain't nothing in a district that Donald Trump won by 22 points. But here, I think, is the key nugget on this side of the ledger, and that is a GOP win by under 10 points. There's a 68% chance of that. So there is a more than two-thirds chance that the Republican candidate, yes, they win, but they win by a significantly lower margin than Donald Trump. We're talking about double digits, smaller. We're talking about a huge, huge shift to the left. We're talking about, when you add these two together, we're talking about a more than 80% chance that there is a clear double-digit shift to the left and a 15% chance the Democrat actually wins in a district that Donald Trump won by 22 points. That just shows you how bad the environment is for Republicans right now, that the Democrat has any sort of a chance in this district.
Talk to me about what the special election.
He's just authoritatively rattling off complete speculation on a Democrat victory as big screens display percentages in huge text with source Kalshi in tiny text at the bottom of the screen. Ordinary polling showed that this was a close race that leaned red by 2 to 8 points, and the Republican did end up winning by 9 points. To quote the broken clock, Nate Silver, quote, "Without having polls to look at, the prediction markets would probably kind of suck at making election forecasts. Translating polls into probabilities is considerably more complicated when there are many correlated races at once, such as in the battle for the Electoral College or control of Congress. Prediction markets had a strong 2024 in this regard. They leaned toward Trump when our model had it at 50-50. I don't think this was because of any special modeling insight per se, but because they incorporated some sort of prior intuition that Trump would overperform his polls again. So give the markets credit for that. These sorts of soft, quote-unquote, intangible intuitions can be valuable, though you'd need a lot of data to determine whether they add or subtract value in the long run, unquote. As Nate himself acknowledges, someone like Andrew Cuomo had much higher betting odds throughout the entire New York mayoral race than a purely statistical model would show. A contention I have with Nate, one of many, is though I call prediction market numbers gambling odds, they are not actual probabilities. These odds aren't based on objective mathematical principles like flipping a coin, the three-door problem, or even something like blackjack. These odds are created whole cloth through guessing, sometimes educated or data-informed guessing, but still primarily through people's intuition, which is susceptible to group impulses. Many random world events lack a reliable basis of continuous, controlled data that's needed to form a probability, like that which is applied to legalized sports betting. This is quite evident in the betting odds around the last papal conclave, which had very little relevant data to use for informed predictions. There was no existing probability to support the election of an American pope, a first-time occurrence. With prediction markets, people can still do research to make an informed bet, but it's not really the case that X candidate is mathematically expected to win an election 80 out of 100 instances. A hive mind of users have formed that statistical division through the power of money. 80% of users are betting that a certain result is likely to occur. So the problem isn't just that, like Nate says, people are confusing probabilities for polls. It's that they're confusing prediction market betting odds for mathematical probabilities. It's this difference that allows betting on sports outcomes via Kalshi and Polymarket, even in states that ban typical sports betting. Because you're not actually betting on fixed odds, you're betting against other investors. And now, news companies are not just manufacturing consent and normalizing political gambling, but are actively encouraging the use of these platforms and endorsing the predictive capacity of these gambling markets. Anderson Cooper calls it the quote-unquote wisdom of crowds. But we already have methods for learning group consensus, like polling, which may have problems, but frankly, far fewer problems than gambling on world events. Beyond the moral qualms of betting money on human suffering, prediction markets are susceptible to not just personal bias, but group bias based on the current ratio of odds. This in-group consensus can be influenced by short-lived trending topics, and these platforms cater to a hyper-online point of view. Prediction market users provide a very non-representational sample variety, pulling from a very specific type of guy who regularly uses these platforms. To quote from Kalshi's CNN partnership announcement, quote, Kalshi has become the definitive source for staying informed about the future and is used by reporters, politicians, pundits, Wall Street, and Main Street. It recently called the New York City mayoral election 8 minutes after polls closed, hours before the media. It's because of this accuracy that Kalshi's data will serve as a powerful complement to CNN's reporting. Journalists can more easily surface credible information to their audiences about the real-time probabilities of future cultural and political events. Unquote. In practice, this reporting mixes gambling data and actually reputable or credible polls in a confusing way, like this recent CNN segment which cites Kalshi odds on whether Trump will send tariff stimulus checks, as well as CBS YouGov polling data on if tariffs lower prices, back to back in the same segment.
Do they think that the tariffs, that these rebate checks are actually coming? And at this point, no. I mean, Trump tariff, the tariff stimulus checks are sent to Americans by August of 2026. It's a 25% chance. That's a 1 in 4, so that's not nothing. But the American people right now are craving some relief, and at this point, it doesn't look like it is coming. Although I will note, John Berman, this 25%, it is greater than this 6% who say that tariffs decrease prices, or that 5% back in March, which are just, you never see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%. So look, 25% ain't nothing, but at this point, it's low.
Yeah, it's interesting. The prediction markets think that only 1 in 4 chance that it will actually happen there.
Is this really what the future of political forecasting is going to be? Maybe, maybe not. But there are 4 horsemen of this political gambling apocalypse. Nate Silver, via his gamification of election predictions based on his time as a professional gambler. Sports betting, especially since the Supreme Court struck down a federal law banning sports betting outside of Nevada in 2018, resulting in almost 40 states subsequently legalizing some form of sports betting, which has facilitated the accessibility of gambling to grow dramatically across the country the past 10 years through the spread of online sports betting apps. The third horseman is Trump, or the Trump administration, through their removal of regulatory hurdles facing prediction markets. And finally, that CNN guy, Harry Enton, a Nate Silver protege who trailblazed the use of political gambling data in news stories the past year. These 4 horsemen, Nate Silver, sports betting, Trump, and Harry Enton, have created the cultural and political conditions for political gambling to spread like wildfire, which, hey, is also something you can bet on. During the LA fires, prediction market users could bet on how many acres would burn. So what is the end game of this gambling apocalypse that seems to be inching its way closer and closer? To answer that, here's a clip from Kalshi co-founder and CEO Tarek Mansour.
The long-term vision is to financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion. We are living in a world where we have an abundance of information, but there's a lot of noise, and we don't really understand what's real from what's not. And prediction markets are an antidote to that. They do a very, very good job at distilling information and surfacing truth to people. And you're seeing this sort of massive shift where people are using them whenever they think about questions about the future, whenever they're debating about anything. And I think that trajectory is going to keep going. That's a new consumer habit that I don't think is going to be undone.
This is the demon child of crypto and sports betting. This financialization of everything to form a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion, creating new, addictive consumer habits. These companies want to apply the logic of smartphone sports betting to everything, where everyone gets to be their own little Nate Silver while carrying around their own digital casino in their pocket, getting addicted to gambling on speculation of world suffering. And CNN is complicit in this. CNN and others have decided to partner with platforms that enable the people who decide when to drop bombs around the world to win millions of dollars by betting money on the choices they themselves are making at the expense of the rest of the world. And these companies think this is a good thing because the betting odds can serve as a potential heads up that something is likely to happen. Simple consumer protections for users, which currently are non-existent, are just not enough. Congress needs to be far more involved in regulating online betting, and in the case of political events, it should just be completely banned. It is detrimental to a healthy society. It incentivizes corruption, cruelty, and erodes public trust. Gambling doesn't need to go away entirely, but it should return to being time and location locked. Go to Las Vegas like a fucking adult. Currently, there is no existing mechanism for individual states to regulate prediction markets. Only the federal government can. And Trump's federal government certainly seems like it's not going to, considering the president's son works for both of the main platforms, Kalshi and Polymarket. And while news companies are legitimizing this, these platforms are now working as their own news aggregators. Specifically, Polymarket's social media account, which is acting as a news aggregation account, because that drives traffic back to their website where people can bet on the news stories that Polymarket is sharing, even if those news stories are speculative or completely made up. On December 5th, Polymarket posted, quote, "Just in, suspected J6 pipe bomber's legal counsel projected to argue he was included in Trump's pardon of those involved in January 6th, unquote. This claim subsequently spread all around the internet, parroted by people of a variety of political orientations. But if you read closely, the original post says, suspected J6 pipe bomber's legal counsel projected to argue he was included in Trump's pardon. Polymarket is just spreading gambling information as if it is news content. Quote-unquote projected just means that Polymarket users are betting on this. But these projected posts are mixed in with other posts, just aggregating the day's news. So unless you are paying super close attention, which rarely people on the internet are, this becomes a Trojan horse of disinformation. When news companies use the term projected on election night, usually that indicates with pretty clear mathematical certainty that an event is going to happen. When Polymarket uses projected in news tweets, it only indicates that internet gamblers are swinging around money in an effort to create truth. With once legitimate news companies not just complicit, but active participants in this process. That does it for us today at It Could Happen Here. See you on the other side.
What's up, fam? I'm sports journalist Ari Chambers.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your girl, Sam J.
And we're the hosts of Everyone Watches Women's Sports, a new podcast from Together and iHeart Women's Sports.
Because let's be real, women's sports is giving us way too much to talk about these days.
So Kelsey Findler, she became the first female solo rower to go from California to Hawaii.
My first thought is just like, what's up with the snacks? Like, what are we eating?
The highlights, the rivalries, the breakout stars, the moments that take over your entire timeline.
And the conversations that start during the game and somehow keep going all week, every week. We're breaking down the biggest stories across women's sports.
Naomi Osaka showing out. She beat Sabalenka.
Shout out to you, Naomi.
You get the palm, Naomi. You get the palm
for that. Because we're not just interested in what happened. We're interested in why everyone's talking about it. Because everyone watches women's sports. Listen to Everyone Watches Women's Sports
on the iHeartRadio app,
Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Portlandia fans.
Carrie Brownstein and Fred Armisen here.
You know us, or rather, you know them. Tony and Candace, Nina and Lance, Spike, and yes, the chicken.
We've played a lot of iconic characters over the years, but today we're showing up as ourselves to tell you about Podlandia AO Rewatch, our brand new podcast.
Each week, we'll revisit an episode of Portlandia from the very beginning, breaking down the sketches, exploring the backstories of our most iconic characters, revisiting the Portland locations you know and love, and opening up about our creative process.
How did any of this get made? Why do we think that was a good idea? We're ready to talk about it.
And we'll also be joined by the people who helped bring it all to life. Guest stars, collaborators, and friends, including director Jonathan Kreisel, the mayor himself, Kyle MacLachlan, legendary musician Amy Mann, and many more.
Kyle is going for it here. You fully improvised not just words, but a song, a melody.
Well, I thought he was going to write. I thought you were all going to write a song.
I remember you thinking that.
Listen to Podlandia Ayo Rewatch on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Nick Turturro. You probably know me from NYPD Blue, The Longest Yard, or Spike Lee's Black Klansman. But I'm also from Queens, which means I know pizza. And on my new podcast, Delivering Happiness with Nick Turturro, I deliver pizza from Prince Street Pizza to a new guest.
Are you delivering pizza now?
Then we sit down for a real conversation. I've shared a slice with everyone, from Seth Rollins.
What are you doing with my belt?
To Alex Rodriguez.
Just to let you people know, we're talking to one of the goats here.
To Bill Burr.
I don't think I've ever met somebody so exactly out of their mind as I am.
And now, we even have more great guests coming up, including the great John Turturro.
It's called happiness, delivering happiness.
Mariano Rivera. And many, many more. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Delivering Happiness with Nick Turturro, and listen now.
This is Chelsea Handler from Dear Chelsea. Every week, the news gets worse, the world gets crazier, and Yamanika is here to tell whoever's responsible, you're the problem.
If you come over here to play games, I'ma check you. Okay? If you do some in the news that don't sound good, I'ma play you.
Join Yamanika Saunders as she breaks down the week's most problematic stories on her new podcast, You're the Problem, with Yamanika.
Do you know I just found out who Sydney Sweeney was?
New episodes weekly every Wednesday as part of my new network, the Dear Chelsea Network.
If he got a bunch of women, then I should have a bunch of men. Do better or do less so I don't have to do so much.
So join Yamanika each episode as she answers one question. Who's the problem?
I'm Yamanika, and I'm out. Listen to You're the Problem with Yamanika on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to It Could Happen Here, a podcast where a bunch of incredibly convoluted and very silly financial instruments destroy the entire world economy. I am your host, Mia Wong. And with me today is someone who does not spend all of her time deep in the bowels of arcane bullshit written by different Federal Reserve boards. And that is Molly Conger, who is the host of the absolutely delightful... I guess this is a who is really winning here kind of question in terms of the things we research.
Now, you spent a lot of time reading stuff written by Federal Reserve guys. I read a lot of stuff written by guys who want to kill the Federal Reserve guys.
Yeah.
And you know what? I still don't know what the Federal Reserve is, and I'm not going to find out.
You know, I don't actually think knowing what the Federal Reserve is somehow...
It doesn't change anything.
I don't think it's actually relevant to this... I mean, it kind of... It's obviously... It's relevant to everything, but...
But what Mia means to say is the reason I'm here is because I don't know what the economy is, and at this point, I'm afraid to find out.
And unfortunately, your worst fears are happening.
Oh, don't worry. By the end of this, I will not understand.
I am going to attempt to explain the economy, and by the economy, I mean... shadow banking. Yeah. Also, before I go into this though, you should listen to Weird Little Guys. It's really good. I like it. All my friends really like it.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's somehow a nice, kind of relaxing show about neo-Nazis. So
yeah, it's got very chill vibes.
Yeah.
For a show about guys who are trying to like blow up school buses.
Yep. So, all right, I'm reading this, I'm looking over the script. Miraculously, this isn't, oh, wait, hold on. I think I cut the part where people blow up school buses. There was legitimately a segment in here that I might put back in where someone blows up a school bus. But,
What a crossover event.
Oh boy. The Saudis really good at that shit, turns out. Okay. But let's get back to the topic at hand, which is, what is shadow banking and why does it matter to all of us people who live in the normal real world and not in fake finance world?
Does it have anything to do with shadow wolves?
Unfortunately, no.
What about shadow facts?
Sadly, actually, there probably is a connection between the financing for the Lord of the Rings movies and shadow banking. I'm just too tired to work it right now.
I have dragged us off track and we haven't even gotten on track yet. What is shadow banking?
Okay, so the good news, this is the first, it's not the last piece of good news we're going to get this episode, but, the definition used by most non-academics is actually not that bad. There's a pretty good, it's very wishy-washy because it's a congressional report, and so it's specifically not supposed to be taking a stance in either direction on anything, because it's the Congressional Review Office and they're supposed to be neutral, et cetera, et cetera.
Allegedly.
Yeah, right. And like, obviously they're not, but like, it's like kind of fine congressional report on the subject. And they do the thing that almost everyone does, which is they go back to the definition created by the Financial Stability Board. And I'm just gonna quote that because it's not that bad. Quote, financial activities facilitated by institutions other than central banks, or public financial institutions.
So it's banking that doesn't involve a bank.
Yes.
Canceled. I'm out already.
Yes.
And they don't mean like me loaning you $20.
No.
No, of course not. They just mean unregulated banking.
Oh, yeah.
Which you can't legally call banking.
I mean, you actually can legally call it banking. It's just things get weird really quickly.
I mean, I'm not a bank understander, but I know, at least in Virginia, you can't incorporate a business that has the word bank in the title unless you are legally a bank. Because that's like misleading.
Yeah, I don't think they can legally call themselves a bank, but I guess you can call it banking activity.
That's stupid and I'm mad already.
Yes. Oh, you're going to get so much more mad by the end of this. So the base definition is, it's not that complicated, right? It's something that does banking stuff that is like legally not a bank. And so we could talk about what kinds of things is this, right? It's like private equity firms, it's hedge funds, it's venture capital firms.
So it's like evil stuff that ruins the world for no reason except for like 10 guys make money.
Yeah, but it's also, pension funds. It's like insurance companies, it's sovereign wealth funds, business development companies, repo markets, broker-dealers, special investment vehicles, securitization vehicles, money market mutual funds, asset-backed commercial paper conduits.
Hey, here's the thing, bud. Most of those things you just said to me are fake and they make me upset.
It's really bad.
Sovereign wealth fund? Shut up. That's not a thing. I still, all these things are just like different ways of saying like, you're poor and you're going to die.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is sovereign wealth fund is like kind of a less fake one in that it's like,
it's all fake.
Hey, this is like,
it's all fake.
It's it's like this, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has pooled all of the money it's gotten from its like horrific crimes and put them together into one giant thing, and that's a sovereign wealth fund.
Oh, so it's good, is what you mean?
No, I am a notable. There is, by the way, a camp of people who believe that sovereign wealth funds are like a socialist thing, and that you could use them to do socialism.
I'm going to jump out the window.
I think this is so stupid. Yeah, we haven't even gotten into the nightmare stuff. So remember how I was talking about the Financial Stability Board definition in that congressional report, right? Where it's like, okay, this is a bank that does non-banking stuff, or a non-bank that does banking stuff. Sorry.
Oh, I guess we forgot to say at the top, the reason you're explaining shadow banking to me is because we saw an article last week that those not banks were putting a stop on withdrawals from their not banks, and I didn't know what that meant.
Yeah, that's amazingly. This is so convoluted. We're not even going to get to that this week,
right? But like that's why we're explaining.
Yeah, that's why. Yes. Right? There was like a mini bank run going on with these like shadow banks.
No, it's not banks.
Yeah. So we're going to get into how that can happen and why. But before we get there, we need to talk about. All right, to get a sense of the complexity of this, right? The congressional report, the accepted terminology for this is not shadow banks. It is
Right, that can't be their official name. That's not their government name.
no. It's non-bank financial intermediation. Now, what the fuck is that? And this is where this episode goes completely off the rails because the components of what count as intermediation are so complicated. I am not going to try to describe it until literally the end of this.
I mean, is it like, what is Venmo officially? Like, right? Like, Venmo's not a bank, but it provides like financial services.
Actually, it might.
Because that's like a financial intermediary, right?
Yeah, it might technically be a non-bank. I don't know what the regulatory structure is.
It's not legally a bank.
Yeah, I think that technically is one.
Score one for Molly.
Yeah, but okay, so this is gonna get really bad. Okay, so when I first started researching this episode, right, the first thing that I click on is the Federal Reserve's chart of how the shadow banking sector works compared to the normal banking sector. Molly, you have seen this because I posted it as a joke in our group chat. This chart, I have like a very, very large, like it is like a big normal ass sized monitor that I like do my work on. I had to zoom in to 380% just to make out the letters that label the boxes on this chart. If you want to read it, you have to zoom in to 500%.
That doesn't seem like a well-made chart.
No, here's the thing. It's actually really good. It's just this complicated. I learned later from a paper by Copenhagen Business School professor Odny Helgadottir. We're going to come back to Helgadottir's work a lot in this episode. But I learned from her because she has also experienced seeing this same chart and going, what the is this fuck-ass chart? I found out that the Federal Reserve recommends that in order to have the diagram be legible, you are supposed to print this chart as a 3-foot by 4-foot poster.
Oh, that makes sense. Like meeting style. But like on a big easel. Put it on an easel.
Yeah, right. But like again, this is a diagram that is just labeling the parts of the system and making like a line that shows how stuff moves through it.
I guess I still don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, so this is what we're going to get into in a second. But first, we have to talk about something even more bleak, which is that, oh yeah, by the way, these like non-banking bank things, like these like all these like venture capital firms, all these hedge funds, all these fucking weird ghoulish banks that are not banks, yeah, they have twice as many assets than the regular banking system.
Oh, that doesn't seem good.
Oh, it's about to get worse. It's about to get worse, Molly.
That's like saying I keep 70% of the food in my house outside on the porch. Like, no, it goes in the fridge.
Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. So, okay, there's a pretty good congressional report that I was talking about earlier that has this terrifying quote. Quote, as of 2023, the broad measure total financial assets and narrow measure assets at NBFIs, this is the shadow banks, reached $85.7 trillion and $22.2 trillion, respectively, in the United States.
But that's more than our GDP.
That's almost 3 times our GDP.
So that's a fake amount of money.
Yes.
That's not real at all.
But it kind of is, right? These compare to total financial assets of $31.1 trillion at banks in the same period. So again, this is almost 3 times our GDP in assets that they manage or control.
So where does the money live?
In a whole bunch of unbelievably convoluted bullshit, like combinations of like loans and real estate and stuff like that.
That's not real money. So like, okay, imagine this is Schoolhouse Rock, and instead of the singing bill, you're like a dollar bill. Like, where are you?
we are about to explain this.
Where does the money live?
Yeah. So okay. We are about 2 paragraphs away from getting to this, or like 1 paragraph.
Okay.
So the other thing that's very important about this, and this is something Molly was kind of touching on at the beginning of the episode, maybe I should have opened with this. Yeah, these are the people who blew up the economy in 2008.
Well, yeah, because they're making stuff up.
Yeah. It's so bullshit, Molly. You're going to get so mad.
This is Calvin Ball. Fuck you, I win.
Yeah, it literally is. It's nonsense. It's gibberish. They're doing fucking betting markets with the entire world economy.
Oh, yeah, we can all do that now.
Yeah, it's fun. It's like we now have the power to do the shit that destroyed the entire world economy in 2008. So the thing about shadow banking, and the reason why it's complicated to explain, is that it's a catch-all term for like a million types of institutions that do different things, right? The commonality they have is that they're all not regulated by the banking regulations.
Right. It's like we found a way to do financial crime that's not illegal because they forgot to make this illegal.
Yeah. And, but the thing is, it's so embedded into the system that like the U.S. debt working is dependent on the shadow banks buying it. Like,
well, I don't believe in that either, so I'm good.
Oh, it's so fake. Molly, I'm not even going to attempt to explain what an overnight repo purchase is to you because it's the fakest thing I've ever seen. Where they make $1 trillion exist overnight and then it stops existing at the end of the night. It's incredible.
I love how much of the economy is based on guys just imagining stuff and agreeing on the thing they imagined and then trading their imaginary tokens. Like, this is fucking Pogs. Grow up.
Yep. This is unfortunately what our entire world is based on. It's so fun. Oh God. Okay. So what is actually shadow banking? I've given you like the broadest definition possible, which is like, and again, it's doing bank shit without being a bank. But let's go back to the beginning of the term, which is where most people tend to start or get to eventually. This is from an IMF paper. Quote, the term shadow bank was coined by economist Paul McCauley at a 2007 speech at the annual financial symposium hosted by the Kansas City Federal Reserve Bank in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. And basically, it's institutions that borrow money in the short term through money markets to finance long-term loans, but they aren't banks, so they can't go through the Fed.
They're financing loans with other loans.
Yeah, we're gonna
from a not bank.
Yeah,
but the big loan is from a real bank, and then the little loan is from a fake bank.
Give me,
and none of the money is real.
Hold on. Okay, we're going to get there. We're going to explain this in terms of burgers. It's going to be okay. I believe in us.
Perfect. Yes.
But the other thing he describes is, and this is from Helga Daughter, quote, in the speech, he describes shadow banking as the whole alphabet soup of leveraged up investment conduits, vehicles, and structures. So what he's talking about specifically is these are the guys who blew up the economy in 2008. Like these specifically, this is what he's talking about, right? These are the people who took a mortgage and then did a bunch of bullshit to it in what's called a securitization chain. They did a bunch of bullshit to it so you could give the loan to someone else, so you could sell it to someone else. And this blew up the entire world economy. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about the banks that are not banks, the shadow banks, that did all of this bullshit to turn like someone's mortgage into a fucking thing you could bet on.
So selling debt is like selling the idea of future money.
Yeah.
And then sometimes that future money doesn't come.
Yeah.
Or doesn't exist.
So okay, I will say you do not need to understand this yet because we still have not started the actual explanation.
I'm never going to.
I believe in us. We can do this. It's not that bad. Okay.
I'm not torturing you on purpose. I'm just dumb.
No, it's okay. I believe in you. So I want to mention that I'm very indebted here to the paper I mentioned earlier from Copenhagen Business School professor Odni Helgadottir, who wrote she wrote a very good simplified explanation of this in her Review of International Political Economy article called "Banking Upside Down: The Implicit Politics of Shadow Banking Expertise." But okay, as you can tell by the fact that it's called Banking Upside Down, the Implicit Politics of Shadow Banking Expertise. This has been, when she's simplifying it from like economist down to like a political scientist or an anthropologist can understand this. I am about to attempt to simplify this down to a regular person can understand this. So I'm drawing on a lot of her stuff for the first part of this explanation, but I've turned it into burgers. So
I'll do my best. I'm being very brave.
Okay, so a shadow bank, right? It's something that does banking shit that's not a bank. So what do I mean by banking shit?
That was my next question.
Yes.
I think we need to start with what is a bank?
Yes. So
first.
So okay, and this is where we're starting here. What does a bank do?
I put my money in it and they hold it for me.
So no, actually, and this is the interesting part.
No, they do stuff with it.
Oh yeah.
They're holding on to the promise of my money.
Yeah. So, okay, let's just look at this for a second. So, okay, so regular people give them money to store in the bank. This is called a deposit. The bank takes your money and loans it out.
Right.
And uses that to make more money. This is how it pays you interest, right? Is that it's taking your money and it's loaning it out to other people. It's buying things with it.
That part I understand.
Yeah. And this is obviously a cartoon image, and I know there's going to be econ people who are going to be mad at me. Look, if you understand...
Why are they listening to this? If you already know what this means, go away. This isn't for you. I'm not humiliating myself for your entertainment.
Like for the political economy people here, when I say stuff that's like technically kind of fuzzy...
It's for me, the podcast idiot.
Yeah, like you understand this. Like I'm working at the level of hamburgers here, so like we have to do some abstractions. So okay, the important thing for our purposes, right, is that there's two things here, right? There's like the deposit, which is the money you give them, and then there's the loans,
right?
And these operate on different timelines, right? You can take the deposit out at any time, at least in theory, but they can't get the money from the loan back at any time,
right?
Now. This is like one of the critical things of what a bank is this timeline thing, right? It turns your money, which you can take out at any time, into a different kind of thing, this loan, which can't be taken out immediately, right? And then they use that to make money. So this is called maturity transformation. This is a very simple concept they have made very complicated. This is one of the core aspects of that definition I was talking about earlier. This is one of the 4 things in it. But you now understand this. It's not that complicated. It's take short term, make long term, and we'll get to doing the reverse in a second.
Oh, I don't think it works the other way.
Yeah, it's gonna go so badly. It's gonna go so badly.
I don't know about bank, but just generally speaking, like in terms of time and like how like material reality works, I don't think it works the other way.
It's not great. It's not great, Molly. It's not great.
Okay.
So, there is, however, a problem here, right? Which is what happens if everyone tries to get their short-term money back at the same time?
Oh, you can't.
Yeah, right.
That's why we have deposit insurance.
Yeah, right. Because the banks aren't holding short-term cash. What they're holding is long-term loans. And those loans, like, you can't pay someone a loan. Well, okay, actually, the crux of this episode is they found a way to do that.
Do that. Yeah.
Yes, and it blew up the entire world economy.
But if I wanted $40,000 out of if I had a checking account with $40,000 in it, and they gave me my neighbor's mortgage as a promise, like that wouldn't work for me. That wouldn't work for me.
No, fuck that. No. You need something that can buy a burger, and they're not giving you that. So. Okay, this is very, very bad. If people try to do this, it is called a bank run. It is not good.
It's bad.
Yeah, and so people
get upset.
This blew up the entire world economy so many goddamn times that eventually we got financial regulation. Now, this regulation requires banks to have money that is like actual cash they can hand you, like right now, on hand at all times, and the government gets to, and that's a little bit simplification, but like, yeah, that's how it works, right? Like,
and it's insured by the government.
Yeah, the government will give you your money back if the bank goes under, up to like a certain amount,
$250,000, FDIC insured.
Yep, that's what that means, right? So the government will give you your money back, but also there's a trade-off to this. So this is a massive benefit for the banks, right? The fact that if they go under, all of their assets will be repaid by the government. It's a massive benefit for them because it means that putting your money in the bank is like safe.
Yeah, I love that for me.
Right? Yeah, it's good. Now, the cost to the banks is that the feds get to see their balance sheet, right? The feds get to see what they're doing with their fucking money, and they get to make sure that these banks aren't doing insane shit.
Okay, that makes sense because they're insuring it.
Yeah. And that like they're not doing like unbelievably risky, awful shit, and also that they're actually holding enough money to be able to pay people out.
Right. Okay. So far, so good. I understand bank.
Yeah. Now, shadow banking boldly asked the question. Okay, but what if you did all of the banking backwards? No one had access to the books, and the government will only pay you back if the entire world economy looks like it's going to die?
I feel like at that point, the government should just step back and just.
Here's the thing, right? I'm so down with this. Like, yeah, I don't know, fuck it. Like, every single one of you motherfuckers is gonna pay this off by working as a barista for 30 years. Like, fuck you. But the government was like, nah, we want capitalism to keep working.
Make every hedge fund manager work at a Waffle House.
Yeah, fuck them. Okay, I'm going to say something and then I'm going to make a disclaimer. So the kind of shadow banks that did 2008 work in the opposite direction. They start with debt, they take that debt, and they turn that debt into like cash, right?
Can I do that?
No.
Does that work for me at my house?
No. So, okay, and I also want to mention, there's a bunch of other kinds of shadow banks. The kind of shadow bank that's going under right now is not really this. The kind of shadow bank that's like exploding right now is a kind of shadow bank that's like, what if a bank that wasn't a bank gave a completely unregulated loan with secret terms to a corporation? And that's the one that's going under right now. But for a long, long time, the kind of shadow bank that was really important to the global economy, and this is still like a massive portion of how all of the economic system works, is these ones where you're trying to take debt and turn it into something you can trade for cash. So, okay, you take debt, right? You start off with a mortgage.
Okay.
So these mortgages pay out over the extremely long term, right? But you want to be able to trade this mortgage for cash.
Right.
And this is a process called securitization. Turning this mortgage into something you can sell for cash is making it into what's called a security.
Mm-hmm.
So now what happens, right, when it's packaged into a security, when there's a securitization process, and then like the regular bank sends the mortgage to the shadow bank, and the shadow bank like does like stuff and turns it into a security. And now what this means is that instead of you who paid the mortgage owing money to the bank, you own it to the shadow bank or whoever the fuck the shadow bank sells it to, right?
Okay. So the real bank is involved. The real bank is involved.
Yes. Oh, yes. The real bank is making so much money off of it. This is why 2008 happened.
Oh, because Wells Fargo did this with everybody's mortgage.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, because I couldn't figure out, because you said this was how 2008, and I was like, I thought Wells Fargo did that. That's a real bank. But the real bank was shadow banking.
The real bank figured out a way to sell their mortgages. And it's going to get much worse as we go through this. But that's what causes this, right? Is turning these mortgages into these like securities and like these like collateralized debt obligations and these like special packaged bullshit that you could sell to someone. So the way I would describe this is it's like, do you know how a bond works?
Honestly, Mia, I do not.
Okay, let's do this. We can do this. Okay, so the kind of bond that you are normally likely to encounter is a government bond.
Yeah.
Okay, so you pay the government money to buy the bond.
Mm-hmm.
And what the bond says is at a certain point in time, you hand it back to the government and they pay you more money.
Right, it's like a promise for later.
Yeah, right. So it's basically a loan, but it's a loan in a form where like the government's technically like selling it. And then the other thing about bonds, right, is if you hand the bond to someone else, well, okay, I mean this is technically bearer bonds, but like you can then give the bond to someone else, and now if they give it back to the government,
they get the money.
In like 10 years, they get the money, right?
Right. Okay, I get that.
And you can sell these things, and this is what these people are doing with mortgages.
That's not as like secured as like a government bond. Because if I have $100 government, like if I have $100 bearer's bond, I know for a fact that on the date on the bond, it's going to be worth $100.
Yeah, they're going to pay out. Right.
But if it's somebody's mortgage, like the government's going to pay it. But like the mortgage guy, the person who has the mortgage, that's not.
Yep.
That's not real. That's not money.
Nope. Yep.
That's like that's a promise, but like my hand is behind my back.
Yeah, it's a shit show. And this whole process is the largest sort of, I'm not sure if it's actually the largest. I would need to actually like get, I haven't seen in-depth breakdown sectorally, but like.
None of this is real. You could just say whatever.
This is one of the most important kind of shadow banks because in order to turn this mortgage into a security, the moment you do that, you do this by creating what's called a special purpose vehicle, or someone else creates one. It's called a special purpose vehicle. Yeah, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
I'm gonna put this mortgage on a roller coaster.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, right? It's a special purpose vehicle. It does a loop-de-loop. But the moment you create one of these, the moment you create one of these like security mortgages, right? That's a shadow bank. You've created a shadow bank.
Right, because that's not real banking, that's shadow banking.
Yep, because you're creating another entity that is not a bank, that's doing the banking stuff.
I thought that the banking and the shadow banking were like separate things, right? Because the shadow banking is like
no.
It's like, oh, they're doing non-bank stuff.
Oh, they're all in on it. They're all in on it.
If the bank is doing shadow banking, I'm stupid, but I would call that a crime.
This is another thing that cost 2008 because a bunch of what was happening
Why isn't
here
that
was
a crime?
because our country is run by the bourgeoisie, Molly. That's why it's not a crime.
You're just telling me this for the first time.
Yeah, it's bad. So what happened in 2008? One of the things that happened, right, is so all of these regulators are supposed to be looking at the balance sheets of these companies.
But they're hiding stuff off the books.
Yeah, they were hiding these things in these like special purpose vehicles, like in these like shadow banks.
They didn't open the trunks on the special purpose vehicles.
Yeah, so no one could see the fucking dead bodies in the trunks of the vehicles because they weren't on the balance sheet that like the government had access to.
What's the point of the balance sheet if you don't put the whole balance on it?
I don't know. And this is like legitimately when you read the accounts of like why shadow banking has exploded. And by the way, it's exploded since 2008. It's like way bigger now.
Exploded like in popularity or like exploded as in like destroyed?
Popularity. There's so much. There's so much more of it. There's so much more of it.
Because
it's also
because it went so well. It went so well in 2008 that now everyone's doing it.
Because here's the thing. After 2008, we got like a little tiny bit of banking regulation. And the banks lost their fucking minds. And so more and more money went into all of these unhinged shadow banking things.
Okay, but so like when a toddler has a tantrum, you don't give them $1 billion.
When these shadow banks went under, these things were not backed by the government. The government bailed them out anyways.
Yeah, they didn't have to do that.
Nope.
So they learned their lesson. They really learned their lesson this time.
Yeah, like they bailed out these banks and they fucking sold you out. And like, you know, like one of the things that I think people have forgotten was there's this thing called robocalls during the Obama administration, right? Part of how the financial recovery happened was that all these banks would like go to courthouses, right? And they would just repossess mortgages en masse.
Oh.
And they had like a robot that was like sign. It would just sign like a blank check, sign off on all these mortgages that were supposedly underwater. And they would just steal people's houses. People who were on top of their payments, people who like didn't know money, they would just take their houses. And this happened en masse. And this is like how the banks recovered, was they stole everyone's houses.
And that's a crime, right?
Yes, it should have been a crime. Like it was illegal. It didn't matter though because
everything you're describing to me is a crime.
It's so nightmarish. Well, here's the thing. Most of the stuff I'm describing is not a crime. This was actually a crime.
But why is nobody in jail?
Because Barack Obama went up in front of these people and said, I am the only thing standing between you and the guillotines. I'm pretty sure that's a direct quote.
And why didn't he bring the guillotine with him?
Because he wants the capitalist system to continue.
I mean, that's a silly question. I know who Barack Obama is. I'm just upset.
It's not good. Okay, so let's get to another question that you asked, which is why would you do this? Why would you do this?
Oh, to make money.
Yes, but it's actually more complicated than that.
Oh.
Okay, so on the one hand, these assets, you know, a mortgage does make more money than just putting your money in a bank, right? That's like the basis of banking, is that they can use your money that's sitting in the bank and getting interest, and then they make more money by spending it elsewhere.
But so they're just doing this because they hate us, not just to make money.
No, there is an actual explanation.
There's a third reason.
So then why would you ever have your money in a bank or like buy something like, say, if like government bonds that you can sell really quickly, right? Why would you ever want that? And the reason why is something called liquidity.
Right, you want to be able to spend the money.
Yes.
Rather than wait 30 years for it to get paid back.
Yes, liquidity is just how easy is it to turn whatever you own into cash, right?
Into real money, because most of what we're talking about is not money. It's the idea of money.
Yes.
Okay.
So liquidity is literally, it's the burger test, right? Can you buy a burger with this?
Can I eat this?
Money is like the most liquid asset, right? Because you can turn this into a burger.
Right. So liquidity is the only part of this that's actually money. Everything else is not money.
Yeah. Well, liquidity is the measure of how money is it, basically. Like how easy is it to turn this into burger?
Is this a special vehicle securitization? It's not real, Mia.
No, it's fake as shit, right? This is not that complicated, right? if it's like you can buy a burger with $10,
yes,
right? That's liquid.
Actually, you kind of can't these days.
I know. Imagine a world where you can buy a burger for $10.
Imagine a burger.
Yes, imagine a burger that's purchasable. Now, what you can't buy a burger with is like the $10 that a guy you work with owes you for buying him a burger.
Depends on how well you know the burger guy.
Yeah, but that's where things get bad.
Yeah.
Right? Now, the thing is, right, like, so the $10 the guy you work with, like, owes you, not liquid. You don't have the money in your hand, and if you want to get it from him, you have to, like, go ask him for the money, and maybe he has $10, and maybe he doesn't, right? At which point, you can't get your $10 back until he has the money.
But that $10 that I am theoretically owed is an asset that I have, not a debt.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This is an asset.
This is
right?
stupid.
Now, loans are not liquid assets, right? And they're not liquid assets because you can't get the money back, like, immediately.
So I don't have $10 I can spend, but on paper, I do have 10 theoretical dollars.
Yeah, right. And this is also, like, most of what billionaire money is.
Fake, right.
Is, like, most of their money is, like, in, like, a stock or some shit, or, like, it's weird fake money.
Like, theoretically, they could access this amount of money, but they don't have it.
Yeah.
It's not real.
Now, okay, but there is this question. So why would you keep your money in fake money instead of real money? And the answer is that it gives you more money back. Because say you're an asshole, right? And you're charging interest on your coworker for that burger loan.
Right. So that $10 is actually worth more than $10.
More money. Yes.
So the $10 that I don't have is theoretically worth $12.
You're worth more. Yeah, it's worth more than the money that you do have.
I can get cheese on the burger.
Yes. Right? And this is like the fundamental thing of the banking system. Like, one of them is that illiquid assets, or like assets that aren't money, are worth more than money.
I guess, like, when I put a small amount of my savings into a CD, that's what I'm doing, except normal style. They're doing it weird.
Yeah, basically.
Because that's like an illiquid asset that I'm trading the ability to access that liquidity for the potential of more money later.
Wait, sorry. When you say a CD, do you mean like a physical, like a disc, like a CD?
No, a CD like at the bank.
Oh, like yeah.
The investment product.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Sorry, I was like...
No, I'm not talking about buying compact discs.
Look, I went to sleep at 5 a.m. this morning.
I'm talking about
a
investing,
long day.
Mia. Ever heard of it?
Wow. There's actually a really an annoying thing researching this episode, because there's like, so CDOs are like a type of loan that we'll kind of get to in a bit, but there's also a tech position called CDO. It's like Chief something officer.
Chief Dookie officer. Who cares?
Yeah, whatever the fuck, right? But like, when you're trying to search for stuff that's like about CDOs, right? The other one keeps coming up. I hate it. Okay. Locking in, right?
Lock and load.
Now, what if you both wanted more money and also the ability to buy a burger?
I guess I would probably break one of Carl's fingers. This is the guy that owes me the $10, Carl.
Yeah, but even then it's hard to... even that's like, this is too hard for these people.
I would go to Carl's house and kick him out of it.
Well, yeah. So, but the other thing is, like, you are not very rich.
Okay.
These people, if you are really, really rich, I am talking like billionaires, maybe like high class multimillionaires. Well, you can go to a shadow bank.
Oh.
Right?
You can get a loan based on the loan.
No. Well, here's so the thing is that you have money, right? But you want to turn your money into more money. Like, you have like actual cash, right? Like, you are, for example, a pension fund.
No, I'm
right?
not.
You have a shit ton of cash. Or imagine a pension fund, right? This is okay. This is also really hard, because it used to be easier to explain this, because like, we used to live in a world where people had pension funds and had mortgages, and now we no longer have pension funds or mortgages.
I live in an apartment, and I will always live in an apartment.
Yeah, no. And so like, imagine a pension fund, right? You have a shit ton of money from your members paying into the fund, but it's cash. You need to turn that cash into more money, but also you're a pension fund. So you constantly have to take money back out in order to pay the people who are retiring.
To pay old people, yeah.
And this is also a thing that, like, you know, if you're just like a rich person, sometimes a lot of times you want your money in assets that are like, you can turn back into real money, but also make you a shit ton of money.
Right. They need to sort of revolve a little bit. They need to be like,
yeah,
I don't know, like a Jell-O, like partially liquid.
Yeah, and this is what the shadow banks do, right? Because the thing that you can buy is one of those mortgages they've turned into like a security, right? You can go buy someone else's debt. But because it's a magic security now, and these are called mortgage-backed securities, and again, if you're old enough to remember, anything about 2008, that's what blew up the whole economy, is these mortgage-backed securities.
Yeah, I've heard of that because it was bad.
Yep. Terrible idea.
And so we're still doing that?
Oh, yeah. It's
okay,
good and
good.
cool. I mean, it's less, specifically the mortgage-backed ones are less bad. Also, they've started doing it with like commercial retail loans, which is incredible.
Oh, great.
So that's really fun. They're also doing it with other unhinged shit that we're going to do like next episode. And what these people are really buying aren't just these like, you're not buying like one person's mortgage, right?
Right, they're like pooled and like bundled.
Yeah. They bundle them all together, and then you buy the rights to a percentage of the pool.
It's not like when you sponsor like an elephant in Africa or something, and they send you a picture of like a specific elephant. They don't send you a picture of the family you're harming.
No,
these are the Joneses. You own their fucking house.
Yeah, it's a shit show. No, well, but I mean, eventually you might have to go figure out who that is because you like own whatever the fuck percentage of like the mortgages or whatever. But like, okay, so these are just like someone else's debt that you're buying, and the people who can do this are, you know, people who have billions of dollars. It's not you, the listener. And by the way, if you, the listener, have billions of dollars lying around for some reason,
can I have some?
Please, yes. Please give me some of them so I can house like literally every trans woman and like trans person. I can do it. Like, please give me your billions of dollars so I can achieve this goal. But like, we're talking about, you know, like the pension fund of California. We're talking about mega corporations, insurance companies, the kinds of things that can actually buy these, like, you know. Now, this is where we get to one of the other problems, which is that these things are not insured. So, what do you do in order to try to make it less risky? What do you get if you can't pay the loan back? And this is what's called collateral.
I don't know, swift punch in the nuts? Oh,
no, they take your house, right? That's supposed to be the thing. So, okay, the way that like shadow banking loans tend to work is that they have collateral, right? So you give them something, or it's either you give them something directly or
you promise to.
It's like if you promise to give them the thing. Yeah. And giving it to them directly is like a repo market thing. We're not really going to get into those right now, but that's also a kind of shadow bank. But there's a problem, right? Which is, what if the thing that you're paying as collateral, like what if your house becomes worthless? And what if Molly?
Then it's completely uninsured and there's no way to fix it because I don't even have anything to give you.
Now, Molly, what if, and this is purely hypothetical, it could never happen in the real world, Molly, but what if somehow someone decided to use the same house as collateral for multiple different securities?
Well, that could never go wrong.
What if, Molly, they made a word for this that is so complicated I am not going to attempt to read it on the show? What if, Molly?
What is it, in German or something?
No, it's just like this. It's like the length of my head. It's like hyper something bullshit. Like I refuse to say it because it is just like a completely like finance school bullshit term they made up.
So, but the point of collateral is that you can use it to pay off the loan if you default on the loan. And so that literally won't work more than once. Because once I eat the burger, it's gone.
Yep. And this is one of the things that happened in 2008.
I can't promise 10 guys my burger.
Now, Molly, here's the amazing thing here, right? Because the advantage for these companies, right, is like if you're the bank that has the mortgage, suddenly you can spin your mortgage off into like multiple securities that you can sell.
Right, it's worth 10 times more, and that's great for you.
Yes. and comma, we haven't even, again, I just described a system where these people are promising the same house to multiple people. This isn't even the extremely unfathomably reckless and greedy shit.
No, it is.
Oh, it is, but it's not the worst of it.
Oh, good.
Okay, so do you remember that quote from when I was giving the first definition of shadow banking, right? Like I gave this quote from the guy who invented the term where he called it, quote, the whole alphabet soup of leveraged up investment conduits, vehicles, and structures.
Right.
So we've kind of talked about the conduits, vehicles, and structures, right? Those are all of the shadow banks that like make the things, right?
Yeah, I love the conduits, vehicles, and structures. Yeah, all the acronyms.
But what does leveraged up mean?
Oh.
Now, okay, in this case, it means that a bunch of these banks have taken out a shit ton of like risky high interest loans in order to buy more of these fucking mortgages because they think they can make more money off of it.
So they took out loans to buy these unsecured securities.
The regular ass banks were doing this. Yeah. They went into debt to buy more of these shitty mortgages.
So they took out loans to buy what are essentially unsecured loans.
Yep. Because I thought it would make them more money.
But there's no money involved.
Molly, it's
hypothetical money.
It is about to get so much worse, right? So, so sticking with leveraging for a second, right? You might have actually heard of something called a leveraged buyout.
I have heard those words, and then I stopped listening.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Leveraged buyouts are something that actually happens in the real world that does fuck you directly, which is a whole bunch of companies that used to be like normal-ass companies, like died because venture capital firms, who, by the way, are also shadow banks, did this, right? They came in, technically speaking, they did it through like risky bond purchases, but basically they did a bunch of high-interest loans, and then they go buy a company.
And then they like strip it for parts.
And then they try to raise the stock price of the company. Yeah, and then they strip it for parts, sell everything, and get out, right? That's what a leveraged buyout is. These people are doing kind of a version of that, but like they're taking on this debt in order to like buy fucking shitty underwater mortgages. Because they look like they're making so much money.
They're taking on real debt to buy hypothetical debt.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's about to get so much worse.
That doesn't seem like a good idea.
It's about to get so much worse. So that's what like the leveraged part of that.
I don't even know how you do that in burgers.
I don't know. You're going into debt to like buy the promise of burgers in the future, so you can sell those future burgers.
Yeah, but burgers are real. We're not talking about a real thing at all.
Well, there's technically speaking, somewhere at the bottom of this is mortgages. However, we're about to get into a kind of asset where there isn't anything behind it, and this is where the really, really, truly unhinged shit starts.
It hasn't yet?
Which is that these companies figured out a way to bet on whether these mortgages were going to fail or not.
That's so tight, Mia. I fucking love that.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
This, by the way, I can't emphasize enough how unhinged this is. The mechanism they're using to do this is called a credit default swap.
Oh, I've heard that phrase.
This was supposed to be how they did insurance. Their mechanism for doing insurance on all of these insane loans they were doing was originally like, okay, I'm gonna I don't know. So you have a bank, right? The bank has given out a risky loan. So this bank goes to another bank.
They shouldn't do that.
And they say, hey, if this person actually pays the loan back, I will pay you money.
Okay, so the other bank is like taking a gamble here.
Yeah, so the other bank that's giving out the loan, right, gets money if the loan goes under. So in theory, they're sort of like insured against the risk. They call it like hedging. They're like so theoretically, it's less bad for them because now even if the loan goes under, they still get money back from that other bank.
So the other bank is just a bookie.
Yeah, and the other bank is betting that they are going to get it. So then, and if the loan does get paid, then that bank makes money.
And this is legal for everyone to do.
Yep.
This is real banking or shadow bank? This is real bank.
This is technically, actually, no, this is actually both. Both of them do this. Technically speaking, the instrument, like the actual like credit default swap or whatever is made by the shadow banks, but then they're brought by the regular banks.
I'm starting to think that the banks are the shadow banks and that all of this is just fake and bad.
Like, so here's the thing. The thing about these systems, right, is that like a lot of the original literature on it was considering them separate, but it's like, no, like the regular banks are making their own shadow banks do these things. They're all involved in these assets. They're also investing in the shadow banks, which is the problem we're having right now.
But it's like, it's the same guy. He just like turns his chair around at his desk and he's like, now I'm shadow bank Todd.
Yep. Well, and sometimes it's that. Sometimes it legitimately is just other entities they work with.
But yeah, but there's
right?
it's still
like,
the bank engaging. So it's like, oh, these are non-banking practices. Yeah, but the bank is doing it.
But here's the thing. The important part for that, though, is that like the non-bank also can do this with other non-banks.
Even better. Yeah,
right.
But I just feel like once we're talking about shadow banking, like the real bank should not be in the room. Like, go home, Wells Fargo. You don't belong here. You're drunk.
No, but like they're funding all of this, right?
Like if the real bank is involved with the shadow banking, that means like I can't opt out of being involved in this.
Nope,
because they have my money.
Yeah, you know we were talking about that at the top that like so some of these like bank banks had to like stop their withdrawals. Oh yeah, one of those, by the way, was J.P. Morgan.
But that's a real bank.
Yep. But they're involved in the shadow banking shit. So they are exposed to when they're like fucking $700 million loan to like a fucking, actually, wait, hold on. Which one was the $700 million? I think a $700 million loan that went under was the one that was to a subprime auto loan company.
That's a bad investment. It's like,
it's so evil. It's so evil.
Why am I trusting all of my money that I have in this world? I'm letting this guy hold on to it who's obviously not good with fucking money.
Well, because the FDIC is insuring it.
Right, but it's like, why are you in charge of having the money? You obviously don't make great financial decisions because you invested $700 million in subprime auto loans.
So, Molly, this is the point where we need to bring debt the first 5,000 years back into this and emphasize the extent to which the financial class has always been deeply connected to the military and why it's always been deeply connected to war financing.
I'm starting to realize that this is all very bad.
It's very bad. It's all very bad. And this is to some extent why, right, like part of what right-wing conspiracism about the financial system is that like these people are like the right-wingers, like these people are, there's like a baseline level of anti-Semitism like in the US, right? Because it is a Christian society that is just like what fucking happens there. And these people are like, okay, we can channel all of the anger at like, oh my God, my fucking house got stolen by the bank because they were betting on the mortgage to fail. And
I still don't understand why that's legal.
Yeah, well, all these right-wing conspiracists do is they look at that shit and they go, oh, well, it was the Jews. And it's like, but no, like, fuck off. Like, these are all...
No, it was the bank.
Yeah, and the other thing, and this is actually a really important thing that's not well understood here, is that, like, the actual people who run these fucking banks and the people who work at them are all fucking white Christian dipshits. This is, like, a really, like, persistent issue that everyone fucking has, which is that, like, one of the great successes of anti-Semitism was, like, creating the image of the banker as a Jewish person. And no! They're not. The bank, like, I fucking went to school with these people. They're all a bunch of fucking white frat bros. They're fucking white Christian frat bros.
Oh, right,
University of Chicago.
You have a degree in economics from the University of Chicago.
Not from economics. I have an anthropology degree, thank you very much. I have a real degree, not a fucking fake degree like the stupid econ bullshit.
I was going to say, that's actually so evil to study economics at the University of Chicago. You probably met some of the most evil people on this planet.
I was just, like, in a dorm with them.
Okay.
So,
but you saw them.
I know all these people. Yeah, and like it is not a bunch of Jewish people. It's a bunch of Christian frat bros. Like that's like the thing that's actually going on. There's actually a whole. One day I will write the Behind the Bastards episode about leverage buyouts and about how like there was like a Jewish guy who kind of like did a lot of the inventing stuff, but him breaking into the banking thing was like a whole thing because there was so much anti-Semitism because all of the banking sector was run by all of the fucking like weird dipshit like CIA like WASP motherfuckers.
I mean, the Mormons have a huge hedge fund.
Yep.
Yeah, so like what is it? I read an article about it. The hedge fund that the Mormons operate, like they have their like best and brightest finance bros. Like, you know, Mormons do their 2-year mission. If you're really good at finance, your mission, you don't have to go to South America and like tell people about the Book of Mormon. You can work at the hedge fund as your mission.
It's a nightmare.
I'm doing hedge funds for God.
Yep, that's a shadow bank, by the way. Yep, it's great. So, okay. Coming back to this again, right? So we're talking about like what causes 2008 and how do these shadow banks like do this? And the answer is that they've turned all of these mortgages into these like fake securities they can trade, right? They package them all together, and they find out something really crucial, which is that if they throw a bunch of loans that they obviously know are going to fail together and send them to a regulatory agency, and by the way, all of these like bonds that they're issuing have like grades based on supposedly like how safe they are, and they figure out...
I know about that.
Yeah, and they figure out that they can send a bunch of really shitty bonds, but if they package enough shitty bonds together, they could send them to the regulators, and the regulators would evaluate some of them as being good, and then you could sell the good ones to your pension fund because they thought it was a good bond. And it made money.
That's just lying.
and then behind the scenes, right? All of these fucking companies, all these shadow banks, all the regular banks, they're all doing these credit default swaps, right? So they're all betting on which ones of these are going to fail.
I'm putting all of these boys in timeout. Like I'm going to put them in the bottom of a pit.
So evil. And they start doing these, making these like even more complicated instruments, right? Where now what they're selling to you isn't just the package of mortgages. They're also selling you the credit default swaps with the loan. So theoretically, what's happening is like they've created an instrument that regardless of what happens to the loan, you make money.
That's not how anything works.
No, it's bullshit. It's so obviously bullshit.
I made up this fake thing where no matter what happens, I get rich. That's cool. I would love to do that.
Yeah, and nobody was like, wait, well, I mean, some people were, but like people didn't just be like, wait, hold on, no, obviously you can't make an asset that makes money regardless of whether the thing fails or not.
I invented a money machine.
Like, that's fucking ridiculous. And then eventually, yeah, it was like, no, they ran out of fucking mortgages. You know, one of the ways that the blame for this was deflected onto regular people was that they blamed the banks, or like they blamed regular people for like not being able to pay the mortgages. But the thing is, by the time you get to the point where you're like packaging you're betting on the mortgages, right? If you're a bank, even if you're the regular bank, you don't make money off of like someone paying their mortgage back. You make money on betting on the mortgages. So you're incentivized to just keep giving out loans you know won't happen because you can sell those loans off to some other dipshit, and then you can bet on those loans that they're going to fail, and you can make money, and that's how you make your money.
Because you're not a bank anymore. You're a bookie who's cheating.
Yep.
I don't think that's good, Mia.
No, this was the entire fucking financial system. And we just let these people stay in power.
And I'm just supposed to just continue living my life like this?
I don't know. Like, looking at this and then learning that all of these people got fucking bailed out by the government and none of them went to prison. And
do they know they're cheating liars who are faking and making it up? Or are they like so high on their own supply? They're like, no, bro, this is totally going to work. It's totally going to work.
Well, here's the thing. Some of them know and some of them don't.
Because some of them believe that this is cool.
Yeah, like some of them legitimately thought that this was just going to work forever.
Like, do they believe their negative money backed by other fake money, backed by the idea of promises of fake money? They think that's money?
Yeah. Yep. I thought it was going to work.
It's not.
It's not. Nope. And it turned out to not be any fucking money. And it blew up again. Like, entire countries were buying these. They went bankrupt.
So, like, this is less real than a Bored Ape NFT. And that's really saying something.
It's astonishing.
Because at least I can look at the picture of the monkey. I can't look at this.
No, like you can't look at the bet you're making on whether monkey go down. Like it's like
all my apes gone.
Yeah, but it's depressing because the entire world is just this now. It's the shit the banks were doing where you're betting on whether the mortgage is going to fail, but now you're betting on whether like what day we're going to drop a bomb on Iran.
Like nothing is real and everything is gambling.
Yeah. And this is, you know, what I would call a sort of terminal crisis stage of capitalism where like...
Because everything is so divorced from any material reality, from any good or service.
Like there is a limit to which you can run an entire economy that is purely based on gambling. Like there's a limit and we're going to hit it really soon.
That's gonna break, right?
Yeah, it's going to break. It's going to break spectacularly. However... I do have good news for you.
No, you don't.
I do. I have good news. You now actually understand what non-bank financial intermediation is.
No, I don't.
I'm going to walk you through it. You actually do. So I'm going to quote the IMF's definition of non-bank financial intermediation. Quote, all entities outside the regulated banking system that perform the core banking functions, credit intermediation. That is, taking money from savers and lending it to borrowers. The four key aspects of intermediation are maturity transformation. We know this one.
Right.
This is what the bank does.
The loan gets older.
Yeah.
And then it gets paid back over time.
Yeah, well, it's you turn your short-term thing into a long-term investment, or you do the opposite.
Opposite's not good.
Yeah, they're both kind of a disaster, but like, the opposite is kind of how we got into this mess. There's liquidity transformation, which we know this too. It's
turning money into a thing that's not money.
Yeah, or turning not money into a thing you can buy burger with.
Okay, yeah.
We got this. Leverage. We also know this, which is you go into a bunch of debt to buy something else. And then there's credit risk transfer, which we know that one too. It's the betting market. Where you're supposedly swapping the risk but both of you two are now betting on whether this thing is going to fail.
So it sounds like even just like regular banking is kind of just gambling now.
Yep. Yep, and it's fun too. So this is a thing that used to be talked about more and isn't now, but like most of like the world's corporations are also basically this now. Like, and this has been a thing for a while, but it's like the auto manufacturers don't make their money off of cars. I mean, they sort of do. They make some money off cars, but like most of what they make their money off of is like the Ford Finance Company, which is like the auto loans thing.
Oh.
And then the auto loans thing trades a bunch of like, does all of this other financial bullshit to make money. So like,
I don't think that's a good idea.
That's what capitalism is.
So everything is fully reliant on this like
stupid gambling bullshit.
Emperors wearing no clothes economy.
Yep.
And if anybody points out that none of this is connected to a material reality, everything falls apart.
Well, here's the thing. The thing that stops everything from falling apart is that the one thing you can do with your money is turn it into gun.
Now I'm listening.
And that's what stops it falling apart, right? Because
now I'm listening.
And this is also a sort of Graeberism, but it's like behind every like bank is a man with a gun. Because the reason that this money is even sort of real is that the bank can like the police will come get you, right? Like men with guns will appear and like coerce you to pay shit, right?
But what if instead of burger, we bought gun?
You know, like this is what is broadly referred to as the social revolution. It is broadly considered a negative by the financial sector. It is broadly considered a positive by everyone the fuck else.
Okay,
that's not true. It's not considered a positive by like I guess the people who own regular businesses. And this is like the shit that like you know it was kind of less unhinged back then. But like if you go read the people who were like doing this shit in like the early 1900s, if you read their writing, it's all them being like, oh yeah, no, by the way, like. A bunch of banks just like turned the entire Ottoman Empire into like a debt peon, and now their entire economy is just dedicated to paying off these fucking loans. And this is like hideously fucking evil. Like they're all complaining about the same shit.
And the important lesson we learned from that was to do it more.
More. Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. To invent increasingly more complicated ways of doing that.
Yep. And like and this is why the term third world is a slur. Because instead of being a political movement, because the countries in the political movement that was called the third world movement, all of their economies got fucking annihilated because they had these like loans whose interest rate could change, and the US jacked up all the interest rates. And so suddenly their loans were like the amount you had to like pay on the loans, it went from like 20% or something to like 50 or 100 or some shit. And you know, and these countries have never recovered. Like Nigeria has never really economically recovered from the shit that happened to them. This is why a whole bunch of Latin America is like this too. Like why there's so much sort of like grinding systemic poverty is that their economies were like entirely transformed into machines to like pay back these fucking debts taken out by these dictators. This is the whole fucking economy now. And you know, there's other shadow banks that do other kind of completely unhinged shit, right? And I've been focusing this week on like specifically the kind that blew up the economy in 2008. But there's another kind that's like blowing up the economy right now, which is called private credit, which is, I mentioned this briefly earlier, but private credit is when these like unregulated companies that are not banks give out unregulated loans with unknown terms to other companies. And then those loans go to shit. And there's a whole bunch of ways that can blow up, including, by the way, these companies are funding a bunch of the AI bubble.
Oh, and that's a great investment.
It's great.
You know, because much like a mortgage, there's a real physical thing, like a house involved, right? It's not just vibes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Molly. Those motherfuckers, I'm going to talk about this a bit. I might have Ed Ditron on for this part of it, too, just because, like, Ed does this all the time. But, like, those motherfuckers out there selling securities that are backed by fucking graphics cards. Like, at least I can't believe I'm fucking saying this, but like, at least the mortgage-backed securities, like, there was a house you could steal to get your money back. Graphics cards, Molly.
All my apes are gone.
My graphics cards.
All my apes are gone.
Like, there's other ones that are like, it's so bad. It's just. Oh, but that's for another time because it is late as fuck and we are out of here. Molly, thank you for sitting and enduring an hour of you knowing what a shadow bank is now.
I almost know what a bank is. I'm still working on the rest of it, but I think I'm getting closer.
I believe in you. I think we've made real progress today. I don't know. Now you can kind of understand what's going on when this banking sector explodes again in like 2 weeks.
You'll have to explain it to me again then.
I will be happy to.
What's up, fam? I'm sports journalist Ari Chambers.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your girl, Sam J.
And we're the hosts of Everyone Watches Women's Sports, a new podcast from Together and iHeart Women's Sports.
Because let's be real, women's sports is giving us way too much to talk about these days.
So Kelsey Findler, she became the first female solo rower to go from California to Hawaii.
My first thought is just like, what's up with the snacks? Like, what are we eating?
The highlights, the rivalries, the breakout stars, the moments that take over your entire timeline.
And the conversations that start during the game and somehow keep going all week, every week. We're breaking down the biggest stories across women's sports.
Naomi Osaka showing out. She beat Sabalenka.
Shout out to you, Naomi.
You get the palm, Naomi. You get the palm
for that. Because we're not just interested in what happened, we're interested in why everyone's talking about it. Because everyone watches women's sports. Listen to Everyone Watches Women's Sports
on the iHeartRadio app,
Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Portlandia fans.
Carrie Brownstein and Fred Armisen here.
You know us, or rather, you know them. Tony and Candace, Nina and Lance, Spike, and yes, the chicken.
We've played a lot of iconic characters over the years, but today we're showing up as ourselves to tell you about Podlandia, AO Rewatch, our brand new podcast.
Each week, we'll revisit an episode of Portlandia from the very beginning, breaking down the sketches, exploring the backstories of our most iconic characters, revisiting the Portland locations you know and love, and opening up about our creative process.
How did any of this get made? Why do we think that was a good idea? We're ready to talk about it.
And we'll also be joined by the people who helped bring it all to life. Guest stars, collaborators, and friends, including director Jonathan Kreisel, the mayor himself, Kyle MacLachlan, legendary musician Amy Mann, and many more.
Kyle is going for it here. You fully improvised not just words, but a song, a melody.
Well, I thought he was going to write. I thought you were all going to write a song.
I remember you thinking that.
Listen to Podlandia, Ayo Rewatch on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Chelsea Handler from Dear Chelsea. Every week, the news gets worse, the world gets crazier, and Yamanika is here to tell whoever's responsible, you're the problem.
If you come over here to play games, I'ma check you, okay? If you do some in the news that don't sound good, I'ma play you.
Join Yamanika Saunders as she breaks down the week's most problematic stories on her new podcast, You're the Problem, with Yamanika.
Do you know I just found out who Sydney Sweeney was?
New episodes weekly every Wednesday as part of my new network, the Dear Chelsea Network.
If he got a bunch of women, then I should have a bunch of men. Do better or do less so I don't have to do so much.
So join Yamanika each episode as she answers one question. Who's the problem?
I'm Yamanika, and I'm out. Listen to You're the Problem with Yamanika on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Nick Turturro. You probably know me from NYPD Blue, The Longest Yard, or Spike Lee's BlacKkKlansman. But I'm also from Queens, which means I know pizza. And on my new podcast, Delivering Happiness with Nick Turturro, I deliver pizza from Prince Street Pizza to a new guest.
Are you delivering pizza now?
Then we sit down for a real conversation. I've shared a slice with everyone, from Seth Rollins. What are you doing with my belt? To Alex Rodriguez.
Just to let you people know, we're talking to one of the goats here.
To Bill Burr.
I don't think I've ever met somebody so exactly out of their mind as I am.
And now, we even have more great guests coming up, including the great John Turturro.
It's called happiness. Delivering happiness.
Mariano Rivera. And many, many more. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Delivering Happiness with Nick Turturro, and listen now.
In 2020, millions of Americans took to the streets to protest police violence. They were met with police violence on a massive scale. Shootings, vehicle attacks, and assassinations occurred alongside these protests, often in defense of the police. And in total, at least 25 Americans died. We now know that President Trump repeatedly urged General Mark Milley to deploy U.S. military forces to crack down violently on demonstrations. Milley claims that Trump told him to have his soldiers crack skulls, beat the fuck out of, and just shoot protesters. In the end, we were all lucky. Military leaders, including General Milley, resisted calls to use their men to suppress domestic dissent. National Guard were called in to police several major cities, but in many cases, their behavior was tame compared to the militarized police who more reliably shot and beat protesters. For millions of Americans, 2020 was their first exposure to the violence the state will do to avoid change. And then, Trump lost the election. He and his followers tried to carry out a coup but failed, for now, and millions of Americans who'd taken to the streets mostly went back to their lives. Some were satisfied justice had been done. Others were furious to have stopped short of instituting real change. But at the end of the day, business went on as usual. A version of normal prevailed. In 2021, the military of Myanmar, known as the Tatmadaw, overthrew the elected government in a coup. Hundreds of thousands of citizens, most of them young Gen Z and millennial men and women, took to the streets. Police responded with tear gas, water cannons, and eventually bullets. The international community expressed its horror at the brutality of the Tatmadaw, but that's all they did. Over the course of several months, the military pushed protesters mostly out of the cities, and a protest movement against the military coup turned into a civil war. Now those same protesters, mostly kids who wanted nothing more than a normal life, have become revolutionaries. With homemade guns, 3D-printed rockets, and stolen rifles, they battle the Tatmadaw. Some of them fight in the jungles, some of them fight in the cities, and some of them fight on the internet. This is their story. We're sitting in a large suburban home in Mae Sot, Thailand, a small city on the border of Myanmar. The boys singing and playing music around us range in age from 17 to 22. Their existence in Thailand is a crime. If they are caught here, they'll be forced to cross the border into Myanmar, whose government executed their friends and sold the organs for profit. But tonight, they're playing music. We're drinking beer. Later, James Stout and I will play pool with them and get our asses just catastrophically wrecked.
We met Andy, age 22 and head of the family, through his Instagram page. That's not his real name, but for obvious reasons, we can't identify him. We first met when I sent him a DM asking if we could buy one of his photos for our first series on Myanmar. He was a bit skeptical, but I tried my best to get him to see we just wanted to give him money and promote his work. Over the next 6 months or so, we went from talking on the phone to messaging almost every day, to Robert and I booking tickets to Thailand, to sitting on the top floor of their house. It used to be his landlord's office, but now it's home to Andy and his partner Sarah. That's also not her real name, because she's a citizen of a Western nation working in Thailand. The boys we talk about are his brothers, his cousin, and friends. They live in a small building across the garden, and in the daytime they sit under a gazebo and play their guitars. The first night we met Andy and Sarah, we sat behind a bar in an unpaved alleyway. We drank beer out of sippy cups, because selling beer is still banned under local COVID regulations, but apparently the cops don't check sippy cups. We drank far too much, in fact, and the next day I woke up with a headache and a blurry photo of me, Robert, and Andy engaged in a pose which was half hug and half mutual support structure. We walked home, and according to my phone, at some point we took photos of a puppy, and, in a hopefully unrelated incident, at some point I started bleeding. It was immediately obvious that Andy needed the chance to blow off some steam. Over the last year and change, he has chronicled every stage of the coup and its aftermath. In early videos, we see joyous protests, moments of resistance and splendor in the streets of cities like Myawaddy. Later, we see violence, death, and guerrilla warfare. Andy didn't have what you would call an easy childhood. Thanks in part to Myanmar's long history of revolutions being crushed by the army. People there, like people everywhere, want to be free and determine their own futures. And so each generation has its own uprising, and each generation has its own massacre, and very little progress to show for it.
I was born in 2000, so when I was 2007, there was a revolution. It's called Saffron Revolution. It wasn't like this, you know. It wasn't like what happened now, but like there were a lot of people that were involved in it. A lot of people got killed, and a lot of people left Myanmar and came to the refugee camps in here. And we were one of the families that came to the refugee camps. In Mae Sot. Yeah, in Mae Sot, Thailand. Yeah.
Andy's mother is Buma, the dominant ethnic group in Myanmar, due to their decades-long control of the military and government. His father is Karen, the ethnic group once used by the British government as soldiers. Since 1949, the Karen have fought a war in the mountains against the Tatmadaw. Their name is often anglicized to be spelled just like the English name Karen, which, given present internet trends, makes explaining the conflict sometimes awkward. Andy primarily identifies as, and was raised, Buma. His family left after the Saffron Revolution. They did not flee to escape political repression, but because the economy had collapsed. This put them in an awkward position in the camps, which were filled mostly with Karen people who had fled state violence.
We weren't refugees, right? We were more like, how do you say, like economic refugees? You know, we go because, not because our village has been burned down and our family has been killed, you know? So then if we were to go back to Yangon, we still could find a job. We still could find, you know, but then for these current people, like this place is the only place that they could exist at that moment, right? And probably still now too. So, so they said that, but the education wasn't very good there. The life wasn't good. You know, it was very bad, honestly. It was very bad. It was a lot of violence, a lot of hate, a lot of, understandable, you know, like these people have gone through so much shit and so much trauma that, and no one is coming there to fix that. So they had a lot of anger, they had a lot of problems. But my mom said, yeah, we're going back because the education here is very bad. And if you go back to Myanmar, at least, you know, if you do like the thing that people do, maybe you'll get somewhere, in the future. Here, there's no future. That's what she said. So we went back. And I stayed in Myanmar for like 4 years.
Andy had never been very political. His family was more or less neutral, tending to side with the military more often than not out of a sense of inertia. Myanmar tended to cartwheel between attempts at democracy and military dictatorship, so when the world media celebrated their first democratic elections in 25 years, in 2015, Andy was not particularly excited.
Yeah, so I mean, we did realize that there was a change in the country, right? Because we grew up in the military dictatorship, but then when Aung San Suu Kyi took over, there was some changes. Like the phones got cheaper, the internet got cheaper, and if you look back, then you can see big changes. But the thing is, it was never real democracy, and I think a lot of people in the Western countries thought that it was democracy when Aung San Suu Kyi took over.
Aung San Suu Kyi came to prominence during a 1988 uprising against the military, which ended in bloodshed in the streets of Yangon, and she'd been a long-time democratic activist. As Andy noted, Westerners celebrated her election as the first democratic head of state for Myanmar. She even won a Nobel Prize. But the agreement her party had made with the military gave the generals significant permanent control over the government.
But I think most of the people in the country knew it wasn't real democracy because, you know, the military always had 25 seats in the parliament, right? Like they were in charge of electricity, internet, all these big things, weapons, army, like the military itself. They are in charge of all these things, and they make it very clear.
And even with a Nobel Prize, Aung San Suu Kyi did not fight to stop the Tatmadaw from pursuing their decades-long wars against the ethnic armed organizations in the hills. Nor did she act to stop their ethnic cleansing of the Rohingya people. In fact, she and others in her party didn't even call them Rohingya. They called them Bengali and insisted they were illegally residing in Myanmar, despite mountains of evidence documenting a group by that name living in what is now the Rakhine state. I think most Americans, and Westerners in general, can empathize with the feeling of electing someone who promises change and then getting very little of what you'd expected.
I think Aung San Suu Kyi used to be this hope that was like the opposition against the military. But I think when she got power, she couldn't do all the things that she promised to do. Or like you know, we looked at her before, we looked at her as something, you know, something, hope for everyone, for all the ethnic groups and for everyone in the country. But then when she became in power, she mainly focused all these changes for the Burma people. Well, you know, the mainland people. Like the military was still fucking killing people and killing ethnic groups. Did they do something? You know, like, so then for the ethnic groups, what's the difference?
And so, while Andy was hopeful that his country might take a better path, he was not exactly convinced that things were going to get better. Conflict within his family eventually pushed him to make the decision to leave.
My dad was very abusive, right? So he would beat the shit out of my mom every day like that. It was fine. Like, it was fine when we were younger. We couldn't do anything. You know, we just kind of watched it, right? But the older we got, the more we involved, the more we tried to stop it. But then we would fight with him too, you know, and so at some point it became too much. And so I left my home, I think in 2016, just by myself. And I was like, I've been to Mesot. I will go back here, you know.
So Andy lived across the border, on his own for more than 5 years. He'd fallen in love, gotten a home of his own, and set himself up in the sort of odd jobs you can do without papers or legal residency. And that's where things were for him when the Tatmadaw carried out their coup in early 2021.
2021, February 1st, I was in Mesot. I was here. And in the morning I woke up, called me my girlfriend, and she said, the military just did a coup in your country. You should call your family.
The military claimed voter fraud and used that as the pretext to stay in power. It's a situation that should be unsettlingly familiar to most of our audience. For a while, safe in Mesot, Andy watched it in horror as he texted with friends and family across the border.
They arrested Aung San Suu Kyi and all the big leaders right at the top. So we were kind of like, okay, is someone going to tell us what to do? And especially for us, we didn't have any experiences. We didn't know anything about any of this that I'm talking about right now. I didn't have any knowledge of that. But yeah, so after, I think, 6 days, the military cut off the internet, for 2 days. And I've lost all contact with everyone inside, my family, my friends. And that's the night I started planning it. I started thinking, oh, fuck, I should go back. And I saw the protest photos from Yangon. They looked amazing, right? And I'm like, I'm a photographer. I should be there and, document that.
While Andy was staring at the protest photos from the capital of Myanmar, Naypyidaw, as well as Myawaddy, and the largest city, Yangon, wondering he should take his camera and document yet another rising for democracy in his home country, a young woman named Amira was in the thick of those protests in Yangon. When the coup started, Amira, age 17, had just finished high school. She was looking forward to university, and more pressingly looking forward to playing futsal with her friends. She liked to spend her days crafting, she says, making little things to gift or to keep. Like every other day, when she woke up, she spent 10 minutes in meditation before facing the world on the 1st of February. Aung San Suu Kyi was her hero, she says. In our interview, her boyfriend translated for her. We'll get to their story later. But when the coup began, they lived a world apart. But they joined their whole generation in feeling enraged by the Tatmadaw trying to rip the freedom their parents had fought for from them. Amira took her rage into the street. Someone gave her a bullhorn.
Because of her voice, and then she became the leader, with the...
Yeah, the bullhorn?
Yeah.
What kind of stuff would you say to through the bullhorn?
She's saying this is unfair, and then
this is what?
The arresting of Aung San Suu Kyi is unfair, not fair.
Oh, okay.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And then she believed that she believed in what Aung San Suu Kyi said, everything is possible, and we haven't do anything, we haven't studied yet, and then but when we study and then we can finish it, so everything is possible. So that's what she believed in. So she went on the road and then she protested.
Across the city from Amira on coup day, Miauk's girlfriend woke him up with the news that the government they'd voted for had been arrested. We're calling him Miauk here because that's his name in the revolution. Everyone has one. Amira's his baby because she's so young and yet so fierce. Miauk, if you're wondering, means monkey. These revolutionaries who have risked life and limb for each other didn't know the legal names of the people they call their revolution family because it's safer that way. And we don't either. Miauk had spent the night, well, I'll let you hear how he phrased it, actually.
I was just like,
I was chilling with my ex-girlfriend, you know. I was chilling and we were, Netflix and chill.
Netflix
like
and chill.
31 January, Netflix and chill. I think it's a Sunday. Sunday, Netflix and chill. And we sleep together.
If you didn't catch that, they were Netflix and chilling.
You know, I was literally not wake up by any louder show. I was so asleep. But at the 4 a.m., there's a phone rings, and I suddenly wake up. There's phone ring from my girlfriend. Her auntie call her, and she said, "There's a coup d'etat." And she wake up. She told me, "There's a coup d'etat." I didn't. I don't believe it. I didn't believe it. So other time, I checked the social media. Oh shit! Male actually do this. And I'm so angry, I was go to downstairs, and I told to my family there's a coup d'etat. Everyone's angry, and at those times the internet they cut off.
The next revolutionary we're going to meet is a fellow we'll call Dr. Wonder, because that's his revolution name. When the coup started, he was just waking up after a 24-hour shift at the hospital in Yangon where he worked. Doctors were some of the earliest and most visible dissidents in the protests. Their rarity, and therefore their relative value to the regime, made them a potent symbol of the pro-democracy movement. But, as Dr. Wonder made clear, many older medical professionals were not at all certain that resistance was the right move here.
At the morning, I saw the news. That bad news, really, really bad news for us. Because, how could I say that? They broke, they broke our future.
Doctors were some of the earliest, most visible dissidents in the pro-democracy protests. Their rarity and relative value to the regime made them a potent symbol of the pro-democracy movement. But, as Dr. Wonder made clear, many older medical professionals were not at all certain that resistance was a right move.
On that morning, we go back to our society, our hospital. We are young guys, all professors, all consultants, they not much interest about that. Because they told us, whoever rules our country, this is not our business. It is one of our senior doctors from our society, from our department, told us like that. But we reply him, no, this should be last time.
If you didn't catch that, he said it should be the last time. The last time kids had to die in the streets. They didn't want another generation to have to go through the same thing. So they got together a proposal, a sort of manifesto for peaceful nonviolent resistance, and they submitted it to their seniors.
We negotiated with our, young resident, our society, and we discussed about that, and we plan to start with one of our prior movement before civil disobedience. We have got a red ribbon movement because we want to strike peacefully on the media. Okay, we started like that, and then some of our seniors from our society, they were from Mandalay Hospital. Okay, they accept our proposal. Yes, because our generation has already passed that difficulties before, but not your generation should not accept that.
3 days before the coup, TK got off a plane in San Francisco. He's from Myanmar, but he lives in the Bay Area now. And before you ask, he says that the Burmese restaurant there is not as good as the stuff back home.
It's only 3 days.
Oh, come on, 3 days before.
3 days before, I went back to the United States, and I wish I'm stay in Yangon and doing the revolution and participate in everywhere that I can. But I couldn't do from the long distance, So that's all I can do for now.
TK had just been in Myanmar. He had connections to many people on the ground there. His friends were there. His family were there. When the government cut off internet access, he remained able to get good international reporting on the situation in his home country. Slowly, he found ways to communicate with his friends. and a growing core of the protesters taking to the streets.
I was a keyboard fighter. I have no idea about the politics. I have no idea about the military stuff.
This is the single most common sentiment we've heard across all the revolutionaries we've met. None of them considered themselves to be very political prior to the coup. They started marching in the street because a military coup was obviously bad, but they stayed there because the violence dished out by the state was so horrific. Safe at their house in Mesot, we talked to the boys, Andy's brothers and cousins, all of whom were living in Naypyidaw when the coup kicked off. It didn't take him long to try and join them.
Then I went to Myawaddy, which is across the border in Myanmar side. And I was there for a week, and it was something else. Like, I've never been to protests. I've never been involved in any of this thing, and I never thought I would be. I don't know. I always thought like I wasn't going to be a part of it. But when I went there, the first day I arrived, there were 200,000 people on the street protesting, and then it's like, and this big group of people walking streets after street, and everyone coming out of their house, and we have this symbol like 3 fingers from Hunger Games, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like our symbol for democracy now, our movement now. And everyone come out of their house doing that. And, like giving us water, food, everything. It was beautiful. Like it was something else. It was something else. And then from that day, I was like hooked. I was like, okay, this is what I'm going to do now. I'm going to be a photographer, and I'm going to, in this, and I'm going to take photo of these people and their stories, and I'm going to share it. And that's my part. That's my role.
Soon, he found friends among the protesters. Within a few days, he was feeling a feeling that so many people felt in 2020. It's a feeling you felt if you've ever been in the thick of a crowd of people filled with righteous anger and facing down overwhelmed police or soldiers. It's a sensation I can't really describe to you if you haven't experienced it, but I can say that there's no time that I've ever felt more empowered than the times I've been crushed shoulder to shoulder with strangers, toe to toe with state violence, and watch cops break and retreat. It's incredible, it's addictive, and if I'm honest, it's probably why Robert and I booked a flight to visit a stranger I've been DMing on the gram.
I think after 3 days, I met this group of people, young people, like students trying to be lawyers and stuff, and I figured out that they were the ones trying to organize these big protests, like 200 people, 100,000 people. They were the ones that's making that happen. So I started kind of following them, trying to get close, because I wanted to get stories from them. And then they realized what I've been doing. They've been watching, and so they were very welcome. And they took me to this hideout that they go to, and then we will have discussions, meetings about what we should do the next day, but then it's because it's a small town, right? Slowly, I think police and military started realizing that we are that group too.
So by now, you're probably wondering what that cover of Dust in the Wind you've been hearing is. It's a song the boys learned when they first took to the streets, but it tells the story of a previous revolution, one that didn't succeed.
That's pretty good, guys. Yeah.
Can you tell us what that song's about? Do you know what the lyrics are and stuff in English? Maybe?
Yeah. We can try.
I heard the word democracy in there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It's like all the lives that were lost in fighting for democracy.
Yeah.
Do people use it for the Spring Revolution as well as 88?
Yeah. Because it's the same thing. Right? We can use it. Till the World, and that's the name of the song.
Tell the World it's called?
Yeah, like Till the World.
Till the World ends.
Yes,
Okay.
So basically, the song is like, they sang it back in the 88, and then it's like we used it quite a lot when we were in the protest too. And the lyrics are, "We'll keep fighting until the end of the world, for the sake of history and revolution in our blood, and of the fallen heroes who fought for the democracy. Oh, our dearest heroes, this is the land of like heroes. Like, yeah. And yeah, it goes on, and then yeah, basically saying like something like the history went wrong along the way, but we have to fix it. And, yeah. Like the country has shed its blood, and how could they commit such violence to its own people, you know? Yeah. And yeah, like they say, like the blood on the roads and the streets are not dried yet. And for the sake of these people who have died for the democracy, for fighting for democracy, for the sake of them, we have to keep fighting, basically, yeah.
Now, in their exile, they keep singing it to remember the first day of the revolution, when the fights were in the street, not the jungle, and before they lost so many of their comrades.
Yeah. And then there was the night protest in front of the police station. Candles, yeah. Oh, they're singing the song they just sang. Yeah. It got very, very heated.
The protests our friends were just talking about occurred in Myawaddy, but the song popped up all across the country.
When you played it in Yangon, you all sing it?
Yeah, they in Yangon, it wasn't one guitar, it was a whole band.
Yeah.
Like, have like protesters sitting down, and then there's a group of people who are playing this, and repeatedly there are a bunch of songs that we'll play, and then there's like words that we would say, and yeah, like slogans and stuff. Yeah. Beam down, and you'll see from the footage how it's yeah.
How does it make you feel singing it now?
It's scary, you know. It's like the song.
The song is very real. So like at first, we didn't want to play the song. It's too dark. It's too intense, right?
Dead body.
Yeah, like yeah. But it's not like the lyrics are there. Like you can see it. You know, it's like because we've been through it too. So. It's very intense, and yeah, I think the first time I heard it, like I heard the song, I remember that weird feeling of, still have it, like every time we sing it now, like this is not one of the songs that we usually sing, like it's not a fun song, but yeah.
On the next episode, which you'll be able to download tomorrow, we'll talk about how the junta began to clamp down on the protests, and how the protesters decided this struggle was too important to abandon, and decided to fight back. Hi everyone, it's James here. I just wanted to note that lots of the words in this script are Burmese or Karen or Thai, and we've made every effort to make sure that we pronounce them correctly, but we're sure we've obviously made some mistakes along the way. That's not out of a lack of respect or out of a lack of re-recording on my part, but we did want to note that where we've made a mistake, we're very sorry for doing so.
What's up, fam? I'm sports journalist Ari Chambers.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your girl, Sam J.
And we're the hosts of Everyone Watches Women's Sports, a new podcast from Together and iHeart Women's Sports.
Because let's be real, women's sports is giving us way too much to talk about these days.
So Kelsey Findler, she became the first female solo rower to go from California to Hawaii.
My first thought is just like, what's up with the snacks? Like, what are we eating?
The highlights, the rivalries, the breakout stars, the moments that take over your entire timeline.
And the conversations that start during the game and somehow keep going all week, every week. We're breaking down the biggest stories across women's sports.
Naomi Osaka showing out. She beat Sabalenka.
Shout out to you, Naomi.
You get the palm, Naomi. You get the palm for that.
Because we're not just interested in what happened. We're interested in why everyone's talking about it. Because everyone watches women's sports. Listen to Everyone Watches Women's Sports
on the iHeartRadio app,
Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Portlandia fans.
Carrie Brownstein and Fred Armisen here.
You know us, or rather, you know them. Tony and Candace, Nina and Lance, Spike, and yes, the chicken.
We've played a lot of iconic characters over the years, but today we're showing up as ourselves to tell you about Podlandia, AO Rewatch, our brand new podcast.
Each week, we'll revisit an episode of Portlandia from the very beginning, breaking down the sketches, exploring the backstories of our most iconic characters, revisiting the Portland locations you know and love, and opening up about our creative process.
How did any of this get made? Why do we think that was a good idea? We're ready to talk about it.
And we'll also be joined by the people who helped bring it all to life. Guest stars, collaborators, and friends, including director Jonathan Kreisel, the mayor himself, Kyle MacLachlan, legendary musician Amy Mann, and many more.
Kyle is going for it here. You fully improvised not just words, but a song, a melody.
Well, I thought he was going to write. I thought you were all going to write a song.
I remember you thinking that.
Listen to Podlandia, Ayo Rewatch on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Nick Turturro. You probably know me from NYPD Blue, The Longest Yard, or Spike Lee's Black Klansman. But I'm also from Queens, which means I know pizza. And on my new podcast, Delivering Happiness with Nick Turturro, I deliver pizza from Prince Street Pizza to a new guest.
Are you delivering pizza now?
Then we sit down for a real conversation. I've shared a slice with everyone, from Seth Rollins.
What are you doing with my belt?
To Alex Rodriguez.
Just to let you people know, we're talking to one of the goats here.
To Bill Burr.
I don't think I've ever met somebody so exactly out of their mind as I am.
And now, we even have more great guests coming up, including the great John Turturro.
It's called happiness. Delivering happiness.
Mariano Rivera. And many, many more. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Delivering Happiness with Nick Turturro, and listen now.
This is Chelsea Handler from Dear Chelsea. Every week, the news gets worse, the world gets crazier, and Yamanika is here to tell whoever's responsible, you're the problem.
If you come over here to play games, I'ma check you. Okay? If you do some in the news that don't sound good, I'ma play you.
Join Yamanika Saunders as she breaks down the week's most problematic stories on her new podcast, You're the Problem, with Yamanika.
Do you know I just found out who Sydney Sweeney was?
New episodes weekly every Wednesday as part of my new network, the Dear Chelsea Network.
If he got a bunch of women, then I should have a bunch of men. Do better or do less so I don't have to do so much.
So join Yamanika each episode as she answers one question. Who's the problem?
I'm Yamanika, and I'm out. Listen to You're the Problem with Yamanika on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is It Could Happen Here, Executive Disorder, our weekly newscast covering what's happening in the White House, the crumbling world, and what it means for you. I'm Garrison Davis. Today I'm joined by Mia Wong and Robert Evans with a special segment by James Stout. This episode, we're covering the week of July 15th to July 22nd. On Monday morning, someone poured gasoline in front of an entrance to the Federal Immigration Court in New York City and lit the gasoline on fire. A 43-year-old Army vet was arrested outside the building and has been charged with arson. The man brought a sign reading "Ice off our streets," and also allegedly launched a bundle of fireworks and fired pellets from an airsoft rifle. 3 U.S. service members were killed this week on an airbase in Jordan as a result of Trump's war with Iran. The New York Times reported that the Trump administration has tried to obtain phone and text records from New York Times journalists and their families to uncover the source of leaks regarding the security capabilities of the new Air Force One, courtesy of the Qatari government. Kash Patel is overseeing this investigation. This is a huge First Amendment breach.
Yeah.
After multiple failed election campaigns, Katie Porter has announced she is leaving politics to become a book influencer.
Oh, God.
And has rebranded her Instagram account to Katie Porter Turns the Page.
What? Okay. I mean, bold move to be like, you know what the growth industry of the future is? Books. I can't fault the desire there, but I just don't think history is going to really work that way, Katie.
Secretary Kennedy has announced the Trump administration is pausing more than $1 billion in Medicaid payments to California and Minnesota due to, quote, suspected fraud and non-compliance. I'll play a short clip here.
That includes more than $867 million for California and over $200 million for Minnesota. If those states want that money, they need to provide documentation that these payments are legitimate.
This will seriously harm, if not kill, people.
Huge numbers of people.
This is just $1 billion cut to Medicaid, citing quote-unquote fraud.
It's aimed at blue states that the administration sees as enemies, you know?
Let's move on to our first main story, and it'll be kind of a through line this episode. As I briefly mentioned last week, on Thursday, July 16th, Marco Rubio and the State Department held an international conference on the scourge of left-wing violence and Antifa terrorism. This is just the latest escalation following Trump's designation of Antifa as a quote-unquote terrorist group last year, and the emboldening of law enforcement's targeting of left-wing groups via National Security Presidential Memorandum Number 7. According to the State Department, this international conference was attended by representatives from 66 countries. Over 60 senior ministers were invited, but only 17 ministers actually were in attendance, though other, quote, political leaders and experts and law enforcement officials traveled to D.C. for the event, including the senior chief of the Hellenic police from Greece. According to a reporter from the La Jornada newspaper, Mexico was invited to the summit, but the president declined to attend because the conference seemed, quote, more political than really related to combating criminal groups.
Yeah, amazing. Imagine that.
And before the conference, Washington Post reported that many senior ministers were confused as to the purpose of the event and why they were invited to the conference, with 2 European diplomats telling the Post, quote, we don't have Antifa, and, quote, our law enforcement authorities have not focused on left-wing terrorism because this is not considered a high priority threat in our country.
Because it doesn't really exist, to us.
So this international summit put on by Marco Rubio was titled The Ministerial on the Resurgence of Political Terrorism.
Come on.
Very serious.
Completely leaving out the right. And also, as we'll talk about later, blaming a lot, basically the entire modern left on Cuba. Because it's a mix of Marco and everyone trying to pander to Trump, a lot of these are grievances either rooted in the 70s or like a 4-month period in 2020.
Yes.
Right? Like that's their entire conception of the left.
To open the summit, Rubio told this story of a civilizational threat posed by leftists, Marxists, and anarchist political violence. Violence that has laid dormant since the 70s, but has now awoken. Rubio applauded our counterterrorism strategies in taking down quote-unquote radical Islamist extremism. But while our focus has been on ISIS and jihadism, law enforcement and the counterterrorism apparatus has been unable or unwilling to go after left-wing violence. Let's hear from Rubio.
For far too long, however, our counterterrorism doctrine has had a blind spot when it comes to extremist violence from the political left. Even today, the very idea that far-left terrorism could be a serious threat is treated as a right-wing fever dream, or worse, as a dangerous fascist conspiracy. It's treated this way by many in the press, by many in academia and our universities, and by many of our legacy institutions. You will no doubt see the dogma rear its head in the coverage of this very conference. In spite of the clear and the undeniable reality, in spite of the objective numbers and statistics,
one of the main tactics employed by Rubio, Stephen Miller, and others throughout this conference was the subtle conflation of mass casualty incidents from the far right with instances of property damage or, in the most extreme cases, targeted assassination attempts against political figures attributed to the far left, which people on the far right also do, by the way.
Much more often, yeah.
Rubio said, quote, a whole industry grew up in our countries around the study of extremism. We have think tanks and fellowships and journals and consultancies, with the unspoken understanding among them that only one kind of political violence was a true threat to the system. A bomb planted by a neo-Nazi group was a nefarious and murderous act of evil. It is, but a bomb planted by a Marxist revolutionary, well, that's just merely a tragic excess of idealism. Perhaps its means were misplaced or overzealous, but its ends were virtuous and just, unquote.
No one's ever said that. Marco.
No one said it. Like,
no one in U.S. politics has ever said that. You can find some maniacs who've said anything about anything, but like that's simply not a discourse in America.
CVE researchers generally would not describe Marxist bombing plots as virtuous and just.
I've never heard a bombing plot described as virtuous. The only act of what you could call terrorism I have ever seen in the recent days people call virtuous is, what happened to that healthcare executive.
Which Rubio does talk about.
Yes. And that is definitely, a lot of people cheered that on, but I can't think of a single instance in which a bombing has ever been cheered on.
Also, Marxist bombings, it's wait, but when was the last time a Marxist, actually said, this is not a real thing?
It is in that what Rubio is talking about is a spate of left-wing affiliated bombings that occurred from 1971 to 72. He talks about this in the Cuba, and that's what he's saying.
That hasn't happened.
No.
Weather Underground has been above ground for
That's entirely what all this is based on.
Yeah. And it's it's not a thing now.
Yeah, is what old people remember about the left in the 70s.
Yeah.
It's not directly referenced, but I know the DOJ did make a big hubbub about foiling a quote-unquote far left, or it's kind of like an anti-imperialist, Maoist bombing plot in California late last year. Also, a confidential human source who was working with law enforcement was involved in the planning of this operation, which was stopped by law enforcement before they could ever carry out the attack.
And that's the closest thing to an actual Marxist.
That is the closest recent thing, yes.
That's it. In the last very long number of years.
Now, Rubio claimed that, quote, an extraordinary ideological prejudice was embedded in the way we talk about political violence and extremism, to the point that this prejudice has become the neutral and objective baseline, quote, so entrenched in the mainstream conventional wisdom that it came to be regarded as an apolitical fact. For an example of this, Rubio mentions the protests against the murder of George Floyd.
Many people in positions of power have repeatedly dismissed acts of violence and even terrorism as legitimate forms of political expression, so long as they served a left-wing cause. It is why during those so-called George Floyd riots in the summer of 2020, as criminals and extremists burned and looted their way through America's great cities and nearly brought the country to its knees, city governments all across the country simply refused to prosecute the people conducting these acts of violence and terror. It is the reason for the now infamous image, maybe you all recall this, of a news anchor from a very prominent agency, a news anchor standing in a neighborhood consumed in flames. Meanwhile, the chyron on the bottom read that the protests were mostly peaceful.
You can't even say chyron right? My God.
This was something worse than a double standard. Left-wing violence was not just excused, it was treated as sacrosanct, a protected class unto itself.
A protected class unto itself. Protecting their ability to light trash on fire in the middle of a street.
That's what happened. There weren't thousands of arrests and prosecutions.
That is the other thing, is that the Trump administration did that a little bit, but this was at the end of 2020. The Biden administration did tons and tons of federal arrests with people involved in these protests, people who are still in jail. Meanwhile, the January 6th people are out of jail and have had pardons.
Yeah.
Rubio referenced instances of political violence in Europe from recent time, like a firebomb attack on the home of a Greek politician that killed that politician's mother earlier this month. Rubio did not mention that 4 suspects have already been arrested, and that this firebombing was the first time in over a decade that someone was killed in an attack targeting a politician in Greece. Rubio also referenced a 5-day blackout in Berlin last winter caused by a power line sabotage. People claiming to be responsible for the attack associated themselves with a far-left eco-extremist group. And lastly, Rubio mentioned that in February of this year, quote, a French 23-year-old succumbed to traumatic brain injuries, beaten to death on the streets of Lyon by a group of far-left militant thugs. This 23-year-old was a neo-fascist quote-unquote activist, that's what he's referred to in local news coverage, who died 2 days after being brutalized in a large street brawl during a far-right protest outside of a university event featuring a Palestinian lawmaker. 11 anti-fascists were arrested for this. Now, Rubio tried to connect the current emerging threat of far-left political terrorism to historical Marxist struggles in the 20th century, and particularly the 1970s. Rubio name-dropped urban guerrilla groups in Central and South America, FARC, the National Liberation Army, the Shining Path Maoist guerrillas in Peru, as well as European groups like Italy's Red Brigades, the Red Army faction in Germany, Marxist extremists in Greece, and in the US, the Weather Underground, the Black Liberation Army, and the Symbionese Liberation Army.
And today we face a new wave of this old evil. Here in the United States, the share of left-wing terrorist attacks and plots has risen to levels not seen in decades. In Germany, far-left violence has jumped by more than 40% in just the last year alone. In Greece, more than 80% of radical violence is now driven by far-left and anarchist actors. These are not abstract statistics. Americans have seen what those numbers mean. An all-out assault on our immigration officers, sniper attacks, explosives, armed ambushes, a transgender shooter opening fire on Catholic elementary school students as they pray, his gun marked with slogans like, "Where is your God now?" A healthcare executive executed in cold blood in the streets. Multiple assassination attempts on a sitting president, and the murder of the greatest conservative activist of a generation.
So there's a lot there. Anarchist violence certainly isn't new in Greece.
No.
And again, in the American context, this little speech by Rubio conflates mass casualty events with property damage and isolated, targeted violence. He references vague, quote-unquote, all-out assaults on immigration officers, as in big protests in Minneapolis. He references a one sniper attack by a suicidal man who was not very political and leaned libertarian in Texas. He references a transgender shooter who also was not politically motivated in the traditional sense and initially planned to shoot up an LGBTQ music venue. The United Healthcare CEO assassination is arguably the closest thing here to like left-wing motivated violence.
It's definitely politically motivated.
Even that suspect wasn't particularly like left-wing politically.
No.
Belief in some political ideology was not the driving force behind that assassination. It wasn't ideologically motivated, but rather materially motivated, based on interactions with our inhumane healthcare system. Trying to understand every public act of violence, whether that's a shooting or an assassination, just as existing in between this left-right binary is a very limited way to actually try to understand public acts of violence. Because not all shootings have an obvious ideological driver. Public acts of violence can be downstream of someone's personal experiences and material conditions. As for the Trump assassinations, two have been from people who were largely moderate liberals, not leftists, and the first attempted assassination did not appear to have what we would traditionally consider to be a political motive. Again, from someone with a conservative background who was closer to what we would describe as having like a school shooter mentality. I'll talk about this a little bit later, but I think it's really important to understand that just because the target is a political figure does not mean it is political violence. The attempted assassination on Ronald Reagan is a key example of this. And investigations into the first Trump assassination found that the shooter, Thomas Crooks, searched online for a variety of events to commit a shooting at. In the month prior to the shooting, he did more than 60 internet searches related to Biden, Trump, and information about the upcoming DNC and RNC conventions. Trump's campaign event in Butler, Pennsylvania just happened to take place in the right place at the right time. And for someone who's just trying to do a high-profile shooting, it might not even matter what the outcome of that attempted shooting is. These public acts of violence usually have a suicidal component, a drive for self-annihilation, while simultaneously gaining some final sense of meaning or purpose by crudely emblazoning yourself in history through a violent act. This kind of public suicidal violence can be a sort of final attempt of communing with the world. The AP summarized a report published last year by the Center for Strategic and International Studies that found that left-wing terrorist attacks as of July of last year had surpassed those from the far right for the first time in more than 30 years. But a closer look at that data showed that the uptick reflects a very low starting level and a concurrent drop on the far right. Quote, there was an average of 0.6 left-wing incidents annually from 1994 through 2000, compared with an average of 20.6 on the right, the report shows. From 2016 to 2024, there were an average of 4 per year on the left and 22.7 per year on the right. Those numbers have dropped dramatically on the right as of early July 2025, with only 1 incident. Meanwhile, there had been 5 from the left. So, yes, left-wing attacks in 2025 did outpace what that report, as of July, categorized as right-wing attacks. But that's because there was a big drop-off in right-wing attacks once Trump came into office, and a very small increase in attacks attributed to the left. And that is the sort of statistics that Rubio is using to make this push.
Yeah, and, it's worth noting, it's like, okay, so why have there been less of these sort of, right-wing political terrorism events? And it's like, well, because ICE is just doing them instead.
Yeah, the state's doing the violence for them.
Yeah, it's the same reason that you can look at the period in which sort of, jailhouse lynching suddenly, collapses. And the reason they collapse is that, the U.S. government just starts executing those people. And, this is, a very explicit deal that's made between the state and the specific kind of lynch mob is we'll just carry out death penalty sentences against these people if you stop storming prisons and lynching them in there. So, that's what's happening here, right? Is you have people with mass shooter profiles who are, ICE officers shooting immigrants in the streets now.
Yeah.
One thing that was really common throughout Rubio's whole speech and some of the follow-up remarks by Miller and Bessett is a big thing that was undergirding their rhetoric was this assumption that if the target of violence is viewed as right-wing, then the attacker must be left-wing. And any attack that goes against what they would consider a right-wing symbol, whether that's ICE, whether that's the president, whatever, then whoever is attacking that symbol must be coming from the left-wing or have some left-wing motivation. And that's the way that they're trying to frame a lot of this. One of the old categories of violent extremism is called anti-government violent extremism, which is a very broad category, which can encompass some people who have explicit ideological drivers, but also can include people who are doing public suicidal violence who will target the government or political figures as an expression of their own political and societal alienation. Someone who does this kind of public suicidal violence can often lack a recognizably coherent political philosophy that can be easily grafted onto our Democrat-Republican binary, with there sometimes being a mix of political beliefs across the left-right spectrum. But now that Trump is in office, any attack against the federal government can be used by the Trump administration as an example of left-wing terrorism attacking a right-wing government. Take, for instance, the sniper attack in Texas targeting an ICE facility and vehicles, although actually shooting multiple immigrants. This shooter was described by his friends as being largely apolitical but leaned libertarian. This shooting also had a suicidal aspect in that he did kill himself after the shooting. With Trump in charge of the federal government, nihilistic and self-destructive attacks against American society may take a form which can be characterized as left-wing violence. Another example of this is the plot against the UFC Freedom 250 event, where self-described Christian patriots who saw themselves as aspiring revolutionaries tried to start the Second American Revolutionary War by targeting high-level politicians and public figures at the UFC White House event. These people are not on what I would consider the left wing, but in the conservative coverage of this attack, this was framed as an anti-capitalist attack targeting Trump's cabinet. Towards the end of Rubio's speech, he started talking about this international strategy that they want to develop to handle this emerging threat. Quote, "This is an international conference because we are facing an international, transnational threat. These are not distinct and isolated cells. They are interconnected networks. They do not recognize our borders. They do not believe, in fact, in the nation state itself. They coordinate, they communicate, they travel, they train, and they act together, sharing the same infrastructure, sharing the same enemies, sharing the same mission." And I'll play one more clip from Rubio here.
Antifa militants and their comrades travel from across Europe and to the Americas to participate in each other's attacks, to funnel propaganda and training materials and target information through shared encrypted channels, moving through underground networks of safe houses and finance, and sustain their operations through transnational funds. and they work alongside hostile foreign states that share their mission, like Iranian proxy networks, who are increasingly intimately tied to leftist militant groups around the world. The Cuban regime's sprawling intelligence and ideological network helped to build the far left in our country and in our hemisphere, and it remains inextricably linked to the far left groups and movements across and beyond the West. Today's far left terrorists can raise money in one country. They can host their communications in a second country. They can receive training in a third country. They can recruit militants in a fourth country, and then together strike a target in a fifth country.
A thing that we've never seen happen.
This is complete fiction.
A thing that's never ever happened.
This is like
not once. Where are they training, Marco? Cuba?
This is like a Tom Clancy novel.
He does think they're training in Cuba, actually. I shouldn't ask that, yeah.
The only thing that functions like this is the Central Intelligence Agency.
Yeah.
Like, nothing else works like this.
That's not entirely true. Like, the global far right does, to a degree, work this way,
true.
right? Like, there's an element. Now, no, I wouldn't even describe it that way, because that's more elaborate than I've ever seen the global far right do, honestly. But their versions of that do occur, where people are, like, traveling to one country for armed training or whatever. Yeah.
I guess you could look back at the old, like, World Anti-Communist Networks.
Right. Exactly.
Like, League networks, where they would do that. But, like, this...
I mean, I wonder if they would consider stuff like traveling to, like, Rojava, right? A leftist traveling to Rojava or traveling to, like, you know, see, like, Zapatistas, right? If that's kind of what he's thinking of, or if he's even thinking about it in, like, a real literal way.
I can tell you specifically what he's thinking about in this. I mean, he's thinking about two things. He's trying to directly draw a comparison for political purposes to the influencers who went over to Cuba recently. But the thing that he is actually thinking about is the way a chunk of the global far left worked in like the 60s and 70s. Gaddafi trained the IRA, right? Like there were a lot of like, not all of them, but like people did travel from left-wing groups to other places and then carried out attacks in other countries. That was a thing that occurred during what is often called the golden age of terrorism. A lot of this is just more Marco not leaving the 70s behind. Like, even though, again, it's 50 years since that kind of shit's been going on almost. And Gaddafi's dead. Like, the IRA isn't exactly active anymore either.
We'll return to talk more about far left transnational terrorism after this ad break. We are back. There's one last part about this Antifa far left terrorism summit that happened at the State Department that I want to hone in on, and that is the remarks made by Stephen Miller. So brace yourself for a short clip of Miller here.
President Trump issued a directive in our parlance. It's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM 7 to be exact, that directs, for the first time in American history, all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country. There's no point at which the left-wing terrorist is satisfied with his gains and ceases progressing. Inevitably, left to run its course, it always becomes a gulag. It always becomes the mass imprisonment of political enemies, the stripping of their rights and freedoms, inflicting immense pain, humiliation, suffering, in order to establish complete and total control. Control through psychological and physical and actual terror.
We must disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists, or else they will turn the country into a gulag and conduct the mass imprisonment of political enemies and establish total psychological control.
It's just that we must do the genocide before they do the genocide against us thing.
And that is a lot of how Miller and the ambassador for the Counterterrorism Bureau talk about this. So, like, we need to stop this before it gets bigger. We know it seems kind of small right now, but by the time that everyone realizes this is a huge threat, then it's already too late. Then we've already lost. We have to end this thing right now as it still is like an infant. Like, we cannot let this thing grow up. That is very much how he talks about it. And he is really frustrated about the way that attempts by the Trump administration to do this have been curtailed or have not been able to really be followed through on to the extent that he wants. And he has a specific thing that's been happening that he's really upset about. And it's a little term that some people in the audience might be familiar with called jury nullification.
There's a real threat that those who are not themselves terrorists, but who support left-wing violence, will create the conditions that allow that violence to go on without any meaningful inhibition. So, to be specific, we've seen in some of our nation's cities in America, like Washington, D.C. and New York City, something, again, it's an American term, but it's known as jury nullification. This is when a person is obviously guilty of a crime, but the juror, because they're ideologically sympathetic to the perpetrator, will not sentence them to the crime which they've obviously committed. We've seen in the United States, again and again, individuals who are part of left-wing organizations who've committed assaults against ICE officers or federal law enforcement who've been brought to court where clear evidence has been presented against them that the jury has refused to convict for purely political reasons. When you've reached that point, it demonstrates how deeply the cancer has begun to infest your society.
According to a new report in Just Security, quote, nearly half the cases nationwide brought against protesters and immigrants for assault against a law enforcement officer were dismissed by judges, withdrawn by prosecutors, or resulted in jury acquittals. In at least 18 publicly reported instances, grand juries have refused to indict. At least 16 grand jury subpoenas have been blocked or withdrawn, and judges have dismissed or prosecutors have dropped at least 79 cases relating to ICE protests or federal law enforcement surges across D.C., Chicago, Minnesota, and Los Angeles. In a period of 2 months, the U.S. Attorney's Office in D.C. dropped more cases than it had in the previous 10 years combined, unquote. And that also shows the scale in which they're bringing these cases against protesters. This is something that Miller is really upset about. This is something that is severely prohibiting the administration's ability to go after, quote unquote, left-wing terrorism, what they view as left-wing terrorism. And he's really frustrated about this. Here's one last quote from him. Quote, one of the hallmarks of left-wing violence and terrorism is its completely pretextual and disingenuous appeal to civil liberties in an effort to shield its own violence. This is the tactic that the left always uses to try to protect itself from facing criminal punishment. It is essential that we are wise enough and strong enough to understand that these appeals must fall on deaf ears. We must stay the course and be completely unflinching in the pursuit of justice against these enemies of civilization, unquote. And Miller and Rubio went on pretty lengthy rants about how the threat of left-wing violence really is this civilizational threat against what is beautiful and what is good and what is natural. It's a quote from Miller. Against this like ugly hatred that fuels the left. This sort of like resentment for like failing at life. And now they want to attack those of us who like succeed, those of us who like build. Very fascistic like stuff at the end of both of their speeches.
And also very Ben Shapiro stuff, to be honest. The whole builders and takers thing. I mean, he didn't start that, but it is interesting to see. There's so many old throwbacks to this because you can tell these are guys who get started in right-wing politics before the current era because they keep harkening back to stuff that's just like not as big a part of like the modern vernacular, which is always interesting to me, like how stuck a lot of these guys are in the past.
At a post-conference press conference for Foreign Press, the coordinator and ambassador at large for the Bureau of Counterterrorism reiterated that the U.S. counterterrorism strategy is still focusing on three main types of threat groups: narco-terrorists, Islamic or jihadist terrorists, and far-left terrorists, and that they need to, quote, identify terror actors and plots before they happen. He calls far-left terrorism a resurgent threat with a clear upward trend, and that they are, quote, committed to addressing it before it metastasizes, that they want to halt this scourge before it grows into something larger, more unified, and more deadly. The ambassador outlined three concrete outcomes from this conference. The first was on designations and accountability. And like Rubio, he promised that additional foreign terrorist organizations and specially designated global terrorist designations for quote-unquote far-left groups are under active review and are going to be incoming soon, following the 4 designations of Europe-based groups last year. So there's going to be more left-wing or Antifa-related groups designated as foreign terrorist organizations. Secretary Bessent talked about how legitimate nonprofit and charitable structures are being, quote, exploited as a mechanism to conceal the movement of illicit funds to support political terrorism. And the ambassador talked about how international partners are discussing prospects to, quote, align their own legal frameworks to ensure that these networks cannot simply relocate across borders. As a part of these terrorist designations, the Treasury's Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence will take steps to dismantle the funding which sustains these groups. And the State Department's also offering payments of up to $10 million for information disrupting far-left terrorist financing. The second outcome of the conference was on operational coordination, like deepening information sharing between partner agencies and coordinating on travel restrictions, and strengthening the protection of critical infrastructure like transportation and energy systems. It was also announced that Germany would host the next quote-unquote counter-terrorism workshop. And the last concrete outcome of this event was new visa restrictions, quote, targeting members of far-left terrorists and aligned groups. For more on that, let's throw to our colleague, James Stout.
Hi everyone, it's James coming at you with the second attempt to record this. I find myself traveling every Wednesday at the moment, so apologies for missing out on recording with everyone else. I will be back next week, I promise, and we will return to our usual shared conversation. But I did want to check in with everyone this week because I want to talk about a couple of things. Last week, for the first time in its history, the United States government attempted to remove someone through the use of the Alien Terrorist Removal Court. This is something that was first published by Seamus Hughes at Court Watch. I want to give credit where credit's due. Seamus spent an ungodly amount of time looking at PACER and other court documents and found this. Some background on this court, right? It's established in 1996 by the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act. That law allows the Attorney General to designate someone as a terrorist and use this process if Title II removal would be a threat to national security. Now, the hearings in the ATRC, I will say they fly extremely close to the sun with regards to constitutional rights and the concept of a fair trial. There are lots of provisions in this law for classified evidence, for strict restrictions on the things that the defendant can obtain by discovery. The law also says, quote, an alien subject to removal under this title shall not be entitled to suppress evidence that the alien alleges was unlawfully obtained. So that's great stuff. It's just worth noting 1996 is before the start of the global war on terror, and it therefore predates the existence of the prison camp at Guantanamo Bay. Right? The United States had a base at Guantanamo Bay, but the large-scale extrajudicial torturing of people, what they called enhanced interrogation at Guantanamo Bay, had not begun in 1996, right? I'm not saying that they were not doing extrajudicial things in 1996. I'm just saying that, like, the Gitmo as we understand it today, for those of us who have grown up with it as a political reality for most of our adult lives, didn't exist in that sense then. But I'm not saying that there were not people detained there. They probably were. I'm not saying they did not do extrajudicial things in pursuit of quote-unquote anti-terrorism. I believe they did. Boasberg mentioned this court, Judge Boasberg, right? We remember him from the El Salvador Secot cases, when he told the government that there was a procedure for someone accused of terrorism, because the government basically said, oh, well, these people are terrorists. Look at that. We put them on a plane, sent them to a death camp in El Salvador, essentially, right? A prison that very few people leave. Eventually, most of those people did leave in this case, but it was very unusual for someone to leave that camp. And what he said was, quote, so if there's a national security concern with having these hearings, whether via habeas or otherwise, you can always go to the ATRC, which will be a first, but that's what it's there for, right? So at the time, he's pointing to it, saying if you can't put the evidence for these people's, the need to remove these people out in public, that's why we have the ATRC. Why don't you use that? Trump administration said we can use that. That does not mean we have to use that. That was their argument, right? The court is open not just to people engaged in terrorism, it's also their families. It's also people accused of things like soliciting others to engage in acts of terrorism and raising funds. It also appears that once they've submitted an application for removal through this court, they can detain a person. The court has this crazy website. Like, it looks like it was very hastily created. It's not a usual website for a court at all. Usually court websites look like they were made in the late 1990s. They are very difficult to navigate, and they have a huge amount of data that it's hard to find. That's why a lot of us like to use Court Listener or some other website rather than going directly to the court pages, which can be very hard to navigate. This page lists the judges, right? Each of the judges comes from a different US circuit, and it has the two documents that the court has made available so far. One is pretty much all blanked out. And the other one is a court order in which the court's chief judge asserts that, quote, the government could benefit from an opportunity for more thoughtful consideration. So they've made an application to remove someone by this court, and that is a response of the court at this time, right? Obviously, this is very concerning, right? Immigration court, to begin with, I think, is getting closer and closer to being something that is sort of openly flouting the Constitution and people's rights there. Immigration judges are not judges in the sense that you understand judges to be, even though some of them have worked hard to give people due process, and many of them are now being removed, one could surmise, because of that. But if we look at this in addition to the United States adding groups in Mexico and Europe to the FTO list, foreign terrorist organization, for those who aren't familiar, it's especially concerning, right? And it's especially concerning when we look at another announcement this week, which explicitly cited NSPM 7, which we've spoken about at length on this show, limiting visas for people it calls anti-fascist and far-left terrorist groups. The announcement began, I'm going to quote from it extensively here, right? Far-left terrorists and aligned groups use sophisticated, organized networks to perpetrate violence as a political tool, seeking to implement an extreme political vision through intimidation and coordinated campaigns of terror. It is a strategy that explicitly aims to undermine the political foundations of free and self-governing societies, utilizing bombings, assassinations, and other forms of terrorism to silence speech, limit political opposition, change policy outcomes, and sabotage political processes. This announcement also said that it, quote, targets members of far-left terrorists and other aligned groups who have supported or incited acts of terrorism, supported violent criminal activity, participated in economic sabotage, financed, recruited, or provided logistical support for violent or criminal actions committed by far-left terrorists and other aligned groups, and or facilitated the convergence of far-left terrorists and other aligned networks for the purposes of violent action. Some of these are pretty broad, right? Economic sabotage. Normally I would say it was ludicrous to suggest that that could include BDS, but I think given where we are, it's not crazy to think that, right? Some of these facilitating the conversions, right? Is that like holding a big summit? Is like the logistical support for violent or criminal actions? Does that mean bail funds? All of these things, cash bail, I guess, is less of a thing outside the US. Does that mean people who have done jail support, right? That kind of thing. This is super concerning. The State Department explicitly cites Section 212, subsection A, Part 3, subsection C of the Immigration and Nationality Act, which deals with the inadmissibility of aliens. This section begins, quote, an alien whose entry or proposed activities in the United States Secretary of State has reasonable ground to believe have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States is inadmissible. So that's a very, very broad category, right? Notably, it is not subsection B, which deals specifically with terrorism, on which terrorists are inadmissible. This is a different one, which deals with this very broad power given to the Secretary of State to decide whose admission would be bad for the United States foreign policy consequences. They've used this before, right? This is a favorite of this administration. But again, right, this is an example of a law which gives massive leeway to, in this case, part of the executive branch, Secretary of State, and it is therefore, he's using that leeway, right, to do this. I think that we should be especially concerned when we combine this with some of the other things that we're seeing, right? We are seeing social media surveys of applicants, right? People have to submit their whole social media before they apply. We're seeing phone searches at the border more and more frequently, right? Famously, the J.D. Vance meme, but it's not uncommon to see these phone searches at the border now. We have also seen this week the elimination of duration of status for a number of visas, F1s being probably the most numerous, F1 being a student visa, right? Also some foreign journalist visas, other visa types as well included there. But I want to focus on the F1s because I think that will be the one that impacts the most people. So generally with an F1 visa, once you maintain status, i.e. once you are still in school, you could keep your student visa, right? Now these include like a time limit on the duration of the visa. For some people, this will be a serious issue. If you are entering, for example, just speaking from experience here, if you are entering a program in the United States in the humanities, and you are entering with a bachelor's degree, right, not a master's degree, you will then have to advance to candidacy, right, complete the requirements for your master's degree and demonstrate competency in 2 languages. Let's assume you are not someone who is multilingual. That could take a while, right? Like depending on how strict the testing is at the particular university you go to, then you will have to research, then you will have to write, then you will have to do a dissertation. these time limits on the F1 visa are less than the nominal time to degree at some institutions. And that means that it's going to be very hard for graduate students, especially, to come to the United States to do those degrees. That, combined with this denial of visas thing, is going to have an impact on the way campuses look in the United States. And it's going to have a broader impact than that. Of course it is. But this is a thing that I have direct experience with, right? F1 student visas are numerous. I've taught dozens, if not hundreds of F1 students. I came on a student visa when I did my PhD. And like, one of the reasons that people come here, and this is something that I've heard from so many people, is that like, this country has a Bill of Rights. And the very first amendment to the Constitution guaranteed freedom of speech. And that isn't the case everywhere. And that is a thing that is good, but it is more and more and more under attack, especially for foreign students, right? We've seen this right from the very beginning of the Trump administration. And I believe that this will be part of that same attack, right? And when we look at all these things together, these are the clearest signposts we have seen yet to the new McCarthyism, right? We can talk about what Rubio said about Cuba. We can talk about this Antifa summit, which I will talk about soon in more depth. But it is not hard to draw a line from, for instance, the prosecution and the persecution outside the legal system of Lincoln brigadiers, right? People who volunteered to fight fascism in Spain, to what is happening today. And it is sad but not shocking to see yet another shameful aspect of this country's history resurfacing and becoming policy again. So I guess I'll just finish up by saying, if this has impacted you, if you are someone who's recently had a visa refused, if you are somebody who was trying to get in on an F1 visa and is now finding, shit, I don't think I can do my degree in that much time, what do I do here? I always want to tell stories about people, not just about government announcements. So you can hit us up, coolzonetips@proton.me, if you'd like to talk about that. Thanks, and I'll be back with everybody next week.
We will discuss tariffs and even more far-left terrorism after this ad break.
We're back. So earlier this week, the U.S. State Department put out a 100-page report, this would be on Monday, about Cuba's history of trying to overthrow or manipulate U.S. politics via left-wing activists and quote-unquote left-wing militants going back to the 60s. And when they say going back to the 60s, basically what I mean is pretty much exclusively the 60s and 70s is almost everything in this document that relates to the U.S. directly in any way. The document, which is basically, this is, just to give you a little bit of background, this is all Rubio, right? Not just what Gare has been talking about, but particularly trying to drum up fear and panic around Cuba and justify an invasion or regime change in Cuba. That's been his whole fucking life goal for a very long time. There's a pretty good Guardian article from last year with the title, Marco Rubio Nears Goal of Toppling Cuba's Government. And I want to read a brief quote from that. The campaign against Cuba's government is the culmination of a personal pursuit spanning decades. In a video released on Cuban Independence Day this week, Rubio said in Spanish that a U.S. embargo was not the reason for the country's privations, telling Cubans that currently the only thing standing in the way of a better future are those who control your country. All roads have been leading to Cuba for Rubio, said a person who has known Rubio since his time as a local politician in South Florida. He has wanted this for a long time, and now he finally has the authority to reach that goal. Now, Trump has made a couple comments that make people believe he is in the process of planning to try and force the government of Cuba out one way or another. Last Thursday, he told reporters, other presidents have looked at this for 50, 60 years doing something about Cuba, and it looks like I'll be the one that does it, so I would be happy to do it. Now, hard to say if that actually means anything. Trump says a lot of stuff that doesn't come true, but there's been real world reasons to believe that he seriously intends to do this. I mean, first off, what happened in Venezuela, right? Where we used our special operations forces to take out and extradite a legally elected, to extradite the president of a sovereign country, right? This is something that, like, you've had, like, a lot of planners in the Pentagon talking about for years, is like, well, we could use these guys to just deal with problems at the top, right? And for Rubio, there's a lot of speculation that Venezuela was kind of a proof of concept for him, right? That we could, in fact, use a very small footprint force, get the current ruling regime out of there, or enough of them that they're not willing to fight back anymore. And that might be something that the U.S. military is capable of doing. I don't have a great sense as to Cuba's defensive capacity or how functional they would be at doing this, or how much support the regime would enjoy in the event that the U.S. tried this, or how much that support would matter. It kind of depends on the weapon systems they use. At the moment, we know that the U.S. Nimitz and its strike group have recently been brought into the South Caribbean Sea as part of an ongoing military buildup. And there have been some other signs that the regime is planning to act. Axios recently published an article that cited administration estimates that Cuba now has some 300 military drones, quote, and was considering using them to attack a U.S. base at Guantanamo Bay, U.S. ships, or even targets in Florida.
Miami, your days are numbered.
Now, folks, I'm going to walk you through some stuff. First off, we don't actually have hard evidence that they bought any of these drones. There was some earlier reporting, and I'm sure they have been talking with Iran, and I know that they have ongoing defense agreements with Russia, and I wouldn't be shocked if they had bought like 300 of these like Shahed-style cheaper suicide drones. Here's the thing. The night before we recorded this, Ukraine launched a major attack on Moscow using 400 drones. If Cuba does have 300 Iranian drones, that is roughly enough to carry out an offensive against U.S. forces for 2 to 3 seconds. Perhaps a little more, maybe more like 15 to 20, you know? But it's not an invasion force. It's not really a defensive force. And we also don't know that they even have them, right? It wouldn't be weird if they did, but this isn't any reason to believe there's any kind of a threat coming from Cuba. The fact that they're trying to really hype up 300 drones, it's 2026. You can run through that in an afternoon.
Yeah, and also, like, I just want to be very clear. Cuba is not planning to launch strikes on the United States. Come on!
Like, you look at the last 60 years of history, right? We had one big dust-up with them over the fucking Bay of Pigs, and obviously the Cuban government funded and sent soldiers and doctors and other stuff into a variety of countries, and that led to conflicts in places like Africa with the U.S., but there's never been any direct aggression from Cuba towards the United States. No! We're not in danger from them. One of the most ridiculous things you could do today is watch the celebrated Aaron Sorkin movie, A Few Good Men, which is entirely about how, well, you know, you don't understand how difficult it is protecting America from Cuba. You know, we got to be extra crazy to keep the Cubans off the walls of the United States. Like, it's fucking nonsense. And it's Marco is number one. Marco comes from a Cuban-American background. His whole family hates the Castro government. He has wanted and seen himself as ordained to destroy the communist government in Cuba for his entire life. That doesn't mean that there's any kind of realistic threat here or any real reason to feel like any kind of actual danger. And you can see that in the report itself, right? There's even some bits here where they almost admit it, right? I'm going to read one segment. The Cuban campaign against America is unique. It is irregular and covert. Even at the peak of its military power, Havana never possessed the capacity to defeat the United States in a conventional armed conflict. Instead, the Cubans perfected a new model for a long war of attrition, organized around espionage, infiltration, sabotage, proxy networks, and a revolutionary infrastructure designed to turn America against itself. Did Cuba do that? Did Cuba turn America against itself? And also, if they've perfected a war of attrition, why are they out of gas? And, like, the United States is the healthiest economy in the world. I mean, it's because we stole a bunch of shit. But there's no evidence that Cuba's done some sort of horrible damage to the U.S. And, in fact, all of the damage says otherwise, that we've continued to fuck over the Cubans for goddamn no reason for decades. It's incredibly frustrating. And again, the more you read this, the more you realize, unless he's talking about like shit that, because he does periodically talk about like fucking South America and some of the different like Cuban like state involvement there. But when he's talking about acts that can be traced to Cuba that involve violence in the US at all, it's just shit from the 60s and 70s, right? Which is like back when Cuba's economy was functional and they had the backing of the USSR. And also like none of it ever came close to doing serious damage to the United States as like a national, like as a nation. Right? None of that was never in the fucking cards, you know? It's very frustrating to have to even take any of this serious, but you do, because they are going to try to blame and try to punish and imprison people based on this fucking fantasy, right? And one of the things, you've seen a lot of quotes, like when Marco came up to talk and give a speech about this report, he accused Iran and Cuba of funding both Antifa and the DSA, right?
Like, come on.
And he'll make these comments in his speeches. The actual report isn't even willing to go that far, because when you get to the meat of the report, Marquito doesn't even have the guts to call the DSA a Cuban op. Quote, the DSA was not founded as a Cuban intelligence or influence front. It was born in 1982 as a fusion of socialist organizations and movements from both the old left and new left factions. factions. And, like they're right that people in the DSA are very angry about what the U.S. is doing to Cuba because they're out of fuel and starving and being continually harmed by our completely pointless boycotts and trade fucking wars. Like, there's not much more than that for most people to it. There's some weirdos out there, but...
It is really interesting how carefully the report talks about DSA, because like DSA is mentioned a lot. DSA is mentioned very frequently.
But there's no direct connection.
DSA is mentioned 24 times in a 100-page document, but they're very careful to be like, DSAs can be sympathetic to the Cuban government, but DSA is not a result of Cuban influence necessarily.
No. And I think the argument they are making is that you had a split between the old left and the new left, and the Cuban government founded a bunch of new left factions. And because the DSA is a fusion of old left and new left factions, that means that they're partly a result of Cuban operations.
Sure.
That's what they're trying to argue, right? It's nonsense.
Or build some sort of historical justification to if they go after DSA people or activists who have gone to Cuba to deliver humanitarian aid.
Absolutely.
Build some sort of framework to criminalize people who are sympathetic to people living in Cuba.
Yeah, I think that's precisely what's happening. And one thing that's kind of telling is even among news sources that are like sympathetic to the right and to the administration, no one's pretending that this paper isn't just Marco like pushing out his own personal vendettas. Like, I found a Washington Examiner article that summarized the report as Marco Rubio accusing the Cuban government. Here's an exact quote from the Washington Examiner. Secretary of State Marco Rubio accused the Cuban government of running one of the most sophisticated infiltrations of U.S. politics, in part using the Democratic Socialists of America. So even with a lot of these articles, they're like, yeah, this is just Rubio fucking spouting off, right? Like, this is mostly old Marco. And among some of like the crazy like anti-communist sites I've been reading, they're still like, well, there's nothing new in this. They didn't, because they are reading like, well, nothing past like the 70s involves the U.S. directly.
Which isn't to say there's not real danger here, right? There was
no, huge danger.
One of the main activists at Code Pink, which was this organization that co-organized some of those aid trips to Cuba, is under federal investigation right now. And this indicates that despite how much of this is just Rubio having fun with his little pet project, this does show where the targets of the administration are.
Oh, yeah.
And that can be the DSA and people doing humanitarian aid trips.
And it's specifically because of that humanitarian aid trip, right? Like, that gave Rubio a really good, like, honestly, more than anything, I think it just pissed him off because he hates the Cuban government more than anything. And the idea that anyone would want to like bring aid to the people in Cuba is like infuriating to him. Now, again, we know that Trump is in the process of planning to try and force the government of Cuba out one way or another. That doesn't mean he actually will, right? He hasn't committed fully to that yet. But given what happened in Venezuela and given what's going on in Iran, I think it would be foolish to say, I don't think he's going to try, right? Like, I think that's not the smart. If I'm making a bet, I certainly hope he doesn't. I hope they get scared. I hope shit with Iran is bad enough that they chicken out. But I think it would be foolish to assume they're not going to try and unseat the government of Cuba, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that's the rational way to look at this, right? And whether this is all bluster or not, is going to be seen. But as I said, the U.S. Nimitz and its strike group have moved into the South Caribbean. And there's a lot of talk about like, oh, we think the Cubans are planning an attack on Guantanamo. Last Thursday, Marco Rubio repeated his claim that Havana has weapons they acquired from, quote, Russia and China, and that they host Russian and Chinese intelligence in country, which is also interesting that he's so stuck in the Cold War, he has to keep bringing Russia into it. Now, there's a big debate as to like how committed is Trump actually to unseating the Cuban government. And that's always hard to tell because when he does talk about it, it sounds like, oh, he wants that feather in his cap. But you also get the feeling this is a thing where whoever he talks to last, as in a lot of cases, is going to heavily set his agenda. And Senator Chris Murphy, who serves on the Foreign Relations Committee, said something like that. Quote, I do think that as Trump gets older and he spends his days sleeping and worrying only about his ballroom, he's increasingly susceptible to dangerous people around him with dangerous agendas. And there is a crowd of Cuba hawks who have always wanted us to invade and who think they might be able to take advantage of an increasingly checked out old man. And I just think we have to be prepared for that. And honestly, I think Chris pretty much that. Yeah, that's more or less right, Chris. I think that's basically the accurate summary.
Sanest man in the room.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
Let's turn to the midterm elections before we close. In Florida, the Groyper candidate for governor, James Fishback, who I did an episode about a few months ago, is not going to win that election, but he is polling double digits, which is bad. And worse, he is dominating youth polls. He has 51% in youth polls. That's ages 18 to 34. Really, a really dark look at a future of the Republican Party. Fishback is like barely even like a crypto fascist. He's barely even hiding it. I mean, he plays with dog whistles, but also just openly says a bunch of like anti-Semitic stuff and very racist attacks, all with a sort of wink, wink, nudge, nudge in that classic Groyper charisma style. But there's another aspect of the Fishback race I want to briefly mention is that there's been a lot of AI ads targeted against Fishback, where it has like AI generated video, deepfake style, of Fishback with like the Squad and Russia and Putin and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, foreign generals, Muslim leaders in the Middle East with hijabs. Basically, he's like welcoming all of these people into his home, and they cut up an anti-Israel cake. And that's the ad. It looks, I mean, like someone like me can tell it's AI. A boomer might not be able to. And this is something that Thomas Massie, since losing his race, has said that he believes through talking with voters, specifically older voters, that many boomers and older voters believed the AI ads against Massie, that Massie was in like a throuple with like AOC and someone else, Ilhan Omar, I think, that he actually got calls, his office got calls asking if this was true. So these sorts of AI ads are a real problem. Obviously, the fact that these are against Fishback, I'm not being sympathetic to Fishback here, but this is a more general societal problem. Moving on to another governor's race in Wisconsin, Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong is ahead in the polls, but many people are still undecided. In a Wedgwood poll from mid-July, Francesca Hong is up 38%. Mandela Barnes is 30%, and David Crowley is 9%. Though undecided or supporting another candidate is polling at 23% in that poll. So there could still be upwards of like 20% of people who are undecided. There's been some other polls in the past few days that show Francesca Hong about 15% above everyone else. So that is a good sign for her. I know there's been some organizers from New York and across the country going into Wisconsin right now to help with this last leg of the campaign. This is a very important race looking at what the future of the viability of democratic socialism is going to be in swing states. This past week, David Crowley re-entered the race, which may split the moderate vote, which could help Hong win the primary. It's another thing to keep an eye on here. In Maine, Troy Jackson is set to be the Democratic Senate nominee after organizers and volunteers secured the vast majority of delegates for the nominee replacement convention. I've mentioned Jackson a few times on the show because he ran for governor with the endorsement of DSA and Bernie Sanders. He was the only person to receive the endorsement of DSA. Plattner did not. Jackson's a former state lawmaker, a 5-generation logger, very pro-labor, like the most like legitimate working class pro-labor candidate. He's polling a little bit ahead of Collins right now, like about 3%, but this is going to be a very close race. This is going to be very tough. Another really close race right now is the Democratic Senate primary in Michigan, with corporate and AIPAC-backed Haley Stevens going up against left-wing populist Abdul El-Sayed. There has been a ton of outside spending the past few weeks, with multiple attack ads smearing El-Sayed as quote-unquote sexist. And these are all just for him like criticizing female politicians, like criticizing Hillary Clinton and Michelle Obama. Like not attacking them for being women, but doing sometimes actually very soft criticism of like their ability to improve the world as political actors. But the playbook that Stevens and that larger campaign has been using has been trying to smear El-Sayed as a quote-unquote sexist podcast bro. This is the sort of last line of defense this style of liberalism has had. This going back to this sort of identity reductionism when they are faced with, vast actual economic and policy differences between two candidates. The only thing they can do is, but Haley Stevens, I am a woman, and this man must hate women. AIPAC is helping with this. They've already spent at least $15 million with other corporate PACs, helping Stevens with another $12 million. As of July 1st, there's already been over $46 million in ad spending, 74% of which supports Stevens. And there's a lot of money going in since that July 1st date as well. One of the pro-Stevens ads has manufactured a fake Obama endorsement using old clips of Obama talking about Haley Stevens because she worked with him like 15 years ago. Now, Obama has declined to comment on this sort of manufactured fake endorsement, which is effectively just letting them do that. If he's not going to say, no, I haven't actually endorsed in this race, then basically he's allowing them to lie about him endorsing Stevens in this race. Meanwhile, El Sayed is on the news almost every week getting grilled about why he doesn't support Israel enough. And Israel has been a very important part of this race. This is in Michigan. Michigan was a big part of the uncommitted movement, and Stevens is a ridiculously pro-Israel candidate who has voted to send tens of billions of dollars in unrestricted aid to Israel, has stopped the Lebanon War Powers Resolution, has banned the State Department from citing Gaza Health Ministry death tolls, and Stevens also sees Israel in her dreams.
And in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future.
Meanwhile, El Sayed wants to abolish ICE, fight for Medicare for all, and cut off all aid to Israel. He's certainly running a downstream of Zoran Mamdani-style campaign with his videos. He has declined to explicitly call himself a democratic socialist, but there's a lot of similarities in his platform to some other DSA candidates like Zoran. Though El Sayed is not endorsed by DSA, but he is running with backing of the UAW and the Working Families Party. Speaking of elections, let's close out by talking about election security, because on Thursday night, President Trump delivered what was promised to be a very important address to the nation on election security. The speech started out as a basically mini version of his last State of the Union before he announced the release of heavily redacted CIA documents on how China tried to influence our past elections, intelligence reports on possible vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure, and finally, claiming that 250,000 non-citizens are registered to vote, with no further details or evidence of that number. Basically, this whole speech was a big ploy to try to pass the SAVE Act, to restrict mail-in voting and disenfranchise voters with heightened ID requirements. Trump also talked about how China had stolen election data. What actually happened was China downloaded publicly available voter data in 2022 that the Trump admin now claims could be used by foreign countries to fraudulently vote in our elections. And of course, China was looking at possible influence operations, as many foreign countries do. Russia has done foreign influence operations. That's not changing vote tallies or hacking into voting machines. That's doing disinformation campaigns, which, as we've seen with Tenet Media, Russia has certainly been involved in recently. And according to some of these documents, China was looking into if they wanted to run influence operations for the 2020 election, and they actually declined to. After Trump's address, reporters questioned John Solomon, a former right-wing journalist who Trump brought onto his election task force to investigate possible voter fraud. And Solomon clarified that there's no evidence that any foreign power tampered with U.S. voting machines or manipulated the vote count.
Did you acknowledge that there were no votes changed in 2020?
All I can acknowledge is what the intelligence shows, right? I only know the intelligence community has zero evidence that someone has flipped, that a foreign power flipped a vote in 2020, 22, or 24.
And you have you're able to acknowledge.
We're not through all the documents.
You're able to acknowledge that Venezuela has not tampered with voting machines in the United States.
No, the intelligence is very clear. They did it on their own machines. Why is it important that they did it on their machines? Their machine protocols are the same as America. Why? Because for a long time they did exactly.
And so the 2020 election was in fact the results as we, the American public.
I'm still researching, so let me. This is the first.
But there's no intelligence.
Not yet.
There is no intelligence that the election would have said that Donald Trump was president.
The president said that tonight. Thank you.
On Friday, the day following Trump's address, DHS Secretary Mullen announced that regardless of if the SAVE Act passes, he will institute mandatory changes to election security, including scrubbing states' voter rolls.
We are going to make our security enhancements mandatory, meaning that if these states want to grant and they want to be reimbursed to work or to run federal elections, they're going to have to implement security issues. Just security issues. We're not trying to get into anything else, but we're saying that the machines have to be secured and that your voter registration list needs to be scrubbed.
If this actually happens, this could possibly lead to many people thinking they are registered to vote who are actually not come election day and then be unable to vote. This is a voter disenfranchisement tactic. Secretary Mullen later directly contradicted what John Solomon said the night before, saying that, quote, "We know for sure that foreign adversaries have vital pieces of our voting machines and the quote-unquote key to the back end of these machines."
We know that they can change voter registration and your vote. We know it's possible. There's not a question. It's not even for debate.
Finally, on Wednesday, the House advanced a bill to stop insider trading, except Republicans added SAVE Act-style measures into this bill to pass new voter ID requirements to please Trump. And part of why they put those SAVE Act-style measures into this bill is so that they could attack Democrats in upcoming elections for voting against a bill to stop insider trading. Literally seconds after this bill was voted on, the White House rapid response accounts started posting, quote, "Disgraceful. 198 Democrats just voted against banning members of Congress from trading stocks while they're in office. They're corrupt." As you can see, a very transparent ploy to manufacture a vote to be used in elections to attack Democrats for being corrupt. This quote-unquote insider trading bill will now go to the Senate with those SAVE Act-style voter ID measures included.
All right. Thank you for that, Gare. And last, but certainly not least, we've got one more edition of the Tariff song, and then talking about tariffs after it.
All right, let's talk tariffs. So, long ago in a galaxy far, far away, which is to say really, truly not that long ago, we did an episode on the hideously illegal tariffs Trump imposed under the quote-unquote authority of Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. These are the ones that are based on this completely manufactured crisis about the U.S. facing a balance of payments crisis, a thing that cannot happen and is not happening. Now, these tariffs, which is just a general 10% tariff on all goods, are set to expire on Friday, July 24th, quite possibly the day you're listening to this. So, on Monday, July 20th, Trump took the most dramatic tariff action he has taken since the Supreme Court found he was illegally using the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to apply tariffs in February. By the time you are listening to this, presumably he is going to have unleashed a wrath. I was originally going to say raft, but wrath actually works too, of new tariffs. But as of the time of recording, the one that has been revealed specifically is that he is imposing a 50% tariff on goods imported from Canada, or some goods imported from Canada. Now, I'm going to get into what that tariff is actually going to do in a second. But the important thing here is not this specific tariff itself, but the legal authority Trump is using to invoke it. He is invoking Section 338 of the so-called Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act. If the name vaguely rings a bell, it's probably because Smoot-Hawley is best known for exacerbating the Great Depression to the extent that it is in basically every history textbook of the United States that you will read in high school will have this in it. This act, Smoot-Hawley, is the final frontier for tariff authority. It is the tariff big red button. It is a power that has never been invoked before, even by its creators, and I genuinely don't know if it even still exists. This is the tariff Rubicon, and Trump has just crossed it. Now, before we get into this more, let's talk for a second about Trump's nominal 50% tariff on Canada, which is actually much less of a big deal than it looks. The tariffs are supposed to take effect on August 19th and has about 1 million carve-outs for, different kinds of Canadian goods, including, for example, things like energy products, which is a huge amount of what we import from Canada. So this is only going to apply to about 5.2% of Canadian trade with the US. I mean, obviously that is still kind of a big deal for that 5% of trade, but there's a good chance that these tariffs aren't going to go into effect at all, and that this is sort of a piece of trade leverage for negotiations with Canada. These, even if they did go into effect, aren't going to be the biggest deal. I'm also going to briefly mention that we finally got the long-awaited pharmaceutical import tariff. And when I say long-awaited, I have literally been waiting for these tariffs to be announced since the beginning of the administration, to the point where I literally stopped covering the announcements that they were coming because they just never did. Apparently, they are also kind of a joke. They impose a 100% tariff on pharmaceutical imports, which would be a massive deal, except it starts in 2028 and eventually rises to 200%. And okay, yeah, sure, Donald, whatever you say, that's not happening. None of the specifics of the tariffs matter at all, or matter much at all. What is significantly more important is Trump invoking 338 of Smoot-Hawley. Now, the reason he's doing this is pretty clear. All of the other avenues he has to impose tariffs legally actually have restrictions attached to them. Section 122 tariffs, as we've mentioned, are only supposed to be when there's a balance of payments crisis, and you can only impose a flat rate. And once he imposes them, they have to be renewed by Congress, and that's just not happening. So those are expiring on Friday. We've talked about the Section 301 tariffs a few weeks ago. Those are the ones that nominally are about forced labor, but those also have limits and can only be imposed after a long and slow process of trade investigations. Now, obviously, the way that Trump has used both of them is illegal, but even trying to use them illegally, they have definite limits. Section 338 of Smoot-Hawley has basically no limits. And the one limit that's relevant for our purposes is a 50% maximum tariff rate. Otherwise, it lets the president impose tariffs on whatever country he wants for the extremely nebulous reasoning of that country having placed, quote, the commerce of the United States at a disadvantage compared to the commerce of any foreign country. Trump can, say any country is doing this for any reason. We are back to Calvin Ball nonsense. This nominal legal authority allows Trump to do whatever he wants trade-wise up to a 50% tariff. Now, again, it is widely expected that by the time you're reading this, we're already going to have seen more tariffs. I'm expecting something akin to a smaller scale version of the liberation tariffs. By the time you're listening, you will know more. Now, the reason I'm talking about Section 338 of Smoot-Hawley, and the reason I've described it as the big red button of tariffs, it's the tariff Rubicon, is because not only has it never been used before, right? The Section 122 has also never been used before, but this one, specifically, Section 338, there is a real question as to whether it's even still in effect. Now, the argument you will most commonly see is that Section 338 has never formally been repealed and therefore is still on the books. This is a law that was passed in 1930. The Trump administration is making the argument that because it has never formally been repealed, it is still on the books. However, the problem is that there exists a thing called superseding statute, or a, quote, implied repeal. This is the argument that I've seen that this law is not still on the books. I've seen various versions of it. The one that is kind of spreading around now, for better or for worse, kind of for worse to some extent, is from Philip Zelikow, who is a Hoover Institute guy and a history professor who's writing in Reason magazine. So, these are not the people I would normally turn to in terms of getting legal analysis on everything, but I actually think there's a kind of a decent argument that they might be right. And their argument is that, okay, because of the way that, laws can supersede other laws, right? If you write a second law that is about the same thing as the first law and it covers explicitly the same thing, it can repeal the first law. It's sketchy. The courts don't like it functioning like that, but it does technically work like that. And, Zelikow argues that a whole train of statutes ranging from the Trade Expansion Act of 1916 to our old friend Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974 cover exactly the same things and therefore have repealed the statute. I think that's actually plausible, and this is, part of the reason why no one has ever actually tried to use this stuff, because there have been subsequent legislation to describe these exact powers and describe what you can do with them. So whether it even still exists is extremely dubious. Now, this is probably not going to survive a challenge in court, but until the legal challenge actually winds its way through the courts, Trump is going to be free to do his Calvin Ball nonsense. And we're back to, 2025 era Trump just declaring a tariff is happening on a country every morning. Now, on a broader level, right, what's happening here is that the way the Supreme Court has been doing shadow docket decisions have allowed Trump to simply keep breaking the law and seizing more illegal power and then using it until the Supreme Court gets around to taking that power away. Now, obviously, this is not true of everything he's been trying to do. With tariffs in particular, he's been extremely successful in simply applying the tariffs and then keeping them into effect until the legal challenges go through the courts. That looks like what's going to happen here, which is going to give him probably it's going to give him at least half a year, probably, of the ability to just do whatever bullshit tariff policy he wants, which means another year of completely unhinged economic instability for the entire global economy. It means another year of of supply lines being degraded, of prices increasing, and of all of us getting absolutely screwed.
Okay.
Put a trans girl on your couch.
We reported the news.
We reported the news.
Hey, we'll be back Monday with more episodes every week from now until the heat death of the universe.
It Could Happen Here is a production of Cool Zone Media. For more podcasts from Cool Zone Media, visit our website, coolzonemedia.com, or check us out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts. You can now find sources for It Could Happen Here listed directly in episode descriptions. Thanks for listening.
Hey, Portlandia fans.
Carrie Brownstein and Fred Armisen here.
The dream of the 90s is alive in podcast form.
We're launching Podlandia, AO Rewatch, our brand new podcast where we revisit every episode of Portlandia together, breaking down sketches, going deep on our iconic characters, and pulling back the curtain on how it all got made.
And we'll also be joined by the people who helped bring it all to life. Guest stars, collaborators, and friends, including director Jonathan Kreisel, the mayor himself, Kyle MacLachlan, legendary musician Amy Mann, and many more.
Kyle is going for it here. You fully improvised not just words, but a song.
Well, I thought you were all going to write a song.
I remember you thinking that. Listen to Podlandia, AO Rewatch on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
What's up, fam? I'm sports journalist Ari Chambers.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your girl, Sam J.
And we're the hosts of Everyone Watches Women's Sports, a new podcast from Together and iHeart Women's Sports.
We're breaking down the biggest headlines.
Naomi Osaka showing out.
Shout out to you, Naomi.
The viral moments.
I've been obsessed with Krishan Rock's boxing journey. She looks good. Her combos are swift.
And the stories everyone's talking about across women's sports.
Because everyone watches women's sports. Listen to Everyone Watches Women's Sports
on the iHeartRadio app,
Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Chelsea Handler from Dear Chelsea. Every week, the news gets worse, the world gets crazier, and Yamanika is here to tell whoever's responsible, you're the problem.
Do you know I just found out who Sydney Sweeney was? If he got a bunch of women, then I should have a bunch of men. Do better or do less so I don't have to do so much. I'm Yamanika, and I'm out. Listen to You're the Problem with Yamanika on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Jake Brennan, and on my podcast, Disgraceland, I tell the stories behind music's biggest names, the moments that changed music history forever. Sonic Youth was cool, but was the band cooler than the couple on the cover of their album Goo? Cool enough to escape the glare of the international paparazzi? Cool enough to escape murder? Disgraceland is part of the Exactly Right Network. Listen to new episodes every Tuesday, bonus episodes Thursday, and rewinds on Sunday on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed Human.